It is foretold that a comeback is always better than a setback. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series, powered by Loco, and with me on the desk, the legend himself, the experiment. How are you feeling today?
I don't know about the legend, but I'm feeling good, man. Of course, this is going to be day 3 of League Week 3. And the thing is, the competition is exactly how we expected, right? We expected the teams at the bottom to come up just a little bit. And let me tell you one thing, they are fighting hard to make it to the top 16.
Absolutely. That is when we said that, it's important for you to concentrate on that comeback and forget all about the setback. As we all know, there are few teams who are fighting hard and striving hard to make it into the top 16.
I loved, as you said, it has been foretold because, of course, that is, of course, something that, is going to be true. But the thing is, all of this would not have been possible, of course, without BGMI Crofton for giving us this opportunity and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And speaking of iQOO, well, we do have the bad boys in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6. And before all the action commences, let's just take a little step back and have a look at what this bad boy packs, because let me tell you one thing, oh my goodness, it has just a bit too much.
Oh yes, it's got the Snapdragon 875G with 80 watts flash charging and 1200 Hz instant touch sampling rate with a cascade cooling system of 36,907 mm squared of, probably I would say that the size inside it with so much of cooling, I don't think so it's ever going to heat up in between the grind.
I mean, you and I, we've actually used this device. We've actually played a few games of BGMI ourselves. And let me tell you one thing, like I love saying, if the action is heating up in the game, your hands are going to be nice and cool. But of course, that is what the iQOO Neo 6 is. And let me tell you one thing, it is out now. And all you have to do is head over to your favorite sites and get one for yourselves before they run out.
No, absolutely. At the same time, let's not forget that, this is the moment of the tournament where people have to fight for the finish. They have to outperform themselves because ultimately we all know that they're fighting for the biggest of them all. That's the biggest prize pool ever in the history of esports. A total of?
Well, we are going to get to that. Of course, it's going to be a whopping 2 crore rupees. You are going to see that up on your screens. But again, like you said, it is one of the biggest tournaments so far. And, well, let's just make sure that we are correct, because don't be deceived. You do have 7 zeros after the 2. And, well, the first place is going to walk away with a big chunk of it.
Absolutely, 75 lakh rupees. Second place is going to get 35 lakh rupees. The fourth place is going to get 20 lakh rupees. Third place is going to get 20 lakh rupees, and the fourth place is going to get 10 lakh rupees. And look at that, it's not over yet. Until the 16th spot, nobody's walking home empty-handed, and they also have experience with them, which money can't buy.
Of course, money can't buy, as you correctly said right now, but I like what is there for the individual performances. You have your MVP, you have your most finishes. The lone survivor is going to get a big chunk for himself, and of course, all these lovely lads who love going on a bit of a rampage. But what sticks out are those additional prizes. And let me tell you something, boys and girls watching at home right now, you all can pretty much get something out of it too.
Absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of giveaways coming in, and I believe that they'll be looking out for the 10 lakh rupees fee for themselves.
I mean, it's possible, but now the question is who gets what, and that is where the point distribution comes in handy. Of course, if you have been following us from day one, you're going to know that the first place is going to get the massive chunk of the points. Now, you don't want to be caught somewhere between 8 and 16, unless, of course, you have a massive amount of finishes, because each finish equals 1 point. And I love the fact that, it basically forces teams to have that little balance, right? You can't really be you can't be a little pacifist in this game. You have to go in for the fights. And speaking of fights, let's have a look and see where all the action is going to take place today.
No, it's going to be the same one. It's going to be Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk, and again Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, where we have BC starting things off today. It's good to see that, there's a little bit of a shuffling over here. All of these groups will be playing 4 matches each, as they're down to just 8 matches for themselves to prove them, to make sure that they make it into the top 16.
I mean, speaking of teams trying to prove something, we did have a look at GOG on day 1, who just went ballistic, right? I mean, they did end up with, I do believe, 53 points on the day, and that was one of the biggest games yet. But the thing is, day 2, they didn't really have that good of an affair. However, ACBC Esports, boy oh boy, they've been consistent the last couple of days, and if my stats are correct, 45 on day 1 and 54 on day 2 means that these guys are here to fight.
obviously, make 2 winner chicken dinner in one day shows that, they are persistent to make it into the top 16, and the fighting chances are really high. From the 18th position, where they were out of the tournament, makes it into the 14th position with just one day of good performance. And let's not forget that there are other teams who are suffering right now, and there are other teams who are also doing good. RTR on the other side, from 23rd position, jumping right up to the 17th position, shows that, even they were having a good day with 56 points for themselves. And let's not forget that Marcus Gaming was not having such a good time in this tournament as well.
I mean, we kind of expected Marcus Gaming, Team MG, of course, to do something, pull something out of their hat. However, 15 points in one day is not the way to go about it. But now, we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment, powered by Loco. And, of course, you already know which groups are playing. The question is, can you spot your favorite teams?
Oh yes, I know what the chat is going to be saying at this point of time. They're going to be bizarre, they're going to be hashtagging Soul, hashtagging EXO, hashtagging Kinetic, whatsoever. But at the same time, two of these big teams which we just spoke about, let's not forget that Marcus Gaming is going to be playing in over here, and Team INS as well, right? From 16th position, they have dropped down to the 19th position. They are also one of the teams to watch out for, even though they're not playing in the first map itself. It's just that, we have to put our eyes on these teams which have lost their very good position. Like 16 to 19 and suddenly out of the race, that's going to be a lot of disappointment.
I don't know whether they're out of the race just yet, because Joker and the boys, well, we like calling them loose cannons. They can do something today, but it is going to be of the essence right now. Time is of the essence. You only have 8 games remaining for everyone to make it or break it. And, oh boy, that is when the pressure starts mounting on your shoulders, right? But what separates winners from the rest is how they deal with that pressure. And I kind of have a feeling, maybe, just maybe, we might see Team INS make a little bit of a comeback. Like you said, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the teams on the bottom have nothing to lose at this point of time. So they'll be concentrating on becoming the loose cannon, which you've been speaking about. But at the same time, let's not forget they need to be composed. They need to be calm as well. Not just because, they have some people walking around in front of them. They're just going to step out of their hard cover, try to get those finishes. That's not the way to go around. They need to balance both of it. Be active when required and be passive when required.
We saw yesterday, of course, it was pretty much ACBC's day. Even Retribution RTR, as you mentioned, did have a lot of points. 7C Esports, well, they are going to be happy with their position so far, so they aren't really going to be, having those emotions that, hey, are we going to make it? Because chances are they are definitely going to be in the top 16. But the thing is, one thing we kept mentioning, you have to take those fights. You have to infuse that confidence in you somehow. That is what GOG did on day one. That is what ACBC and RTR did yesterday. So perhaps today it could be Team MG and the others languishing at the bottom. Initiative Academy, to say another name over here. All they have to do is basically go in and get the job done. And speaking of get the job done, again, this is the beauty of this tournament. Yes, it is one of the biggest tournaments so far, a whopping 2 crore rupees. But again, it does put a spotlight on all these teams. And speaking of spotlights, you can't forget, we have to thank BGMI Crofton for making all this possible, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means, you know what time it is. It's time to see how to slay your dragon. Man, Arka, I can never ever get tired of that video. Every single time, we watch it, we do have some screens set up for ourselves, and we are just glued because I think we know the actions now, the way the 2 sabers come in, the way the charging comes in, and of course the 80-watt flash charge. Whew, that is quite fast.
Now, 90 FPS in a game, right? That is one thing most of these people will be watching out for. The smoothness in which you can move, then the way you'll be able to detect your enemies and try to, make sure that you have the right scope in as they walk in. All of this is going to be great with a device like this. And you need something to grind and have the fast charging for yourself. So 80 watts charging, I mean, I'll make it as quickly as possible. 12 minutes, 50%, and 30 minutes, 100% is more than enough.
So basically, by the time you're done with the game, it is all going to be done and over. It's going to be 0 to 100 real quick. And speaking of the game, BGMI is going to be giving away some cool merchandise. And if you want something for yourselves, all you have to do is check the link down below. Make sure you predict correctly which team is going to be on top as far as points are concerned on the day. And, well, another little surprise is going to be coming your way because now we're giving away 10 iQOO Neo 6s.
Exactly. I mean, that is where I was thinking that the tournament is not going to give away more because it's giving so much to its audience. They're like, wait a minute, we have more from our side. It's going to be iQOO Neo 6. This beautiful device can be yours, ladies and gentlemen. You have to head on to BGMI Esports channel in the description below or in the chat. There's going to be a pin of this link you have to click on. Make sure you get inside that. That's going to be leading you to two places to follow those channels. One on to be YouTube and one to be Instagram. Once you finish following over there, you're going to come back to the very page you opened up where you're going to fill in your name and your email address and wait for this device to hit your deck.
And of course, once it does come, all you have to do is head over to Loco and maybe you can start your esports journey as well. And who knows, perhaps next time around, we might just be casting and commentating on your place. But for now, Arca, it is finally going to be time. I mean, we love we love talking over here, but the thing is, everyone wants to see some action. So Erangel is going to be on your screens in just a couple of minutes, but what do you expect is going to happen right now? Now, a few teams have already made a little bit of a stance.
Yeah.
Do you think teams at the bottom are going to do the same today?
I strongly feel that, few teams which is going to have a mindset that we have nothing to lose and at the same time be as passive as possible, because today we have seen yesterday like teams like Big Brothers did not do much for themselves, right? Big Brothers having just 7 points in 4 matches they played shows that they are the wounded lions. They'll also be coming out for some praise for themselves. So I do believe that teams will have to watch out for small teams out there and pick up those finish points when required.
Well, speaking of finish points when required, the action is going to commence, but again, in style. First of all, before everyone drops down from the heavens above, we're going to have a look at a crashed bird over here. Luckily for them, the C-130 that they have boarded at this point is still going to be intact, and well, their fate is not going to be what you see on your screens just yet. But before all the death and destruction is going to visit Erangel, we're going to have a nice little time and see what is happening over here. Now, these places over here just south of Pochinki are going to be a hotspot in case the circle does shift this way. But, let me just quickly bring up one thing. Now, Team INS aren't going to be playing the first game.
Yep.
As, of course, they are part of Group B. But I'm looking out for a couple of teams over here. Now, let me name a few. Team MG, Initiative Academy. GOG, they need to do something again. They need to come out swinging today if they want to make it to the top 16. Even Walkouts and Esports Walla WSF.
Yeah, agreed on these points, but Esports Walla WSF again were one of those teams who actually couldn't put up much points for themselves yesterday, and that's the reason why they've come down to the 20th position. So in that vulnerable spot, they're going to be pushing themselves to outperform the others and try to get up those points as quickly as possible. On an average, try to get around 10 points for themselves in every single game, so that by the end of the day, those 40 points for you will be more than enough to give you another fighting chance in the final day to make it into the top 16.
Well, that is of course correct, and 31 points from one day isn't a bad outing as well, but for the first time today, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies, and well, it looks like we are going to be heading down south. In fact, the plane path is going to be skewed just a little bit towards the east as we are going to be heading over the shooting range. Georgia Paul is going to be coming up next below you, and well, things are going to end just west of the Sosnovka military base.
Oh yes, this is where I want the circle to be shifting far away from everyone else, going towards the side of Novo, where nobody will be expecting to head there, right? So everybody are pretty much comfortable with the drop locations they have, as nobody's going in on for a clash in this game. But let's not forget to see who's going to be the highest finisher, or the person who's gained the highest number of finishes in the map of Erangel. So far, it's still been Aditya with 48 finishes, 2 away from hitting the 50-pointer.
Man, let me tell you something. Yesterday was 7C Esports' day, because the way they came out swinging, Spray God and Soldering, in fact, getting the job done, making sure they propel their team to a 57-point, that's what they made yesterday, is something that, of course, they are going to try and repeat today as well. But for now, as the teams are going to be heading down to their favorite drop spots. Again, the thing is, we can't really expect clashes unless the circle is going to be up to its mischievous ways. And well, speaking of the circle, yes, boom, there you have it. The entirety of the Sosnovka military base is going to be in the first zone. And well, like expected, things are going to be heading down south.
Obviously, and at the same time, look at only 2 teams have actually thought this right. I do understand that's a regular drop location, but they're going to be pretty happy that the circle is going to be favoring them, and one amongst them is going to be ACBC, right? They are also one of those teams who want to retain that spot which they retained into the top 16 yesterday, and they want to retain and make sure that by the end of today they're going to be reaching at least in the top 12 or the top 15, so that from tomorrow onwards they're going to play a little free in their game.
I mean, of course, you can't also just be a little overconfident over here, right? You got to make sure you still have your heads on your shoulders because, interesting over there. Now, we know a couple of teams love heading to Milta every single time, and I am going to be talking about Team XO. Now, these boys, they are comfortable. 7C of Esports as well, they are comfortable, but I do want to see some early clashes happening, which doesn't seem to be the case at this moment. But it is going to be interesting to see whether teams are going to be, switching up their strategies just a little bit because, well, the entirety of the island down south is theirs for the taking, but I do believe they're going to make sure they have some decent loot on them, before which they are going to be making that little migration down south.
Yeah, at the same time, Team EXO will be heading towards the bridge and try to make it across the bridge as quickly as possible, where our Esports is kind of heading up, and probably the rotation clash earlier itself is going to favor out the team which has got some loot for themselves, and Sensei and Immortal are choosing to go together in a single vehicle, and that's a good thing to see because ultimately it's important for you to stay as a group rather than an individual. In case of retaliation, you guys can plan out something because it takes two for a tango.
Of course it does, and well, the thing is, our Esports, they did drop down. They are going to make it to Novo before this team does, and if you remember one thing, we did, this is interesting, there you have it. Hero's done the right thing. He is going to be relaying all this information that teams are going to be heading towards the island. Of course, no need to take any shots just yet. It's all about gathering as much information as you can, but we did see Fierce, I do believe, when he did go past Nova Ripnoy in the previous game, he did get shot out with some brilliant sprays coming in from the side of our Esports, and for now, we did kind of expect something happening over here, but they are going to be heading to their own separate directions. Now, the question on my mind is, so Team EXO, I get it, right? They did leave Milta, which means they aren't really going to have a lot of loots because except the military base itself and Nova Ripnoy, you do have a few compounds scattered around the island. However, I question what they contain.
Now, at the same time, there are two other players of ACBC who have also gone in for a rotation way far down south of military base where they can find out the Team EXO is kind of traversing over there. I think they've already predicted that the team is going to be coming to these compounds. So some early finish is what they're looking out for. But let's not forget the side of BB are also making it inside the circle. And all of the audience are wondering as to how these two are predicting so much when they can't witness anything. Courtesy, we have a map feed over here where all the information could be relayed to you guys.
Oh, of course, because, if you want to do the job, you better do it right. And we want to sound as smart as we possibly can. And, of course, you are right. There you have it. We have another team that is going to make their way across all that open water over there. And that team is Blind Esports. Now, speaking of Blind Esports, they did have a decent day yesterday, securing 28 points from the day itself. And if you have a look at their position, they are going to be behind ACBC in the 15th spot with 264 to their name. Now, this is where things get tricky because the difference between them and Team Kinetic is just 4 points. So all these teams, they know that, they actually do have to play their hearts out. However, one little slip up, and that is where, if they start falling over like dominoes one after the other, that is where that little momentum, that is where that confidence starts to get a bit shaky.
Now, Blind Esports, they have proved to us, right, in the map of Miramar, 3-man standing is more than enough for them as they have the best playing lineup right now. The Rage is back into the lineup, and we all know once he goes assaulting, it's going to be huge as Goblin at this point of time wants to challenge off the side of Walkouts during the rotation, try to pick them up as quickly as possible. And this is one thing which I love about Team Soul, They want to make sure they taunt the enemies or probably, try to put some shots into their helmets quickly and get those early finishes whenever possible.
Well, of course, they really don't have anything to lose right now. They have a good position up top in the second spot with 424, and they are going to have some fun again. I like how they bully their opposition, right? I mean, they are predators on the prowl over here, and they like playing with their prey. Now, expect one thing. The Walkouts, they aren't going to be that well off as far as loot is concerned. So Soul, what they are going to try and do is just kind of deplete them one by one and, well, put the pressure on them because you got to keep one thing in mind. Walkouts are in the 18th position, and there you have it. Shots are going to be coming in, and one of them is going to be taken off his vehicle, and it was Omega who was dishing out all that lead.
Now, this is what happens when you try to run away from a fight. Sometimes it's important for you to retaliate and strike fear in the opponents so that they don't come chasing behind you, but eventually Walkouts on that urge of getting placement points, rather trying to make it to the other side of the island, lose a player at this point of time. But let's not forget that the action is still not over for them because as they make it it towards the bridge. BBs are kind of gatekeeping them in one corner.
Well, they are going to be in a good position over there, but the thing is, we are going to be anticipating that the circle is going to go down, as the first finish is going to come Team Soul's way. And Walkouts, again, losing a man this early on could have a bit of a detrimental effect on their psyche right now, but Team Soul, they are looking good, and it kind of looks like, again, yesterday wasn't too bad of a day for them. Now, we expect them to do a lot better, but 32 points isn't going to be that much of an issue. Now, let me tell you something. Out of those 32 points, 24 came via finishes, and this is exactly what we saw yesterday, and what we're seeing on our screens right now, the boys from Initiative Academy out on a nice little boat ride.
Oh yes, Initiative Academy at the 22nd position, right? So they also need to wake up at this point of time. They have enough number of position points to be specific, but the finish points right now is 105. I do understand that they're one of those teams who've got just one winner chicken dinner for themselves, but they have to watch out for what they're going to be witnessing right now, because they're moving in towards the side of Team EXO, way bottom, and that is where, you know, the assaulters, Team EXO, can actually eat them up raw because of lack of loot, because of lack of real estate in front of them, as the spread coming in from EXO is pretty smart.
Well, looks like Team EXO, if you have a look on the map, aren't going to be fighting just yet, and Initiative, they did the right thing, right? Because they don't have enough cover, they didn't let loose a few shots. Now, keep an eye on the left side of your map, ladies and gentlemen. Hyderabad Hydras, I do believe they might end up somewhere near Primorsk and try and take a vehicle or a boat, but looks like Jelly is going to come under fire, and this time it's going to be Team Soul's Hector who is going to initiate the little bit of action. But for now, Team Soul are going to be north of the bridge, because maybe, just maybe, they're going to be hoping against all odds the circle is going to come up north. And if it does, buddy, all the teams that have gone down south are going to have a little bit of a problem. However, the circle is going to be imploding in on itself, and, well, let's just see where it is. Again, they aren't going to be too disappointed with their position.
Yeah, I believe that, you know, Team Soul is going to be pretty much happy about, you know, where the circle is forming in as of now. But at the same time, two big bulls are locking on. One is going to be OR and one is going to be Team Soul. Both of them are at the table toppers. Let's not forget that when these two teams lock on, that is where the textbooks are going to open up, and everybody going to be jotting down a lot of points coming in with these two fights.
Of course, you know, the top two teams, whenever they do fight, it is going to create a lot of commotion, and all the viewers over here are going to be happy as well. But for now, Aditya, our leader as far as finishes are concerned, does have an idea where the enemy is, and looks like the enemy is going to have a spot on Jelly once again. Now, Jelly has been bruised and battered time in and time out solely because of Hector and Omega, but looks like Goblin could be coming in for a little bit of a flank. And see, at this stage, you got to be careful here, Arka. Because if they do commit to the fight, they are going to have to do it as a pack, right? They are a pack of wolves, but you got to keep in mind the teams could be coming in from behind as well. So what they've done now is they're going to make sure they have a little bit of fortification for themselves in the form of that gas station, and I believe that is the right move for now.
Now, there is an important thing for us to see over here. I know all the Soul fans are watching out for this. 95 finishes is what Soul Goblin has picked up, and everybody are aiming to see him hit the 100-pointer when it comes to finish points for a solo player, which has been the new record until now. 95 points nobody has reached in a single tournament, if I'm not wrong. And this time, if he hits 100, he's going to be leaving a huge mark in this tournament, even before the grand finals comes in.
Now, you got to keep in mind, week 1 was Soul Goblin's week, right? And then Aditya comes up from behind, and he did dethrone the king himself. But it looks like Goblin is a bit more hungry, because yesterday, like I said, 32 points, out of which 24 came via finishes. Just goes to show that they are going in for the aggression. They're going to just try and, you know, toy with the enemies at this stage, because, well, they are definitely making it to the top 16. But the thing is, Walkouts on your team now. Missed the spray, lost early. They are going to have to play it just a little bit easy. Again, they have to go in for those fights, but since they are already a man down, I like what they're thinking, right? They have a nice little compound for themselves. Maybe they want someone to hit them hard, and let's see what the defensive capabilities are like.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras, I think they're going to pay a very hefty price for the late rotation inside the circle. They thought that, you know, most of the teams would have crossed over to the other side. We can eventually traverse in from the waterways, but least do they realize that more than one team is still over here, as IE versus the side of ACBC has taken off, as one player is right now off from the side of IE. Ayush in the crosshairs of ACBC. Let's see how things are going to turn out.
Well, looks like Initiative Academy are taking the initiative, and they are taking the fight directly to ACBC's home right now in the form of the military base here on this tiny little island. Now, both sides, they have lost one man each. And now, of course, they're going to be fired. DG was caught off guard as Capron comes in from behind again. This is what flanks are all about. You've got to know your terrain, and you've got to keep the enemy guessing. Looks like he does have an idea where Blazy is, and Blazy, for now, really is in a bit of a predicament, because even if he does get down, that is where ACBC could try and come in from behind in the form of Haxa.
Now, this is where ACBC's, complete position box formation is what I would love to say, where all four directions, they have an access, they have information, but at the same time, who's going to be making the mistake of trying to come out in the open is going to be the next big question, because I know that Initiative Academy are pretty much safe at the center of the circle, They don't have to step out. All they have to do is just watch out for the projectile of the grenades, which is going to be tossed towards them. But at the same time, let's not forget that, there are few other teams who are heading their way, somebody like 7C and Walkouts, who would also want to take part in this fight and pick up those finish points.
Initiative, they might be in the center, but being a two-man squad right now is going to be just a little bit tricky. But have a look at all the teams coming in. Team Soul are going to be taking the bridge first, and it looks like it is going to work out for them because no one else seems to be there. Blazy and the boys, they know that, ACBC could be coming in for a few more finishes, because for both these teams, buddy, it is going to be instrumental. That grenade is going to be good as Capron is going to be taken down, and now he knows someone is in this room. Evil Sky, on the other hand, is cooking a grenade for himself. He throws one in. Who is going to get hit? It's going to be Blazy, who in fact is going to be taken down in a blaze of shrapnel.
Now, Ayush on the other side, a grenade is going to be reflected towards him, but still kind of survives, goes in for the revival. Evil Sky kind of knows which door is open, and that is where he'll be wanting to toss this grenade. The doors are closed, and that could be one bit of a problem. Evil Sky chooses to go in with the gun, and eventually lands it to perfection, takes down, and that's going to be the first team going away. Initiative Academy with just one finish for themselves.
Well, speaking of another team in the crossfires, it is going to be FS Esports, and it looks like Hyderabad Hydras, normally they find themselves in this predicament. But for now, they are going to be shooting fish in a barrel.
Now, this is where it's important for the side of FS also to stay alive, because they are not pretty much safe inside the top 16, right? So they are also at the vulnerable point where they can be dethroned. But let's not forget that Hyderabad Hydras are trying to make this, probably the biggest negative they can face is traversing inside the circle, but still trying to make it positive.
However, the thing is, I like what Ace Black has done. I'm going to come to that point in just a second, because again, you have a few teams who are going to be swimming to the small island. Now, coming back to Hyderabad Hydras real quick. Ace Black, of course, is going to be scouting out the terrain. They realize, wait a second, boys, we don't have to swim right now. Now is the time, because everyone on the tiny island are going to be focusing as we have a look at Team MG over here. They're going to make sure they see anything in the distance, and well, chances are they are going to take a few shots. And whoa, looks like OR are going to come under fire from elsewhere, as one of the members just disappeared from our screens. But the thing is, Hyderabad Hydras, buddy, they might just make it towards the south of the military base one way or another. And speaking of fish in the sea, FS Esports finally making out, losing one man, but now they can rack up a few finishes for themselves.
Now, they have to watch out for their back as well, right? There's a lot of teams on this island. It's not that big that, you cannot be third-partied, but ultimately Crosshairs are going to be finding one or two, as cover fire from far away is going to be coming in. I wouldn't say cover fire for the side of OR, but, a blessing in disguise rather, as 7C is going to be spraying them down, and UP50 are kind of walking into the jaws of death, because they've taunted Soul not once or twice in the map of Miramar, and revenge is on the way.
Of course, everyone wants to see this fight. UP50 up against Team Soul, but they realize, wait a second, the bridge has a little bit of a blockade up on it, because one of their star players, UP50's Aditya, has been brought down, and now this is where the panic is going to set in. They haven't taken the fight to Soul just yet, because, well, despite being one of the only few teams out in the blue, they don't really have a lot of options. And of course, they are going to try and make sure they patch themselves up and then go for a nice little swim. But the problem is, it is going to be World War II. It is going to be Normandy all over again, because on the banks on the other side, well, they are going to be facing a barrage of bullets.
Now, that is where UP50 thought that they can go to the other side of the island and try to make it through the bridges, and then they realize it's too late for us, so they're going to heal up and jump into the waters, or try to get to an island which is closest to the blue zone and make sure that we make it inside the circle. But let's not forget that inside the circle, where FS Esports OR somehow made it across, all thanks to 7Cs from far away trying to take down the side of FS, but MG inside the waters are the next fishes in the barrel.
Well, they are, but looks like BB are going to be hitting Team Soul with everything they've got because the circle has kind of shifted where we are right now, and Soul Omega is going to make sure he retaliates as Zenop is brought down, but he is going to be coming under fire, hits the deck another time, and again, he is going to be back in action, but Goblin is going to be living up to his name. He wants to be the highest fragger in this tournament as possible, and looks like he just got a couple of knocks for himself. Now, Soul Akshat is going to be down on his bloody knees. Hellgard with a grenade. He could be lobbing it. It is coming in. It is going to go high, but it's going to be Beos's grenade that is going to bring Hector down once again. Now, Goblin knows the position. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation. There you have it. The last man standing for BB is going to be coming up right in front of their faces. He only has 2 rounds in the AK. He does reload. He does shoot. He does hit the deck.
3.
And there you have it. 3 finishes coming in for Goblin himself.
98 points is what he's standing right now. 2 more is what he needs to hit that century and make sure he's one of the toughest players to take down in a frontal battle. I do understand that, you know, at this point of time, he's lost all his 3 other players amongst that, but it was a very, very, very good valiant effort coming in from the other side. It's OR from far away who stole away all those finishes from the side of BB.
But let me tell you one thing, Team EXO once again out in the blink of an eye because they pretty much went heads up against Kinetic. And oh boy, let me tell you one thing, these boys, I love saying this, are showing a lot of potential energy over here. But now, 7C Esports, they are going to be in a little bit of a tricky situation. They do have the hill for themselves. That is something they are going to count on. And, you know, they can really rack up a lot of finishes. But have a look at how the teams are panned out. Now, the remaining members of Walkouts are going to be pretty much in the center. They have a compound for themselves. Our Esports are looking good. They have that little split coming up atop that mountain. Now, just beyond them, on the other side over there, we have Blind. Now, we were talking about Hyderabad Hydras. Have a look at that. They are going to be coming inside right now. And it looks like shots are going to be fired against ACBC.
Now, ACBC have been holding that position for a long time. They did take down the side of IE. They're pretty much confident. It's not going to be they're scared of any kind of frontal battle which might be coming towards them. But let's not forget, Goblin can do a lot of damage against the side of OR. There's nobody coming in from his backline, so he's going to be concentrated only up front. He's got the deadly AUG in his hand. When a combination of an assaulter with the fastest gun in the game can do wonders apart from Uzi. I mean, the fastest AR, obviously.
Well, of course, he is one of the better players, but again, you got to keep one thing in mind. Yes, you do have to put a lot of hard work in, but you have to be comfortable as well. Have a look at Goblin on your screens down there, just doing what he does best, and looks like he is going to just enjoy himself a little bit. Now, you did mention the AUG, of course, a versatile weapon up close and at a distance. But in case you missed any of the action, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have an instant replay coming in. There you have it. Omega is going to be dishing out damage, and that gave Goblin enough time to push in, as he always does. He almost gets knocked out. However, those reflexes coming in handy. And this is where we saw EXO getting wiped out. One good grenade comes in. Down goes Immortal. And now from outside, Carito is going to put that final nail in the coffin.
Look at that Sensei Fierce. Both of them are standing at this point of time. And the push comes in from 2 different directions. Beard Baba comes in and so does Carito. And eventually, it was goodbye story for the side of Team EXO. Least did they expect something like this to happen. But ultimately, on the other side, when the push came in from the side of BB's, Goblin was clever enough to reload and fall down on his belly and get the maximum number of finishes in that fight.
Well, of course, that is something he's going to go for. He wants to hit that 100 marker right here and right now. But Hyderabad Hydras, still the 4-man squad, have been maneuvering around the map pretty well. We expected them to come through the water, but again, looks like they have learned from their mistakes. And now Ace Black knows where ACBC is. If they are going to be keeping an eye on the kill feed, they know that they are coming under fire from Blind Williams. And this is the perfect position. He sees them. He might just go back a little bit. Expect a grenade to be unpinned because he wants to make sure he is going to have that little high ground advantage over them. He does spot something in the distance. He does see Capron. He is going to shoot, but Capron is going to retaliate as well. And now the blue zone is going to be chipping away at his HP. And it looks like this little move was not the way he expected it to be.
Now, at the same time, he's giving away his location, right, because of that buggy. But far, far away, it's going to be Blind, who's also having sight on them, as ACBC is going to be concentrating the firepower on the weakest point. At this point of time, HH have lost 2 players, and one person is almost down to 1% of his HP. Let's not forget that a Molly is going to be coming in from either of the sides, as Manti, the last man standing, will be trying to retaliate against the side of Hexa, who knows his location at this point of time, steps into the fire, probably burned down. We have to see what's going to happen next. next?
Well, the thing is, ACBC, they did surround them and they are going to be eliminated. Hyderabad Hydras, again, a good position for them, but they can't really hold it. But on the other side, we do have a fight breaking out between 7C Esports and Enigma Galaxy. Now, Dreams is still going to be up and running.
Oh.
He's not living his nightmare. Spray God is going to be in a bit of trouble, and Max is going to go in again. He is one of the versatile players over here. He goes in, gets the job done. He has impressed us yesterday as well, and looks like Enigma Galaxy are going to come out on top as far as this fight is concerned, and looks like that is all she wrote. No, we still have Salthar left standing from 7C Esports, but it looks like he knows the enemy is nearby. He's got to hit the deck, and well, that is all she wrote for this team.
Now, Onyx, being that, sneaky little snake from far away, knows exactly what to do. He's been taking all the finishes, all the artwork away from a lot of people. As Hero at this point of time, with that 6x, being very calm, being very composed on what all he's going to spray. He's letting go of the bullets in a very controlled manner, and due to which they're going to be rewarded really well, as Nigma Galaxy gets eliminated with just 2 finishes for themselves.
Well, they are out of this game, and right now, our Esports, the only 4-man roster still left standing, are going to reposition themselves. In fact, they might go for that little compound, but I like what they're doing, right? They're going to go for the hill, they're going to go around Walkouts and probably come up somewhere where the last remaining member from Kinetic is. And of course, I am talking about
Oh no.
It looks like shots are going to be fired. Karita does spot them moving in the distance. That was not the place they wanted to stop over there, as one of them is going to be brought down to his bloody knees. And the thing is, sooner or later, buddy, that smoke is going to dissipate and they are going to have to move in.
Now, at the same time, Kinetic Onyx, the way the position he's holding at this point of time is so clever. He's picking up knocks, he's picking up finishes from every look and corner of the map. But let's not forget the few other things which is happening on the map, right? Our Esports at this point of time, Canary is pretty much far away. They're trying to traverse through the smoke and come in a bit more closer, as Onyx is going to be connecting yet again, getting another person down, as Soul Goblin from far away has already started to retaliate against the side of MG.
But the thing is, he's given his position away, and now OR Esports are going to have all their attention diverted to his location. But for now, Popular is going to be taken down, as Karito is going to get the better of Hero on the other side, and the play zone is going to be playing spoil sport for our Esports. They were a 4-man team, but now they only have a couple as Rockstar comes in. He's got to be careful. He is going to go into the fight. The thing is, someone was looking at him. Of course, that big bad gun is going to do all that massive damage, and if he just goes in right now, he could get a couple of finishes for himself. However, he makes sure that A, he doesn't have any HP, he doesn't have any first aids, and now Goblin tries to do something more. But with 5 finishes, is going to be taken down, which means, well, he has already hit that 100 mark.
I mean, I really love the way he's put that 100 mark for himself, trying to fight it out until the final moments of this game, and he's going to be so happy to hit that century. But let's not forget, outside the circle, 2 of the biggest bulls are locking on. One is going to be Blind and OR, as our Esports is holding the right corner with a little bit of a hard cover for themselves. But on the inside, Yonex still alive, trying to hold that small window he's got, picking up as many finishes as possible. He's got 2 for now, but the damage which he's dealt so far can be commendable.
Let me tell you one thing. Rockstar is a rockstar for his team right now, because we thought everything was done and dusted with as far as our Esports is concerned, but that little push with the big bad gun is going to make sure they have a nice little fortification for themselves. And once again, they are going to be a 3-man squad. Now, Blind Deadpool has been spotted out. Of course, buddy, you think you might be taking cover from somewhere else, but it's going to be Dionysus who is going to bring him down, and now Onyx could capitalize on a finish for himself.
Now, let's not forget, it's not going to be easy. That my team MG from far away will also be trying to get that kill for themselves, and it looks like Dionysus will be kind of stealing away that kill for himself. But OR on the other side, again, they're also getting a lot of damage by the zone as well as the side of Blind as well. I know that there's just 2 men standing, 1 man standing for the side of Kinetic, 3 men standing for the side of Team OR, and 3 men standing for the side of our Esports. Now, this is where the battle is going to come out in the open field.
You know, I was just thinking, Kinetic's Onyx is all by himself, and of course, nobody really checks the attic, do they? Now, the thing is, MG were thinking of moving in on that position. They still have the high ground, which is something they want to hold, but look at Rockstar. He knows where the enemy is, and now, this is when they need to make a move as well. Chances are, our Esports are going to go a bit right off your screen right now and try and hit that compound, because they are trying to ascertain how many people could there actually be inside. Now, keep one thing in mind. We only have 4 teams remaining, and there you have it. Shots are going to be coming in from Team MG on Rockstar.
Now, this is where I would love to see how much more can Kinetic Onyx actually bear for himself, because the single man inside that hard compound, but at the same time, you know, where 3 teams are fighting it out, it's going to be Powerkiller puts down a player of OR, and that's one of the key players, Aditya, the big fragger, the top fragger, getting out of this game. Powerkiller has a little bit of more information as to where Athanki could also be, but let's not forget that OR also knows his location, and this is the time they need to play clever, as Canary on the other side from our Esports also gets taken down. Onyx is going to be nobody's crosshair at this point of time. Very very safe and sound inside the hard cover. Could he take that winner chicken dinner for himself?
Well, let's see if that's going to be the case, because right now Ghosty is going to be lobbing grenades in Authentica's position, and another one could just do him in. The booms are going to be happening on your screen. The screen might just shake a little bit, but Authentic, against all odds, is still going to be surviving. Another grenade comes in, and now Powerkiller knows exactly where he is. In fact, he might just see him because he is going to have to get up. Smoke has been deployed. They do have a little semblance of cover for now, as Authentic is going to make sure he patches himself up before he even dares to go for Jelly.
At the same time, let's not forget our Esports from far away is just being silent as Kinetic's grenade is going to finally connect to OR Jelly, as Atanki trying to slither around, making sure he doesn't come into anybody's crosshairs. As Powerkiller has kind of found him with low HP. It's going to be impossible for him to take the fight, and Powerkiller is going to get his second finish, the two more crucial one, as our Esports is going to start their carpet bombing against the side of Marcus Gaming at this point of time. If they connect well, then they'll have one last man standing. That's going to be Onyx.
Well, all looking good. They do have the Grotz up, but Canary is going to be taken down in an instant because the UMP from Powerkiller was just a little bit faster. Now, before he goes in for something else, he is going to patch himself up, but that grenade was enough for him to go down, and now Rockstar is going to make sure he finishes what he started. The revive is going to come in. Ghosty has spotted them out.
Oh!
A little bit of a mistake coming in from the team, but now there are just two teams remaining. It is going to be a little bit of a tricky situation for Onyx, who finally did, in fact, get out of his little comfort zone over here. So he isn't going to be dancing in the attic anymore, but now he has got that second position for himself. The question is, can he go for a few more finishes? Because there you have it. Rockstar is going to make sure that only two members remain for this lad. But the thing is, buddy, I don't think he knows where the enemies are. Now there you have it. The sound key was given away, and let's see if he can pull off a miracle.
At the same time, a 1v2 situation where Dionysus at this point of time is gone in for a healing. Rather, oh yes, he gets healed up. Gusty and Dionysus are the two players you do not want to take up when a 1v2 battle, but the spread around from the side of MG can be the crucial, can be the key for success. Onyx, you know, the tip of the gun might be visible over the horizon, right? And that is when they're eventually going to rush in, as Onyx is not looking at the right direction. Eventually gets taken on, and look at that. Marcus Gaming on a clap hands with that anger and get that winner chicken dinner, the most important one for them in the 23rd position with decent number of finishes. I know that they're going to be happy with this performance.
Oh, they are going to be happy with this performance indeed, because we did kind of expect them to come out swinging. As you can have a look at the winner reactions over here. Again, I like the fact that you have a few smirks here and there, but it's that steely determination is what counts, because again, these boys are focused in, they are zoned in, and well, they have their blinders on as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. And let's just have a look and see which team did what.
Oh, look at that. Selfies are going to come in immediately, right? But at the same time, one other thing which is catching my eyes is the Miramar map in the background. You know, that's the next map they'll be playing, obviously. So they're kind of getting prepared for that, as well as Team MG on the top with 24 points. For the first time, we're able to see that just one team will be crossing the 20-pointer. But let's not forget the valiant effort coming in from the side of the man himself. 100 finishes for himself from the side of Team Soul. Goblin is going to be holding his team up to the 5th position with a total of 10 points.
Well, of course, he did do good, and like I said, you know, aggression is going to be the name of the game as far as Team Soul is concerned. Well, I like what our Esports did. I liked what Team Kinetic did, despite not having a lot of finishes. Making sure that they do survive till the 2nd position is going to ensure that they do get those 12 points, and well, 15 is not going to be bad from game number 1. However, the question on everyone's mind is going to be, who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP? I think you might have an idea, but again, let's have a look and see how much damage was done, because I think it might be someone who is a bit green. But let's find out.
I feel it's going to be Kinetic, Onyx.
I told you.
Oh my goodness,
Goblin himself.
The Goblin himself coming in over here is going to be so happy. 100 points of finish points for himself. 1,161 damage shows why this man is the man to watch out for inside the lobby, especially in the map of Erangel, because this man knows how and where to use his guns.
Of course, you did see that, you know, although his teammates were giving him some cover fire, he is going to go in for those finishes, and of course 100 is what this lad on your screen has for himself at this moment, basically surpassing OR Esports' Aditya by quite a margin. Now the thing is, see, Team Soul, buddy, they're going to the top 16, right? So for
Yep.
them, it isn't going to be about getting those chicken dinners. It isn't going to be about, trying something fancy or coming up with new plays. It's all going to be about if they see something move in the distance, they're going to point their weapons and take a few shots.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget to look at this big moment coming in. The player spotlight for the tournament is going to be all over Goblin. He's got 10 finishes, 17,256 damage, 15 headshots to be specific, 39 assists, 18 minutes of survival, and that's the best part of it all. He's getting finish points as well as survival points for the team.
Well, of course, the spotlight is going to be on him, but let's have a look and see who's going to join him as the top 5 leaders are popping up on your screen. And as expected, it is going to be a mixed bunch. We have Rockstar coming in from our Esports with 5 to his name, and of course, everyone else, Pav Kilo, Spray God, and Ghosty, are going to be sharing those 3 finishes each. Now, the thing is, I like what Team MG did, right? I mean, the way they actually maneuvered around, the way they actually took this game head-on is one of the reasons they've come out on top. But now, let's have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures, because the match summary is going to be popping up on your screens, and I want to have a look and see what happened, because I wonder how many assists we had. Not a lot, as expected, because the moment people were going down, well, they were taken out instantly.
Obviously, because in the southern side of the map where military base is there, it's going to be a dunes it's kind of a crater to be specific, because ultimately every other people can see you. But let's not forget to see 6,459 healing coming in, and 60 knocks and 7 grenade finishes is the only thing which is standing out over there. But let's not forget to see which other teams are having the highest number of damage compared to the finishes.
Well, the stats speak for themselves, and a few of them are going to be sharing it. In fact, Team Soul did manage to get 1702 points of damage, while our Esports, again, atop their little mountain, atop their bird's nest, they were dishing out bullets left, right, and center, as a result of which they did rack up 9 finishes for themselves. But 7C Esports, once again, this has been one of the most aggressive teams, especially since day 2 in this week, and day 3 is nothing different. But now, let's have a look and see what's going to happen on the overall standings, because speaking of 7C Esports, they are now going to climb to the 6th as Global fall down to the 7th.
Now, let's not forget that Global still have another game to, come back, because they've just got 2 points to cover up and retain the spot they were holding. But the first page seems to be very clear, right? All these teams have already made it across into the next round. They just have one more day of enjoyment. After that, they're going to get into seriousness. But the second page is where we're going to be eyeing at, where we have from the 11th position or from the 13th position is where it's going to be close calls. It's going to be 279, 277, 275, and 273 respectively for ACBC, Autobotz, Kinetic, and Blind Esports. And let's not forget, from after the 16th position is where we have to keep the eye.
Well, of course, it is to make it to the top 16. That is going to be the agenda for now, but it's still pretty much open. Now, FS Esports, they didn't have the best of games. However, a 12th position at this moment isn't something that's going to deter them in the next couple of games. Now, have a look at the 3rd page. This is when things get tricky. The Walkouts are going to be climbing up just a little bit, as they're going to hit the 17th spot, which means, well, RTR are going to be going down. Now, the next thing is, we do have another group coming in for the next game, and I want to focus on Team INS. They are slipping down to the 20th. However, 243 ain't so bad if they have a good comeback today.
Now, 23rd position is where Marcus Gaming, and with just one match, they've climbed all the way up to the 19th position, suppressing everybody else. But let's not forget, Initiative Academy again couldn't perform themselves, and due to which they're going to be suppressed to the 23rd position. GOG, Esports Walla WSF, and INS are going to be in the spotlight for the next round, because they have to get some points for themselves. And either of these teams attaining winner chicken dinner with 30 points in total will be easily making it into the top 16.
I mean, of course, all the maths is there for us to have a look at. But the thing is, I liked what Initiative did this time. It didn't work out for them. They finally took the fight straight to the enemy's gates. And, of course, they did go up against ACBC, who didn't really have a good game this time around. They did rack up a few finishes for themselves. But the thing is, I like what they've done, right? Because they know they've got nothing to lose at this moment. And like we keep saying, you only have a few games left. Just go for it. And maybe, who knows, you might just make it to the next stage.
Now, this is where I always kept telling, right? You can be aggressive, but at the same time, you need to watch out where you have to be passive as well. They kind of were, sandwiched between the 4 players of ACBC, and that is where they got taken down.
So what they did was they thought that, they're only going to be in the buildings, but we're going to come back to that point in a second, because again, none of this would have been possible. A massive shout out to BGMI Crofton and these bad boys in our hands. The iQOO Neo 6 and Loco are lovely sponsors, which means, well, you all know what time it is. Once again, Let's have a look at a video which pretty much explains everything.
Watch it, earn it.
What are you guys waiting for? Because all you have to do is watch, stream, play, and repeat. But I think I know what they're waiting for. It's, of course, these bad boys that we have in our hands, the iQOO Neo 6. And like we mentioned earlier, 10 lucky winners are going to probably be getting this in their hands sooner rather than later. And how does one go about that, Arka?
They have to head on to Amazon, right? The best of the offers are already there. It's already hit the market. They're going to have the best prices in the beginning itself. So grab it before it goes out of stock. But at the same time, there's going to be some giveaways also being given today. 10 of these mobiles are on the giveaway. We'll be explaining you very soon as to how you can get your hands on this. But let's not forget to see the highlights of the previous game where we understand how better things can be for most of these teams. But let's not forget that somebody hit the century.
Well, somebody did hit the century, and of course, it is a member of the team that you see on your screens right now. And there you have it, the man himself, Goblin, going in and making sure, well, Mr. Spray isn't really spraying anything this time around. Oh, baby, that is how you get in the water in style. But now this fight, now Blazy, he saw the grenade coming in, right? He probably should have gone a bit further up. Now, that is all about your spatial awareness, which, to be honest with you, wasn't really evident over here.
No, at the same time, I really love the push coming in from the sky as well, right? Because eventually came in when it was required, but UP50 on the other side, 2 players got knocked out just before getting into the waters, and that was the biggest problem for them. But this push coming in from the side of Walkouts, 2 players from either sides coming in and dominating the 2-man standing of Team EXO was really commendable.
Oh, it was indeed, and of course, you know, Beard Barber comes down from the attic, and Kirito is going to be coming in from the other side, and that is how they made sure Team EXO isn't going to be taking their position. Now, Goblin, of course, he was hungry. He needed all those finishes. He does get a few knocks over here. He does hit the deck in the nick of time. Now, that is what reaction is all about. And now, Bias, where's the last man? Who's the last man standing in front of them? Of course, Hellgard is going to go down before. If you have a look, it is going to be Goblin who's going to be dishing out all that damage, but making sure he wipes out this team is going to ensure him at this moment he gets 3 finishes, and well, he picked up a couple more later on.
Now, at the same time, you know, he did not watch out for his teammates as well, right? I do understand he was pretty much busy over there, and ultimately that is how he got taken out. But let's not forget Goblin from far away. Oh my goodness, every time he went into cover and came out, his crosses were perfectly placed, getting down players and also getting those finishes until it was Aditya who finally found him, came out and gave the damage, and I love the blue zone to eat him up.
Of course, and you know, it was OR dishing out damage in his direction as well, but I love the fact that, you know, their accuracy is on par. Now, this is where Atanki, of course, needed to slink away from his teammate because he was going to be taken down with a hail of shrapnel, but he does get up a bit too late, and Pavkilo already knew his position. But Canary over here, they had everything working in their favor. Had they maybe gone in for that little house where Kinetic's Onyx was sitting, it could have been a different story, but they decided to take the fight in the open, and well, it was Ghosty who was a little ghastly for them as he did make them into a few apparitions.
Now, Onyx on the other side could have also looked to his right? He was just concentrating on the left side because he thought that is where MG was coming in from, and suddenly the commotion went off. He thought somebody else is actually hiding over there. With lack of information, he had to suffer a lot, but we have to give it to his valiant effort for such a long time inside one compound, a small opening at the attic. That is where he dished a lot of damage, kept enemies at bay, but at the same time picked up 2 or 3 finishes for himself.
He did indeed, and more than the finishes, they did end up with 3 for themselves in this game. It's those 12 position points that are going to help them climb further up the ladder. Now, all in all, it was a lovely, lovely affair. I like the fact that, you know, he held his ground for so long. In fact, the amount of damage he was dishing out, or let me just recorrect myself, himself. The amount of noise he was making kept the enemies guessing, because we expected a 4-man R Esports to go in from the right flank, hit that compound hard, and of course they would have realized, hey, wait a second, there's only one person in there. So, that is something that he made sure he kept rattling off bullets just to keep the enemies confused.
Now, this is where, the topography also comes into picture, right? RE Sports, they just obscured the vision of the enemies on the right, but at the same time, they could have taken a flank. There is no window to the other side. There's just a hole in the attic. That is where they could have come in, the blind spot of that house, and then try to get inside and take down Yonex. But let's not forget that, they were also concentrating on the finishes which was in front of them. They wanted to concentrate on it, push in towards it. They had a little bit of a ridge to work out right there. So that is what they were looking out for. So I do believe that, sometimes a split gameplay in that moment is going to help them out.
You know what I love saying, right? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I mean, we can always be sitting over here and speculate and, just give you our insights because, well, at the end of the day, that is our job. But all in all, it was a good start for Team MG. We did expect them to do something because they did end yesterday, I do believe, if I'm not wrong, in the 23rd position. And that is somewhere they do not want to be. They are going to be rising up just a little bit, but I wonder if they still have that momentum to carry them forth in the next few games.
Surely, because when you get confidence in one game, obviously you would want to carry it forward. And also, let's not forget that, all 4 players have come back to their senses. They're not losing one another. They're making sure that they have the maximum manpower standing in the final circle. At the same time, Gusty has been doing the job for the team. He was actually, there was a point where he could have been the vulnerable person because that was the only corner which was left out for Marcus Gaming to turn around and shoot at. But still, rather than going in for the revival, he was like, wait a minute, I'll just finish things off over here and then come back because those finish points is going to matter to us. That is where the counting of the numbers with the number of people alive in the lobby comes into picture.
Of course, and 9 finishes, not a bad outing from game 1, which means they did end up with 24 in total. But again, let's see if they're going to do this as we move on into the next game. Now, the next game is going to be a bit of a game changer because I get it. It is Miramar. Everybody loves it. The thing is, a lot of these teams that are hitting hard, a lot of these teams at the bottom that are taking the fights, they've got to do something. But, that's going to be another talk for later because the pre-match segment powered by Loco is popping up, which means, well, I'm going to be saying bye-bye to you and someone special is going to be sitting where I am now.
Now, this is where, everyone is going to be surprised is what's going to happen next because the matchup is where A and C is going to be coming in. That's the next match coming up where it's going to be Group A coming back finally. GE, INS, Hydra, ATZ, RTR, GOG, Enigma and WSF are going to be coming. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to be amused because there's going to be one legend coming over here on the desk who has done so much, who's contributed so much, and that is why he has my highest respect. It's the man himself, Thug. I don't know. I'm out of words. First of all, it's a huge fan moment for me to be sitting here on the desk with you. But at the same time, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling absolutely great. I mean, like it was a great game one for Soul, especially. So I'm feeling absolutely stoned right now. I mean, like the way Goblin finally was able to get that 100 kill mark. I mean, like the entire team was rooting on him to get that and break that record. I think it's been an insane game one for us.
Yeah, this is where everybody has one question in their mind. There was one team Soul, right, which was the pioneers of everything. They had so much potential. Now you have another team Soul, so mature, so evolved. What do you find is the difference between these two teams?
I think there's no difference except for the phase that when I look at this team Soul, it's the same team Soul that we had in 2019 when they were at the start. They were everything that came across their way, they're just winning everything. I think this is what I am looking forward to this Soul. I think it's a new era, it's new players, but then it's gonna be the same team Soul that we saw in 2019, and this is just the start. 2022 is just the beginning. Like rightly said, we are here to rule, and I think this is the roster that can really help us to rule. These 4 boys, I trust them a lot.
Oh my God, you guys heard it. It's time for them to rule. But ultimately, let's not forget to ask him one more question. It was very hard, right? Because having such a big name, it's Soul themselves, right? There was so much of fan following, and suddenly there was a dip phase where you were on the verge, you experimenting, trying to find the best of them. How did you undergo all those phases? I know that you would have got a lot of messages coming in, a lot of disappointments being faced by the fans. How did you guys tackle that situation?
I think it was actually very difficult. In my entire esports career and making teams, so I haven't felt so clueless that we felt in 2020 and 2021. Believe me, by the time this Soul got made, I was almost on the verge of giving up on
Ooh.
like what we need to do. Like me, Mortal Goldie, we used to sit and think what can be done, but we almost gave up when I guess the management came together. We gave it a last shot, and I think we were just able to make it. I think that was very important for us.
So guys, never give up is going to be the word coming in from the side of Thug. But let's not forget to thank our sponsors at this point of time. One is going to be iQOO themselves. I mean, look at this beautiful device they've come up with, iQOO Neo 6. And there's going to be a promo which is going to be coming up to show what this device is made of. With 90 FPS, an instant, where the reaction time of that fingers is going to be finally being met with a display like this. I do believe, it's an amazing device. But let's not forget the instant changes which is happening on the desk over here. We had one amazing person coming on the desk. But one thing which caught my eyes, or which my ears are still, it's lingering around in my ears, is they almost on the verge of giving up to form another soul for themselves. I mean, that shows the kind of pressure you need to have on your shoulder.
Of course, that's going to happen, especially the kind of fandom that Soul follows, right? And we've always seen that in the past. They've tried so many players and nothing seemed to have worked out. A bunch of misfits finally joining forces together, and this is what Team Soul is all about, ladies and gentlemen. And we all know you love Team Soul. They have had a really good start, and if you think Team Soul can be on top, show your support to your fans. Hashtag whichever team is going to be at the top by the end of the evening. All you've got to do is head over to the BGMI official esports channel, and that is where you have a link. And as you press that, there you have to fill it up, and as you are good to go. But we also do have other giveaways about which Arca is going to tell you.
I mean, you guys have to make sure that, you get this device in your hand. That's going to be a link in the chat itself. I mean, I'm just going to revise on few things and make sure that everybody are in the right way. So get on to BGMI Esports channel in the chat. You'll be seeing a pin button, with that is going to be a link. Click on that link. You'll be heading on to a page specifically, which is going to allow you to subscribe to the channel as well as follow them on the other social handles. But at the same time, when you come back, you're going to be filling your name and your email address and expecting this device to hit your hands very soon.
Indeed. But now, Arca, the moment has arrived. We've got a bittersweet love story happening around in Miramar, right? It is going to be teams from groups A and C joining the fray. And when I say C, it is UP50 going up against Team Soul. And we know how the entire drama has happened over the past couple of days. One day UP50 comes in, just catches Soul off guard, takes them down. But the next day, Team Soul was prepared, right? They were ready. This time, they brought the fight onto the players of UP50, and without any single casualty, took them down. But the question over here, Arca, is what is going to happen today? Few more changes? What do you think?
I think they're going to stick back to the same things. When something is working out for you, it better not change it, right?
For me, UP50 has been the most consistent team in week number 3. Day number 1, they come in, they get 10 points. Alright, that is alright. They have a rough start. Day number 2, they come back, 10 points again. And day number 3, I mean, so far 0, maybe 10 this time around. We never know. But again, this topic needs to be brought up. Team Soul did manage to take them down, but did not have a good game in Miramar. Their rotation times were absolutely messed up, and they have to find some solution out of it, because just winning one fight does not win you that chicken dinner that you've been eyeing out for. But more than that, we still do have other teams into the mix, right? This is where we have Autobotz coming in. This is where we have Retribution RTR, a team that absolutely shook us by storm, the way they played. And what do you think in this game? How are you expecting them to perform?
I mean, with a performance like that yesterday of 56 points in just one single day, my expectations are just risen, right? They can do 60. If they can do 56 is what we'll be looking at. But right now, the big bird is going to hit the sky, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the second map of the day. It's going to be the map of Miramar, where for the first time, we'll be able to see Yon Onyx over there. I mean, we had to give credit to this guy, you know, amongst all that discussion, we just couldn't do it. One man standing and taking the team into the top 2. What do you have to say about that?
I was impressed. I was wondering how long is this Glad gonna survive, because he was like the silent assassin, right? Staying inside that little attic and getting the job done for his team. Not a lot of finishes, but still much needed position points coming out of Kinetic. But we're not gonna be talking about them right now, because the flight path trajectory all the way from Los Higos to Campo Militar. Now this is where we have to be on the lookout for the teams that are heading towards the western side. You know, this is where teams from teams dropping at El Pozo, we few teams going even at Ruins. Let's see how they play this one out.
Now, the drop locations, as you said, I mean, will there be any place we can find an early skirmish? Because lately, a new love story in the map of Miramar have been catching our eyes, right? One is Team Soul and UP50, and that is where we'll be heading right away, as we're able to see and witness another clash between these two. Someone else is again daring to come and slap the Kings. Yesterday, they learned a very big lesson, but yet this time, they've still not learned that, and they want to learn it the hard way, probably.
No dynamical change over here is what I observe, Arka, because honestly, yesterday they did the same thing. There should have been one of those flanks, someone dropping out at the arenas, maybe a 2-2 split coming out of UP50, where you pincer down the players of Team Soul in the red buildings. That could have worked out, but still them deciding to stay together. They want to have a loot first before getting down to a fight. Now, if this prolongs, right, what's going to happen is UP50, they're going to head back to the God building, and Team Soul, they are going to do the same old thing, that is apply pressure and then take them out of the picture.
No, at the same time, today it's a little different for me to see that, right? UP50 kind of spread around. Yesterday they were all kind of falling back. I do understand that, you know, they were not this spread around comparatively, if I do remember it. But, you know, one other thing which I love the most about Team Soul is they're raking up those farming. You know, they need those guns for themselves. This time they know they've taken the fight seriously, but we have to see the split coming in from the side of UP50.
Now, for UP50, there's one thing that they really need to work upon is the fact that they do not have to be scared, do not have to be intimidated. Because for me, I mean, they're pretty much done, right? Out of the tournament, all the time engaging, poking the elephant in the room, and that hasn't really helped their cause. Because the first time they managed to win it against Team Soul, then Team 7C comes out of nowhere. We have some retaliation coming from Global Esports. But for now, KSR, a really important position. If Omega spots him out, or maybe Goblin or Hector from the far off ray, things could be difficult. Sarkar, he's made a good move. He's taken the God building over there. He's taken the top floor. Does have that M4. Any player out of Team Soul found lurking out could pay a hefty price.
Now, at the same time, look at what the other players of Soul are doing at this point of time. They're going to fall back. They're going to fall back way behind and try to cross the road and come in from another angle. And this is what I call is a Fane's flag. You know, they're going to be like, you know, I think we're going to just fall back, make sure we don't take the fight, and all of a sudden they're going to come in from a corner which you're least expecting, and they strike so hard. And Sarkar kind of knows this, I believe. You know, that is why he's holding back. But Omega always been that person who stays back, relies information for the team. He's doing the right thing.
I think this is where Team Soul, and they know what UP50 are up to, right? They've taken that high ground compound. They know that they're all going to be pincered down over there. Somewhere down the line, they're just waiting for Team UP50 to make a single wrong movement and punish them for such atrocities. But for now, it's a kind of a stalemate. Look at Team Soul again, applying pressure from every possible direction. From KSR, he's going to be pushed over. And now this is where Aditya needs to provide that quintessential cover fire. Rage God has to be the backup plan. Sarkar from up above needs to stop the two players from Team Soul from charging in.
I mean, you have explained this as beautiful as possible, right? All the strategy of UP50, which has to be coming into perfection, is already told off. But on the other side, it's GE versus the side of FS, as explicit, tries to be a little more explicit than usual and has to pay a very hefty price, gets taken down, and that's one finish for the side of GE. I hope we jump back into the love story as quickly as possible, because every single move from the side of Team Soul is like a working thing. It's like, you know, probably a textbook thing which we have to note down.
Oh, we certainly have to. But this again, strategy coming out of Team Seoul, they realize they cannot do the same thing they did yesterday, right? This time, UP50 have made a few modifications. They are not resorting to the god building right then and there. They
Yeah.
know that Team Seoul had been impatient yesterday. If they can buy some time, if they can let Team Seoul make some hasty movements, that could be the answer. But one thing, none of the players of UP50 are paying attention to is their lefts, right? If someone comes in from behind, maybe through the gas station, maybe takes control over that little motel area, then things could go flying out of the windows for UP50.
No, at the same time, there's going to be shots which is going to be coming in. Oh, Akshat gets taken down. Sarkar is the person who get taken down. Look at that Sarkar's angle being held off. That is why having a high ground for himself is something which we have to, notice as well. But let's not forget the retaliation after this from the side of Team Seoul is also going to be something to watch out for. No matter how much you're going to taunt the big bear, you need to kill them, hunt them as quickly as possible. The more time you give them, the more they're going to strategize against you and find your weakest link.
This is where Team Seoul, they've realized, they cannot do the same old thing. They just cannot apply pressure and get away with it. But Omega wants to retaliate back. Aditya, he flustered up yesterday. He was the first player who made that mistake, getting out of the god building and was punished heavily where he was isolated. Initially, Team Seoul had the same strategy to try something similar to that. But as we take a look at, the map feed in front of us, it is pretty much a little bit of a southern circle around Los Leones, where Autobotz, Team EXO in a very comfortable position. But look at RTR making those early moves. But as we speak of it, Goblin opens it up again. The kind of confidence exuding out of his body, again picking up Aditya in a very precarious spot. Well, he for sure is going to get punished.
Now, let's not forget the retaliation coming in from the side of UP50 is also something to watch out for. Three different angles is what they're holding, right? But Rage God has become a little predictable because of that open door over there. But at the same time, KSR is doing the same mistake which Aditya did, trying to come out in the open, stay out in the open, as Goblin kind of has a vague idea because of the damage which has been dished towards him. But let's not forget the Team Seoul at this point of time sticking together as a pack of wolves. As they push in, they do understand that it's going to be easy to take one player at a time.
UP50 had opened up the floodgates yet again, right? Again, making those same old mistakes. Aditya really needs to understand that it mattered to them. You bring the fight at the face of your enemies, you're dancing to their tunes, well, you're surely going to trip over and fall. Now, UP50 do have a man disadvantage. Now, Rage God, he's given his position away, right? Team Seoul have a slight idea. What they are doing is trying to just go in on the players of UP50. That is to be Rage God. Look at Omega, the movements he's made along with Hector. What they're going to do at this point, they're going to try and push in tandem and get the better out of him. 1 versus 3, I do not like Rage God's odds over here.
Now, at the same time, he kind of knows their location. He has time to fall back outside the door and try to come in from a different angle. Eventually pushes a little forward, kind of giving up his footsteps, right? So finally falls back, comes back to his senses. He's like, let me just fall back, go back to my teammates, and we're all going to be sticking together like how Team Seoul is sticking right now. But Hector on the other side with Omega, a good smoke cover, I would believe.
I mean, at this point, I really want to see some more movements being made out of UP50, but Goblin is watching the flanks, making it ever so difficult. But Rage God, finally, the moment of truth arrives. This is where he should have really capitalized on the situation. Could have gone after Omega, but Hector, he's taken a hefty amount of damage. KSR from up above is dishing hell. But for now, Akshat still hasn't revealed his position, and he could be really instrumental in this particular fight.
Oh, let's not forget how well things can go forward. But eventually, it's going to be Rage God still holding to his ground, waiting it out. But Hector, I think, kind of has an idea that there's a person pretty much close to them because of that molly being thrown by him. But again, it's going to be the side of Hector from pretty much far away. We all know that there are few things coming in from the side of Team UP50 suddenly changing, right? Where we can see that the composure coming in from them is something really good.
Oh yeah, right now things are looking more intense than ever. One bad thing, however, is coming out of this fight, that the more time they're building up, the other teams are starting to bank upon. And Rage God, he has no idea that he's getting shot from the backlines. Finally realizes now he's in such a predicament. Cannot move out, cannot get inside. KU is not going to let him do that, but KSR needs to provide that cover fire. But does he know the shots came up from the hills?
I think so. I think so. The information would be relayed, right? Rage God is going to be like, I'm getting shot from a different angle. Obviously, that is where he makes the mistake, and Goblin again capitalizes on it as the position of KSR had kind of changed from the position he was holding, and due to which there's another player getting taken down, and eventually the same God building you were referring to is where they're going to tuck their tails and hide. Now, how much more of composure can they hold as Team Soul? All 4 men are going to be pushing in, showing how the pros do it.
It's still doable. It's still doable for UP50. All they need to do is have the perfect cover fire and not get taken down courtesy to one grenade. And Goblin knows. They know how to infiltrate this territory. They know how to push upon this god building, which might not be godly anymore. Look at Omega making all these important movements. Sarkar and KSR still have that crossfire going in. One grenade can change their fate, but if they can survive that onslaught, maybe could dish out some heavy damage to the players of Team Soul.
No, we have to give it to the side of UP50, right? Every now and then they're going to take a fight and try to learn from that, as eventually Omega is trying to come in from a different angle, finds Sakar at this point of time. A good point for them to retaliate. Already lost his way. Team Soul is going to capitalize on and put an end for the side of UP50. Yet again, the Kings have proven that their thumb is more than enough to squash out the opponents.
Oh, indeed it was. It was so simple for Omega, right? He knew that he should strike from where the players of UP50 are least expecting him. From that little bit of a hole comes out, and his part in that particular fight was not to sort of engage or take down the players. It was to relay the information of the players, and he did that perfectly well. Well, the remainder 3 just go in, bouncing in. One looks at the right, one knows that KSR is hiding over there, just wipes them out, and Team UP50 fall out once again. But Team Soul, they know the timings have been ruined for their rotation. Kinetic is watching over them. Now, we also do have teams like FS coming into the fray. 7C is also lurking in the nearby territories. So it's going to get a little difficult. But for Team INS, Arka, now let's focus our attention at them. This is one of those teams that was somewhere around the 16th spot, but has dropped quite drastically.
With the pressure beating up on the shoulders, I do believe that, you know, they're kind of giving up to the pressure and facing a lot of wrath. But on the other side, Manya down on his knees is where Global Esports will be heading to pick him up as quickly as possible, because we all know this one man is pretty much required for the team, right? So it's not going to be hard for them as time is ticking. Oh, what was I thinking at that point of time? Somewhere I felt that, you know, this man was down on his knees, but rather he was down on his feet waiting for some bandages to be coming his way. He picks it up and he heals up.
I mean, this is something that I really do not understand about Global Esports. They go so far, somewhere around La Cabrera, if my memory serves me right, but we do have another fight. GOG have taken it up against the big guns, Team Enigma, and are getting those finishes secured, right? Evo already out of the picture. Rex was trying to rotate in to aid his teammate, but could not do so. Now, GOG, one of their strongest maps has always been Miramar. They have been really good with their rotations, but they need also another chicken dinner, considering teams like MG have really picked up the pace in the final game, in the previous game that we just had.
Now, the crucial match, as you correctly pointed out, for the side of GOG, right? Because if they don't perform over here, there's going to be a huge heap of people who will be taking that top position within the 16th position. But right now, INS versus GOG, one of those two fights which we shouldn't witness, or these two shouldn't go head on and try to play for placement points. Eventually, I believe INS kind of understood this, and they're trying to traverse away from the side of GOG.
The big test for Team INS, right? What they need to understand is they've never played under pressure. They've always been the loose cannons of the tournament, and that was sort of working out for them. But now they're in a crossroads, right? This is where they have to decide, do we play a little safe, or do we just go as we do play all the time around, show our primal instincts? But Shane just surviving barely with a sliver of HP. I'm pretty sure he's going to patch himself up. But this is where the circle has taken a rather narrative shift. Now Team Enigma just beside Team Autobotz. They have an idea of where Invader is. He is clearly going to hold on to his triggers. If he strikes over now, could get a knock, but still the push is not going to come in.
Now look at the difference which is coming in over here. All of a sudden, those teams who tend to play around the corners of the circle have actually come to the dead center, right? We have seen Autobotz over here, GOG over here, INS over here, Hyderabad, Hydras over here. So I do believe that, you know, there's going to be a little bit of a change, as Sensei right now in the crosshairs of Jadu. He needs to capitalize on it, or else he might be losing one of the most crucial opportunities, and he does dominate on it and get for himself. But at the same time, Jadu has to watch out for the off angles or for the retaliation rotation coming in from the side of Team EXO because they're very, very strong in doing that.
The funneling from Team EXO was really amazing. But again, Sensei had no idea that he's going to meet the players of our Esports over here who really have had a good game. Now, our Esports are pretty much safe and sound. Nothing much to worry about them. But are they aware of Heroes? Well, rotations from this side. This flank could really work out for him. But not the weapon, the Winchester at a mid-game point at this situation. Not something that I would love to have.
At the same time, you see what Jadoo is doing, trying to go over the horizon and try to keep the attention of the side of Team EXO, but at least did they realize that, you know, the strength of Team EXO is always having each other's back, and eventually as Sensei comes back on his feet and the brain up and running, our Esports better watch out for what's coming next towards them.
I love this circle shift. This is what we always have anticipated, right? The circle going away from Lost Leonis. Enigma Gaming, they're at a prime position. Now, Team Seoul, I believe they're engaging against the players of Team Hydra, who have been having a really rough week number 3. But look at Hero just dishing hell from above at the players of Retribution RTR. A very important game for them. The first game of the evening. They really need to make their presence felt.
Now, this is the moment where I would want to see the next rotation coming in from the side of our Esports. As on the other side, it's going to be Kinetic versus GE. We all know Kinetic needs another good game to make sure that they cement themselves next as they're taking down the biggest of them all, as the grenade kind of comes into perfection. But eventually, the spread around from the side of GE is going to make them survive a little longer. But somewhere far away through the play zone is going to be one of the players of, I believe that was from the side of FS who got taken down.
Well, we're going to talk about that later. Now, RTR, well, they've decided to go after the players of RE. Managed to take one down. Heroes out of the picture. Now, they're not having a comfortable time in this particular game, right? All they have to focus is trying to keep their players alive. But look at Chonu. He's been taken down right at the open lands. And this is where Coops need to make that ballsy decision, because already losing out on Trainiacs is not good signs for Team Retribution RTR.
Obviously, two of those Salters right now on their feet will be something which they'll not be wanting. But at the same time, who retaliated was something different, as Seoul at this point of time very close to the side of Hydra, and we have seen the side of Hydra take down the side of Team Seoul before, as the perfect molly comes in. Perv will be holding that position. He's just got Jackson pretty far away, who has to give him the cover fire as he takes this fight. But let's not forget, two other players lost. I would want to see who actually did it as the push comes in. Perv actually knows how to come in, but eventually it's not his crosshairs first but his body, and he gets taken down. And that's going to be Jackson all alone for the side of Hydra. The last ray of hope from far away does the damage against the side of Hector. Is he pulling out too much of what he has in his hands right now?
Now, Team Seoul, they look unstoppable at this point, right? Hydra, Jackson, the lonesome survivors, they're out there. Fourth circle. I think Hector, the revival, is definitely not going to come in. But what is going to come in is the entire other squad, right? They are just pushing at him like mad wolves right now. Jackson still trying to keep himself alive, but the chip damage doing so much. As Akshat, he's going to fall down for sure. It's the fourth zone, but somehow still alive, manages to patch himself up, goes in for the finish, gets in and goes out. Our Team Hydra from the lobby.
I mean, with Thug hitting the studio, it looks like Team Seoul has taken things way too seriously, right? 9 finishes already coming in, and instant replay will show us exactly how this all turned out for the side of Kinetic as GE, as Ronnie was the first person to get taken down. The second grenade was already tossed in as Joker was trying to push in from the right angle. Look at that. This is the best part of this man. He knows exactly where to take the fight from. AJ on the other side, perfect cover coming in, and BEO was the last man standing, and that is where Joker is going to be concentrating, putting the final nail in the coffin. Oh my god, jiggling around, ducking him whenever required, and putting an end for them. Amazing job.
Oh yeah, Kinetic though. They're not going to be happy about what just happened to them. Such an important game. Onyx did carry them in the final, in the previous one, but not this time. But for now, Omega, look at that Mirado. It's burning. It's already fuming. But at the same time, could do nothing about it. But GOG, they need to be scared. They need to be alert, because it is Team Seoul that's knocking at their doors anytime possible. We know history's been a testament. Team Seoul, they want that objective, they go for it. Now the factor over here is going to be really important, that Hector has been taken down. But this is the point where Team Seoul were at the most vulnerable position. Eggy does want to capitalize, but Omega is still firing at his direction. But what on earth is Leader up to?
Now Leader is where this is the point for him to capitalize, as Omega's attention is pretty far away towards the side of Enigma. But Leader had chosen the right artillery, right? He went in for a grenade, but eventually thought like, no, let's not take this fight. Let's allow the two big bulls to lock on, as we're going to be going and taking the safest spot in the house and making sure from there we're going to have every single angle for ourselves. But again, that shack is kind of in the lower ground. Will that affect the side of GOG?
It certainly will, because Team Soul, they're on a whole different level right now. The kind of confidence that is exuding out of their body does speak in volumes of what they are up to at this point. 7C, one of the most aggressive teams, but look at our Esports somehow saving themselves from the brinks of elimination in this lobby as they take down Team RTR, one of the best performing teams yesterday that we did have, and the chances look a little bleak as Hyderabad, Hydras, Ace Black spotting out Tango, the best player of Esports, Walla WSF, and does a good work out of him.
Now, there is nobody to backstab the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and that's how they're pretty much strong in the open. They're pretty much confident in the open as well. But they also need a very good chicken dinner for themselves, right? Because it's been long that they were wanting one for themselves. I know that, you know, from one side we're able to see Team Soul is dominating. On the other side, it's going to be Hydras as WSF. They need this win, and they're one of the other teams who are in the radar right now.
But GOG, they've managed to retreat, they've managed to regroup, reorient their positions, and they're doing fairly well. But the circle set has been held over by Autobotz, but look at Team EXO on a little bit of a soiree, just getting punished, or maybe not, as Karan has already been taken down. It's going to be cover fire coming in from the Mad Monk himself as he just charges in. But no, Tango says not today, as he wipes out the entirety of Team EXO, as Esports, Walla WSF, they're going to be shot from elsewhere. As the last lonesome survivor, Tango, he's going to do the heavy lifting again.
Now, Hyderabad Hydras knows they're the last man standing. That's where they're going to come in and dominate and take away the finish for themselves. But let's not forget the side of Enigma, right? Look at the way they came in and capitalized on. Two other teams who got hard cover for themselves. It's going to be ABC and GOG. It's a limited one for themselves. Kinetic BE also gets eliminated by the hands of Team Soul. And that's going to be the 10th finish which Team Soul is going to rake up for themselves.
Oh yeah, they are on fire. That is certain. But for now, Team Enigma Gaming, one of the most consistent teams according to me in the iQOO BMPS, finally did manage to get their chicken dinner right now. Still have 3 of their players surviving. Evo was taken down pretty early, have that entire northern area to themselves. Now, they are rooting for the high ground advantage over here.
Yep.
If they can get that, if they can stop the players of Team Soul, then they can also start rooting for getting a chicken in this one.
Now, I know that he's trying to remove those vehicles to make sure that there's no kind of, pixels for themselves. But we know it's all important, as well as GOG at this point of time concentrating all those throwables towards them. They'll also have to watch out for the side of Team Soul, right? They were pretty much close to them. They're also coming in. Omega has an angle against them. It's important for them to concentrate on 2 different directions. And Leader OP does exactly that. Puts down Omega, as GOG is going to concentrate the firepower on the other side, as the 2 players of Team Soul is important for them. And this Omega who gets taken on Akshat in the crosshairs. Yet again, a good spray coming in from the side of Leader.
The moment Team Soul have their tensions diverted, that is where GOG strike, and that is the perfect time, finding the right moment. But Goblin from the backlines, this is something that we've even seen him doing in the past, right? Gets a little bit on towards the backlines, provides that cover fire the moment Hector is out of the picture. Akshat, he's the one taking charge of things, but now Team Soul, not survived with a lot of players, still have to somehow look for a good game as Hyderabad Hydras, they're in tatters. Just the one lonesome player, the IGL, Ace Black is surviving, but Autobotz enjoying that prime location to themselves, have a concrete cover, and now applying pressures on the players of GOG. But are they aware about Team INS's intervention?
I strongly feel they're concentrating towards the side of INS, and that is how Bullet is actually taking advantage of all this fight, right? That's going to be, for the first time, I'm able to see a split gameplay coming in from the side of GOG. One of these players are concentrating on the side of Team Soul. One is concentrating on the side of Autobotz, as the other 2 are trying to give a cover fire over here. That is where Legend is going to be put in an end for the side of Team Soul. This GOG looks unstoppable.
Oh, they certainly do. But right now, Team Enigma, way too bit in the open, but still Rex backs off at the right nick of time. Same moment, Avi, he knows GOG is right beside him. They're making a lot of noise. And next, they have their target set at Team Enigma. If they get this prime position, they do have that high ground authority that they want to establish the domination over the hills. But right now, INS have gone in for the first Joker, managing to create that opening. It all comes down to Mr. IGL as he's just wandering around here and there, Heather and Heather, but gets taken down as Autobotz do have just 2 men alive. It is Health did manage to dish out some maximum amount of damage, whatever he possibly could, but has finally been dealt with by the players of INS. Crazy Soul was the one who hit the nail in the coffin, but it now comes down to Fox. I'm starting to assume his position might not have been compromised yet, but could be going out pretty soon.
Now, where are the throwables, Fox? How well is your resources being dealt over here, as INS on the other side have no clue what's happening? We all know that Hellgod with the TPP is trying to give out information as to when they're going to be coming out. Crazy Soul all of a sudden has information about Fox. That is where he's going to be spraying it out. That vehicle blast, I really thought that is where Fox is going to get taken down. But eventually a push comes in from the side of INS when you delay a fight against an opponent, and this is what you're going to pay for it.
Almost took down his own teammate over there, but still Crazy Soul saves the day, does get Fox, takes out Autobotz out of the picture, and Team INS, they are having a dream game. But look at GOG, the way they took the prime position. This is the high ground advantage I was talking about. In a very good spot to take this chicken dinner. All they have to do is deal with Team Enigma, who are sandwiched at this point.
Now, somewhere I have to watch out for Enigma's gameplay, right? No matter how sandwiched they are in the final circle of Miramar, they always tend to do wonders, as Eggy at this point of time has taken down Crazy Soul, making it a 2v2 situation, as Bullet on the other side does try to come out and give that opening. This three-way Mexican standoff is going on, as Hyderabad Hydras lonesome player is going to watch all of this happen and try to play for placement points.
He will, for sure. For sure, but look at Nico. He's scared to make those movements. Ace Black's pulling out Eggy. Still hasn't fired. Does decide to open it up, and even Nigma are caught flounded over here in this spot, as Rex now understands the gravity of situation. It was someone else. It was someone entirely else, as GOG is going to be capitalizing. Hiding inside the little shack or just behind it is not going to help him out. Steps out of cover. Ace Black's prones in, but Rex puts him down. Still surviving, taking his team to the top 3 position, as INS and Team Enigma survive with 1 player each, as leader strikes and gets him down. It's the final player of Team INS. Joker against the entire world, against the entire squad of Team GOG, gets picked off, and that is the winner chicken dinner, coming at the most important moment, coming at the perfect hour, as we head in, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-game segment powered by Loco, as GOG finally breathe a sigh of relief.
I mean, the first ever winner chicken dinner for themselves, right? Obviously, there's going to be a sigh of relief, and also 23 points for themselves with 8 finishes. I was expecting a 10 finishes coming in from their side. It all thanks to one player of Hyderabad Hydras, who came in and struck against the side of Enigma, taking away 1 finish for themselves. But Team INS, what a valiant effort coming in from their side as well. I mean, they took down the side of Autobotz when required, but eventually tried to play it out. They got tagged in from the side of Enigma, still held on to the second position of 12 points. At the same time, 5 finishes, a total of 17 for themselves. Enigma on the other side, they also played really well for 15 points.
Oh yeah, Team INS, GOG, I mean, one of the most important games of their careers right now at this point, undoubtedly. For Enigma and Team Soul, it's all A-okay. Autobots still 12 points out of this game, nothing too shabby. Hyderabad Hydras doing what they do best, survive till the very end. But Team Kinetic, despite all odds, considering the kind of a start they had, I'm pretty sure they recovered pretty well. But I'm still wondering who the iQOO MVP could be. Is it going to be Goblin? Is it going to be someone else? And
again,
it's his day today.
Obviously, as I said, you right, when Thak comes in on the stage, you would have told him that I'm going over there, you better perform, my friend. And Goblin is going to be like, nah, it's just another day for me. Just watch me as I cross the 100-pointer and make sure that I pick more for themselves. 108 already coming in. Goblin, 8 finishes, 775. With the 10 finishes they're raked up, it's just 2 men standing it out there. Omega with 2 and 8 coming in from the side of Goblin.
Certainly life instilled in the players of GOG, right? The first game they come in, they come out swinging, get that chicken dinner. But Crazy Soul, I mean, he pretty much did everything in that fight against Autobotz. I love what he did over there. Omega, again, one of the backbones of Team Soul, did what he could possibly do. But a few more facts and figures, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the match summary. And Arca, apart from the 3 airdrops looted, anything that really stands out?
With the terrain given, I believe 4 grenade finishes is something which stands out for me because it was all frontal battle, right? I was expecting a little more to be coming in to be specifically. I feel that is a bit lesser, but again, 36 assists was only possible, and that is the least again in the map of Miramar.
Oh yeah, I think 9,000 has always been that standard healings, right?
Yeah.
So we could kind of a little bit off, but FT graph speaks otherwise. It's an equal distribution, sort of even. There's no skyscrapers over here, but GOG, Team Soul, Team Autobotz, INS, they did what they could possibly have. But 7C, right? Considering the kind of a form they were in, accruing the highest amount of points, well, weren't quite visible in the lobby today.
I mean, you cannot expect them to keep playing, right? No, somewhere I feel that, they're just going to be concentrating on having a good day because the hard work has already been done. The heavy work is already being done. So I believe that, in the overall points table, we'll be witnessing them within the top 10.
Oh yeah, there you have it. Team Enigma Gaming making it to the 6th spot. Hyderabad Hydras do follow suit at 7. But we're pretty much not aware, or rather concerned about the top. What I'm worried about is kind of the shuffles that have been made in the mid-order and the finals, right? Because GOG, they're bound to step up. A Retribution RTR, such an important game, they kind of mess it up. But there you have it. Team Kinetic at the 14th spot, they're making those climbs. But 7C, they've been thwarted off from the top 8 after this game.
No, but at the same time, let's not forget the FS Esports is also dropping down as well, right? Because a few more points is what is required for the teams below to come up. Look at that, ACBC with 279 points, with 41 games played. They have another game to go for themselves. Blind Esports again, 273. So if those two perform, eventually, Kinetic and as well as F Esports is going to fall down. But the next team below, where we'll be looking out for the 17th position, let's keep 275 for an average for now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stick to 273. That's been the threshold. And Team INS did pick up points, just a few points below. One more good game, they can do it. GOG, they've been ever so close, right? We've seen them, they kind of enter into the top 16, then kind of go out. But Team MG, considering the fact, all right, it's a little bit of a setback for them. They're going to definitely come in the next game. Esports Wala, WSF, could not see much out of their side as well. I think it was just Tango who was trying to make those moves, but kind of got sandwiched between two teams.
Yeah, but at the same time, what is something which is catching my eyes at this point of time? Everybody will be coming into the 260 pointer, and when that happens, it's all going to be 10-point differences from the 13th position to be specific. The fight for the finish, there's going to be 4 slots for you to be taken, and that is where possession points will come into picture. Let's remind the audience what happens if it's a tiebreaker.
I mean, we're going to look at your position points, right? If they are also same, then it comes down to the chicken dinners that they have accrued. And if that is also the same, then it comes down to your last performance match in that previous map that you've had. How many points you've accrued, it's going to come down to it. But more than that, so much to talk about this game. It all started with Team Soul and Team UP fighting it out against each other. And likewise, Team Soul had no difficulties whatsoever to deal UP50 and throw them out of their own area.
That is what happens, right? When they know that they're taking the fight towards the enemy. For the first time, how UP50 was able to dominate, Soul did not expect them to come over there, and they were trying to have a chill point. But eventually, when they understood that every single time we're going to get down over here, somebody's going to be coming in. As I said, a thumb is more than enough for them to squash a bug, and that is how they've been doing it without losing any player, trying to go on to their faces and making sure that they put some sense into it is something good. But let's not forget to, credit the side of UP50 as well, right? Because every time they're going in and challenging the big dogs themselves, confidence is growing, one, and second thing is that they're learning from their mistakes, and this is what you would want to do.
I mean, learning from the mistakes, they had 2 weeks, did not learn from it. I do not know. It's just about the Instagram reels right now, for your channel, because I completely feel they're out. They're done. The moment you can keep doing that, it shows your body language speaks for itself that you have no intentions of making it to the top 16. And even despite all odds, whatever you do, there's no chance. Now, you have been barely just getting 10 points every single day, and I don't think they're going to pull out of any sort of a sixer in the cricket match that they're in, of course, in the grounds of BGMI. But this beautiful device, the iQOO Neo 6, our sponsors, iQOO have a very special message for you guys. Just
Watch it, earn it.
What do we have to say? I mean, beautiful phone. We've been playing over it. BGMI, night in, night out. You can see those black circles right under my eyes. And, well, I can't blame it, right?
Exactly.
There's a moment it comes down, once the battery gets over, then I kind of sleep off. But then Ocean's like, you need to charge your phone. And it's back to 50% in just 10 minutes. I'm going to tell you that. But coming back to the game that we've had, Arka, it's such a beautiful game of Miramar.
Yep.
Sort of a game that was much needed. GOG getting the chicken dinner. INS having that top spot, but we think, I think that we can explain more about this game when the highlights do come up in front of our screens.
Yep.
And back to the good old fight, Team Soul versus UP50.
Yep, but before that, where Explicit got taken down, right? I don't know how come FS is still trying to play a little bit of a split gameplay. This was the moment where I felt, UP50 actually had opened it up, but eventually it was the long distance where, they did it in the wrong direction, but gave away their location, and then after that, Rage God's location being compromised, and 1P coming in from the side of Omega to give away the location for the others to rush in and finish them off. Wow.
And Goblin is on a whole different planet right now. Team EXO, the problem still persists. While they're rotating, they're getting picked off. Now, this is where Team Kinetic tried whatever they could do to kind of keep Global Esports at bay. But seems like Joker's aggression is too hot to handle.
Obviously, I mean, the way he's been playing in this tournament, by the end of the tournament, I won't be shocked if he's there challenging Goblin when it comes to the highest number of finishes. But let's not forget, look at this weaving and bobbing. But I do understand, he got taken down over there. There was a little bit of a slip of tongue by my side, but still, a valiant effort coming in from the side of Globe.
And our Esports, I felt for a moment that this could have been their game. But GOG, for sure, were the most patient team over here. They did not overstep. Despite all the situation around them, all the ruckus, all the commotion, they made sure they kind of maintained that steady demeanor, right? Do not go away, do not take any wrong fights. And towards the end, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras did have a pretty rough time. But this is where the conversation gets pulled back to Team Blind, for instance. We'll get back to that, but Joker clearly over here, he was out of options. Just a lonesome player surviving. All he could have done was go a little bit greedy, get a few finishes to his name. But Blind, a very important game. They did manage to get the chicken dinner yesterday in the map of Miramar, but this time wasn't a pretty merry ride.
I think they're going in for the averages now, at least 5 to 6 minimum if you're having that, and then try to open it up and try to, go in, face in for a frontal battle. But we all know Blind is capable of doing wonders, right? They've proved to us already that, they can go in and break up around 40 to 50 points in a day, and if required, they'll be able to do it. But with the position they're holding within the top 16, I don't think so it's going to be hard for them to, retain that spot, because one good game today of 20 to 25 points is eventually going to push them up in the top of the table and make themselves secure and probably concrete into the next round.
I hope so, because the start today into the evening in the game of Erangel was pretty nice, right? Especially how they held on the Southern Hills, but could not have their works cut out. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see more out of them in the next game that is in Sandhawk. Now we're talking about Sandhawk. It is teams from groups A and B. Now, what do you think? Where do you want to circle from around that could, really tingle your senses?
A game changer match, first of all, is what the other teams will be looking out for, who has not performed so far. Let's not forget that we have Blind still in the picture, right? So these are the few maps where teams like this will be looking out for, because when they know the main maps or the default maps are not working out for them, this is where they try to unleash their beast and pick up some finishes for themselves. So I do believe the teams to watch out for are going to be the teams which have not done well in this day.
Let's hope for the best as we transition into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And Arka is going to take a little bit of a breather while the big man Experiment is going to come in, settle himself down. And, well, XP, Group A and Group B, it's been a rather eventful day, right? Team MG really performing well, out of their minds. Even the boys from Kinetic were pretty much amazing. But once we did head into Miramar, it was GOG that come out swinging. Now heading into Sanhok, where we've always considered this map as the table turner. This is where tables are flipped over. A lot of ludicrous things happen. Do you think it's going to be teams from, 13 to 23rd, or is it going to be someone from top that comes out?
Well, first of all, let me just talk about GOG. Finally, they got themselves that delicious chicken, which means now they have those bragging rights, right? Because what happens is they beat every other team in the game, and they can finally say that, hey, we might be making it to the top 16, but we do have a chicken dinner as well. Now, speaking of Sanhok, again, you and I, we love our predictions, but then more often than not, we're just giggling like little kids in the corner, just like that over there, because anything can happen. So, look, I can see the hunger. I can see the drive in the teams that are at the bottom, and let's have a look and see what's happening. But what I kind of feel is, so Group C is sitting this one out, right? Which means Seoul is out. Now, OR Esports are going to be playing the next two games. I want to see whether Aditya can take his throne back as far as Finnish leaders is concerned. But again, you know, this is all the beauty of the tournament.
Indeed it is. But considering how things have been going, of course, we've got to thank our sponsors, iQOO, for coming in and making all this event happen. And they have a message for you guys just about now.
iQOO and Neo 6, of course, 90 FPS in BGMI. When you have this bad boy in your hands, anything is possible, because we saw something recently, right? GOG getting the chicken dinner, and who knows, maybe it's the flashy devices that they have in their hands, because we definitely know what it's all about. But now, it is going to be Sanhok. Let's all take a deep breath, because, you know, yes, we can make any speculation right now. We can think about a few things, but everything is going to go out the window. And speaking of things going out, looks like we have a few substitutions coming in, and well, fixes. Who is it going to be?
I mean, we're just going to get that in a wee bit of time, but giveaway for all you guys out there, right? Of course, support your favorite team. Could be Team Soul today, or maybe Eggs, or maybe OR, but we do have Phobic coming in instead of iQOO. So, Phobic is one of those players that we did see too much in the week 1. Transitioning into week 2, it was all about Loki and, well, Blazy 2K, but Akshu coming instead of Zen OP. This is one of those things that Big Brother have been doing quite a lot. Especially in week 3.
They have been indeed, but, you know, Zen OP has also been instrumental in his team's success so far. They have to climb much higher up on the leaderboard, but you all have to just do one thing. Make sure that you hit the link down below, predict which team is going to come out on top at the end of the day as far as points are concerned, and you might just be getting some BGMI merch, and not from us in the studio. We are going to be taking a trip to the tropical island of Sanhok.
Indeed we are. And this is where XP, you know, so much things are just running across my mind right now, especially INS, right? This is one of those teams that we said, you know, they're the boys who don't care. They're the boys who have no worry about the world, just play their hearts out. They've been, few of their players have been veterans into the scene. You talk about Billion, you talk about Joker, and that had been their mantra all along, right? They'd been consistent, they'd been pretty good in terms of holding them in the top 16. But when it came down to handling pressure, they were not really cut out for it. But this one performance in Miramar changes everything, doesn't it?
You know, we were kind of speculating yesterday that maybe perhaps, since all of us, you know, we love pointing fingers and playing that blame game, looks like they have their heads on their shoulders for now, because the plane is going to be taking off in the map of Sanhok, and, well, it doesn't really matter what the flight path is. However, it looks like we are going to be heading down towards the southwest and pretty much bisecting this map in half. Now, as far as Joker and the boys are concerned, let's see if they have that momentum carried forth in this game.
Oh, of course. That's what I'm on a lookout for. But more than them, even for ACBC, considering the kind of points that they accrued yesterday, right? The third best team throughout the whole evening that we've had. And, well, today's start was pretty rough. That one fight against Initiative Academy in their own homes and still could not, get the better out of it. I was a little bit disappointed, right? I mean, they did manage to take a few players down, but still they did suffer casualties, which on the long run did bother them a lot.
Oh, absolutely. When you lose even one man, it could be a bit detrimental, but looks like we aren't going to have the usual circles as we've seen in Sanhok. It is still going to be a bit towards the west, but this time it is going to be skewed to the south. Now, I want to see something happening near Sami at the end. Maybe the ruins, run around and just spoil each other's games. And speaking of spoiling each other's games, two teams are going to be dropping down dead smack center at the boot camp. One of them is Walkouts, but the question is, are they going to walk all over Esports while on WSF?
This is my life reeling in front of me. Sanhok, it's all about the first rotations, then the second, the third, the fourth. Of course, Walkouts are playing that centralish strategy, right? Just hold on to the center, let the other teams try to come in, let the other teams try to make some mistakes. And Esports while on WSF, I think they do not want any monkey business, right? They do not want to fight it out against Walkouts, considering the situation that they are under.
Of course, every single point is going to matter at this moment, and positions is definitely something WSF are going to be looking for. However, buddy, you can't really get those position points without taking the fight to the enemy. So for now, as you mentioned, Walkouts are going to have that major building right in the center for themselves. But the thing is, I wonder if WSF are going to try and, surround them at all sides, because looks like Mr. Spray is kind of do something similar, and Karan again is being very, very cautious.
He could certainly play a crucial role over there, right, Mr. Spray? But what I really think about Esports Wala WSF is they need to retreat. They have gotten their basic loot. They need to retreat to the warehouses just northern side of Sanhok and then head over from there. But considering how the circle has really panned out, they need to go a little south. And that is where things have really come under them.
And speaking of, that little, of course, we're creatures of habit, right? That is what Mr. Spray from Walkouts is going to be expecting as well, because he knows maybe someone is going to run out in the open, and that is when they are going to let loose with a hail of bullets, as Kirito doesn't have a helmet. And speaking of bullets, there you have it. Shots are going to be fired as Bajwa is going to try and retaliate in kind.
Bajwa at this point, has his positions compromised. And this is where Walkouts need to start making some movements, right? I would love Abrar to come in from the eastern side, try to lob a few grenades, if he does have any. Because, again, you're dropping off at Sanhok. It's more about the RNG factor. But I see, it feels like Esports Wala WSF, they want to bring the action right at the faces of Walkouts at this point.
Again, that is exactly what I wanted from this team. Because, yeah, sure, I mean, you want to make sure you get those position points, but you have to take a few fights every now and then. It looks like Kirito's position. Oh, he just saw a glimpse of that backpack over there. As smokes are going to be deployed, and looks like grenades are going to be flung in his direction as well. The thing is, if it has a good mount, it could be good. However, if it goes boom outside, it is going to be pretty much useless. Now, I like how they are aware of the situation here, Fixes. Karan knows someone is in the distance, and Mr. Spray might just pop his head out at the wrong time.
Well, Karan, he's definitely making some bold moves out there. Had Beard Baba been clinging on to the walls of this warehouse, could have made some good work out of him. But for now, Beard Baba, he's going to be very, very careful. Kirito is at a very unorthodox position, right? Ideally, you never expect someone just to be lying on the underpassage that we have. Now, Esports Wala WSF, they decide to take over the center building. I'm really wondering what's really going on in their minds.
Well, if you keep one thing in mind, they are going in for the fight, Fixes. Bajwa has the highest position at the boot camp at this moment, which means that, he can give a good 360 vigil all around, but Abrar, one good grenade. He knows that all the opposition members are going to be congregating in the building on that first floor. And, well, question is, does he have enough grenades on himself? But now, Esports Wala, what they are going to do is try and rotate a bit to the left. Because if you keep an eye on your minimap, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Bajwa is going to be in a nice position. And if Abrar or Kirito aren't too careful, chances are one of them could be taken down.
I really like this positioning held up by Bajwa, right? The moment Mr. Spray decides to go back, that is where he can fire at his direction and could get that opening that either of these teams are looking out for. Because now it's sort of resorted to a stalemate kind of a situation. It's all about getting that one knock. And that is where this is going to hound in and get the job done. But Esports Wala WSF finally getting a little impatient. Our Walkouts prepared to deal with it.
Well, let's have a look, because Beard Barber is going to make sure that he does blockade their way with a little bit of fire. Of course, the ground is going to be lava, but now they are finally going to be locking horns head-to-head now. Mr. Spray is going to be in a good position. If someone comes in, he could be taken out. I like what they're doing. They're anticipating that, you know, maybe WSF are going to be coming in for the flanks, and preemptive grenades are going to be flung just to make sure they want to pinch their enemy in one side. Now, what they would want, ideally, is that everyone comes into bed. There you have it. He does hear a few footsteps, and, well, that little pre-fire is something that's definitely handy, but it looks like his position has been given away, and one grenade at that point would have made some difference. But now, Karan is going to come in as Mr. Spray repositions himself. Beard Barber, again, in a good spot.
Esports Wala WSF, they're literally playing with fire at this point. Are they aware of the crossfire situated? But now Mr. Spray, he's making some beautiful maneuvers just behind the little door that he has. Needs to hold on, but there comes that opening. Bajwa gets the better out of Kirito, but the trades are also in order.
The trades are in as Tango is going to be brought down, and Beard Barber is going to make sure he finishes what his teammates started. Now, Esports Wala are going to be coming in a bit hot over here. They have lost one man down, and Kirito, again, as we mentioned, was knocked either. Now, on the other hand, BB and OR are fighting. We're going to come to that in a second as Mr. Spray with his AKM is going to rattle up a few shots as now. See, what the problem is over here, they're just pinching themselves in. Of course, a couple of good shots come in, and that is going to be a smoke to obscure their vision, making sure they can kind of regroup with the last man. Keep one thing in mind, though. There's still one man from Karan. I was going to talk about him right now because he's going to come in from behind, lay down a few shots, and Invader is going to be taken down. No, he isn't. It's going to be a Brar. Mr. Spray, I beg your pardon, goes down as Invader does come in from the flank, and now Esports Wala, again, they have done a good thing, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from them.
You know, the moment of brilliance comes in the moment that smoke was deployed, right? Just blocking off the vision, and that is where they push in. They know the player is hiding on the right-hand side, just pre-fire over it. But that all came into folly as you know, Abrar figured out Bajwa's location after Kirito was taken down, got the better out of him. No matter, Esports Wala WSF dished out some heavy damage to Walkouts, but they do not seem to be smiling at this point.
Well, of course, they are going to be focused in. They have that laser focus as elsewhere. Looks like RTR are going to be taking the fight to ACBC just west of Kampong. Now, we are going to wait and see what's happening. Nope, we're going to be switching over right now as Rain is trying to rain down a few grenades on Coops' position. Duty is going to go on a bit of a major left flank or right flank for his team's point of view. As you've got to keep one thing in mind, their objective right now is to basically suffocate ACBC. Elsewhere, looks like Nigma Galaxy are taking the fight to GE. As Manya jumps, he does connect, and MJ is going to be brought down, and this is going to be a bit problematic for the team of, well, Nigma Galaxy, and I think they're down to one last man.
Oh, indeed, they are. And at this same point, you know, Global Esports, they need to retreat because Team Blind, they've got a better advantage. They've got a better vantage point from the high grounds. Could dish out some heavy damage. Rage, spotting Ronnie out, does take a few shots, but instead retreats. Now, Team Blind know they've got a very promising position, but ACBC and Retribution RTR is happening as Chonu gets that opening pick, does get traded off, but this is where the entire cavalry comes in. Haxer clearly out of options as RTR wipe the floor, and they get the squad wipe.
Well, of course, both these teams needed this fight, but it looks like sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. But now RTR are going to regroup, making sure they are still a four-man squad, but their victory could be short-lived because, again, the moment you let loose the shot to Salon, everyone's going to find out. And speaking of everyone, Crazy Spall, what was he doing out there in the open? Coops is going to bring him down in a beautiful spray coming at that distance. However, Shane is going to be on hand to go for the revive, and RTR aren't going to push just yet. They need to patch themselves up, assess the situation, and then come up with a game plan.
You know, Team INS have managed to get the crucial key player back alive. But at this point, you know, they know there's no point taking the fight. They're outside the circle. They need to get inside it. But finally, we're coming into the conclusive phases of this bootcamp fight as Abrar, well, lobs a stun grenade and does not get anything out of it. At the same time, Taz have his arm right at his hands, waiting for the players of Esports Wala WSF to make any preemptive movements as it again looks to be in a little bit of a stalemate. One good grenade could again spark the fight.
Again, I kind of feel that, you know, they don't really have a lot of grenades at hand. They want to make sure that if they do throw something, it's going to be perfect. And speaking of something, the circle is going to be closing in. Please go south. Please go south. Well, I'm going to be happy with that. I've seen way too many fights in the Camp Alpha Island, but it looks like a grenade does go boom. In fact, a gas canister did explode inside. But the thing is, WSF, they know that they're ready for this little attack, right? And it looks like Kirito might just be spotted out in the distance. They know exactly where he is. And although this is a waiting game, as soon as he runs through that smoke, if a little part of his body is going to be visualized or spotted by Invader, he's going to let that M4 do all the talking.
There's definitely not going to be any victor in this particular fight, right? But we do have an instant replay coming up in front of our screens, and this is where I would really want to show what that smoke did, right? Beard Baba, his position was compromised. They knew exactly where he was. We did have a little bit of a fight, though. Big Brothers going up against OR, and OR seem to be having a really bad day at the office.
They do indeed. In fact, speaking of bad days, they just have one man standing in the form of Artanki, and I like the fact that they took the fight straight to Camp Bravo and, you know, just chased them out of there with the tails between their legs. But once again, back at the boot camp, things are pretty much the way we left them. A few weapons are going to change. The Brar does whip out that Tommy gun. He wants to go gangster over everyone right now, but Karan and the boys are going to make sure that they just hold their ground and for now secure their location. Because if you think about it, not a lot of teams are going to be coming in from the north at this moment, so their backs for now are still up against the wall.
I really feel, you know, Esports Wala could do so much. They could go for a longer rotation, maybe catch them from the sidelines. And this is where walkouts are going to be least expecting it. The more they're delaying, it's just going to hurt them. But Painan, one of the center spots inside this particular circle, is still up for grabs. Now, GOG, they might want to take that, but at the same time, they have to deal with the players of Team Blind. Again, I think we do have the boys from Global Esports that could hinder their entry inside the circle.
Have a look at how Global Esports, they were all atop one mountain. They've gone for a split because they are taking the fight to Blind Esports themselves. Now, Blind are going to be in a precarious situation. However, the couple of members of Global Esports who are going to be between Blind and GOG could come under fire, and, well, that flank might not be what they were hoping for. But if you look at the rotations, have a look at that. RTR out in the blue, and in fact, looks like they are going to be taking a couple of boats for themselves and make it to the next zone.
You know, every time someone takes a boat, it never really ends in a happy fashion, right? It usually explodes 90% of the times, just statistics. But again, Esports Wala WSF, finally, they've woken up to the senses, trying to retreat a little bit. But this is the point where they should be trying to look out for the flanks, right? They've got so much spaces, they've got so much areas of movement, and that can be also said to be the same situation for walkouts. They also have the same avenues.
Well, as that Mini Kong does pound his chest, RTR are going to make it to the next island, but they still have a little bit of a trek in store for them. Now, keep one thing in mind, Fixes. We did see on the map that Enigma Gaming are going to be coming down south just north of the boot camp, and that is where Karan is going to be in a little bit of a tricky situation, because I get it, right? They want to stay out. They want to make sure that they catch the boys from walkouts, with their pants down, so to speak. But chances are, if they get shot in from behind, and if walkouts are paying attention to the kill feed, oh boy, it might not look good for Esports Wala WSF.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you know, at this point, Retribution RTR, they know what to do. 6 first aids already gives me indication that they're up to some infamous healing battles, which have been quite popular in Sanhok, and this is what we've been talking about. Now, they've delayed the fight so long. Team Enigma, they're on the prowl. They've heard the shots, they've heard the commotion. All they're going to do is wait for that one pesky bugger just to step out of his covers, and he's going to make good work of him. But
well,
indeed, the fight has already begun and has ended in a jiffy.
I mean, I think the walkouts were like, you know what, this is taking a bit too long. We are getting impatient. We're going to go in, and, well, that is going to be it for WSF Esports Wala at this moment, as the boys from WO are going to get a few finishes for themselves. But now, Artanki, the last man standing for OR, is going to have a nice little surprise, because he already has 3 first aids, and lo and behold, 3 is going to become 9.
Oh, yeah. And Artanki is clearly out of options. Last player surviving, all he's going to do is resort to that healing battle. But
Best
this
option.
is where the curveball hits, right? When everybody was sort of anticipating the circle might go down a little south, it went a little towards the eastern side. Now, Autobotz, they're in prime positions to get a chicken dinner, and the same can be said for Big Brother Esports.
Of course, that massive mountain over there is going to make sure that while it is going to be a little difficult for teams down below to shoot up at you, the thing is, you can have a lay of the land. You can see everything around you, and, well, let's see if the action is going to ensue over there. But for now, Team INS, I do believe they had 15 points in the last game. Not a bad start to the day, but Artanki, his position, of course, has been given away. A few shots might be let loose, but they realize, you know what, it is not going to be in their favor. But this is something interesting. Now, they've heard on the other side, Big Brothers are going to be driving past. The shots are going to be let loose and Scream. Well, is it going to be brought down? Only time will tell.
Only time should tell. But INS, so far, so good. Haven't really gotten inside any battles. But Big Brother, pretty much a very bad day in the office, but seem to have recovered in this game, particularly after that little, battle with OR. I believe took down 3 of their players. Now in a really good spot. All they have to do is pray, right? Pray that the circle comes down at them. But Global Esports on the other side have seen to have taken over the village of Painan. Initiative Academy also have a promising position. But Team Enigma, look at them, trying to enter in from the northern side, could create a lot of trouble.
If you notice something, when we last saw the map, Autobotz were atop the mountain, but they've decided to come down to those compounds just to the east, and well, that's where they're going to be calling it home for now. I like what they've done over here, as Leader is going to take the fight to the enemy, and Dreams once again could be in a little bit of a tricky situation. He does have a grenade. He is going to go in for that little first aid, but it's not going to be enough because Duty, from the other hand, is going to come in and make sure he brings him down to his knees. Now, this has alerted Leader that someone else is going to be in the distance, as Craniacs, well, GOG Leader did not knock him down, but he definitely finished what his teammates started.
GOG, now they're well aware. Little bit of movement to the left could get spotted out, and then he knows RTR is on a lookout for him. But GOG have pretty much been impressive so far. They come in, get a chicken dinner. This is a game that they were really eyeing out for, and do have a good spot. All they need to do is start regrouping, right? Because 2 of his teammates are on the southern side. Now they need to cross that stream of water and come into aid for their teammates.
They do indeed, as Nick OP is going to be as meticulous and as careful as possible, trying to spot out any movement in the distance, because again, they are in a good position, right? They have a few compounds for themselves, and for now, the circle isn't really forcing them to move away. And speaking of the circle, looks like I'm going to have to hold my thoughts as Autobotz finally do spot someone else nearby, and Enigma Gaming are going to come under fire.
Of course, they are. At this point, Autobotz, this is their game to lose. All they need is the blessing of the next circle. Team Enigma have also contested for a good position, but they're not going to be pushed upon right now, at least from all those teams. But look at the shift coming from down south. Team Blind, Team Hydra, they could be in a collision course, as Autobotz definitely thanking their stars, and so are the players of Team Enigma.
Enigma are going to be happy now. What they're going to do is take that mountain, not the mountain as such, but the little high ground to the top, and have a look at OR Authenki. Now, he's going to be coming in from the right. Again, he's not a guy who's going to sit out and just do a little bit of a heal battle. And we were expecting Hydra Official to walk into Blind's blind side, but looks like Blind did get the better of them at this moment. Now, Deadpool was the closest man to his opponent, as one of them is going to be picked up, but now he knows someone else is coming over here, and Dynamite is going to get the better of Williams, as Shadow is going to hit that rock with everything he has now. He is going to pop a few pills, but this is what cover fire is, and of course, when you have Rage playing, the confidence is going to be just a little bit higher.
This is all they wanted, right? Team Blind did not have the best of starts, but finally have recovered in this game of Sandhawk. Something to dream about, but Williams already been down is a cause of concern for them. But at the same particular moment, Autobotz, they still have that perfect area for themselves. Williams, does he get that revive? It's already the 4th circle. Needs to administer that bandage before he goes for the first aid. Otherwise, he's done.
Otherwise, he is done, as are the members of, well, RTR for now, because Craniacs, there you go, he's been spotted, and now he's like, wait a second, my death is inevitable. So he's just going to be like, you know what, buddy, Duty, I'll see you in the next one, because Duty is going to be leaving us soon as well. Now, we were talking about Blind administering that little bit of bandage before, but looks like that memo didn't really get to them, because they are going to be falling down one by one. Elsewhere, Hydra Officials losing 2 members is going to be a bit tricky coming in, because that circle shift again is such a game changer. It's such a curveball. As, wait a second, speaking of curveball, Vinci is not shooting at Hydra. He does get one. He's going to get the second as well. He goes to the finish. In fact, he does drop to the ground, and there you have it. Beautiful control on that barrel over there, and he makes sure he has 2 finishes for himself.
Yeah, pulling off this job with perfection, with finesse, and no trouble whatsoever to deal with the players of Hydra. But look at Coops. He's got the entire players of Team Blind right in front of him. Shadow goes down. Williams also out in the open. He falls as well, as Retribution RTR dropping the hammer at the right nick of time, and Team Blind, they're left crying.
They are left crying, but the thing is, Coops had to be a little wary, because A, he's the last man standing for his team, and I love the fact that he waited for the right moment, but now there you have it, his position has been given away. The first aid is going to come in, but Joker from Global Esports knows exactly where he is. Now, he's going to make a little run for it. I think he is going to be shot down. There you have it. That is all she wrote for that team, as another one is going to bite the dust.
At this point, Global Esports just sticking to the peripheries of the circle, want to ensure that they let nobody pass, right? Big Brother Esports just on the southern side, right beside them, we've got the players of Global Esports. But for GOG, it's such a monumental task to try and get inside the circle. And on the western side, however, we have the players of Initiative Academy as the shift comes in and it changes course as Enigma Gaming are now the favorites of winning this game.
Again, they have that nice little hill over there to basically
Yes.
work around with, and in case they need it, they can actually close in the distance to the Autobotz as well, because we know that there's a nice little, rice field over there, which they can take advantage of. However, have a look at Team MG. Now, they are still just south of the boot camp, up top the hill. They've got to come down as Rage has 11 first aids. Well, scratch that, it is now 10. And he is going to be biding his time and going for that little heal battle. Now, the thing is, Big Brothers, still a 4-man squad, have made a little bit of a noise over here because they do have a squad wipe for themselves, but Atanki, man, the last guy standing for his team, he loves going in for the fight, doesn't he? And speaking of fighting, WO are going to be taking on another team, but it's going to be Global Esports over here, laying down shots in BB's position as Scream is going to be brought down to his knees.
And Joker, I do not think he might survive the onslaught of the 5th circle, but still he's going to try whatever possible to secure those finishes, few points here and there, but finally he does also fall as AJ has to resort to that infamous healing battle, does have 24 first aids, but he's going to make some quick work of all those bandages first.
Oh, something that I just noticed is that GOG are going to be coming up from behind. In fact, I do believe it is going to be Leader and Bullet, who might just be a little bit of a spoil sport, but elsewhere looks like grenades are going to go off as Ghosty has been brought down, and now Enigma is going to be punishing them for coming towards their position. The last man is going to be behind a rock, and it looks like Team MG's days are pretty much out and done with. This Path Killer is going to survive for now, but the blue is going to be coming in and, well, probably taking him for itself.
And there you go, Avi understanding that Path Killer right in front of him is out in the open, no cover, but still manages to provide some cover fire, still manages to do some damage, up to the point DG might have put an end to him, or could be the wrath of the play zone, as the circle shifting a little bit up north again, Team Enigma having a prime position, Rex playing a really crucial role, but in the midst of it all, Rage finally out of the first stage, but look at Atanki on the sideline, still alive and kicking.
He is still alive and kicking, and even Team INS, well, the pan is going to drop as the body is going to become a little crate. Now, Leader, he's got 6 first aids to work with. Remember, AJ has a lot more, which means Leader is going to eventually start moving first, as DG is going to be taken down outside the play zone, and with that, Initiative Academy are out in the 8th position. Now, I love the fact that we have a heal-off going on, right? But I do feel AJ's luck might just run out, as Akshu, on the other hand, just has 5 to work with.
Oh, yeah. I think 5 or 6 teams have already gone for that healing battle. Look at that. 3 in front of us, and AJ seems to be at a supreme position. But about the fights...
AJ, get the guy. I think you saw him, Fixes.
He's still not going to go for him. Right now, 14 first aids. The moment he goes for it, he loses out, right? He's not going to survive. And now...
This is what I was waiting for. The moment Leader's first aids are done, he's going to come running, and, well, is Ajax still going to keep going for that? But looks like the play zone is going to snuff out the life of GOG.
But at this point, the main fight has to be between them. But AJ goes after Rakshu, secures yet another position point for himself. But this is where he says goodbye from the lobby. Has to be thinking, could he have gone a little more better, a little more deeper? Because the Tanki still has 6 to his name.
He still does, but right now it's going to be Joker who's going to be laying down some lead in Rex's position as Enigma come under fire. Because now they have just 2 men standing. They do have the higher ground. In fact, Evo is the only one inside the circle right now, as INS are going to try and rack up a few finishes for themselves. They are going to be pretty happy with the position at this moment. But of course, you want to add to that tally. You want to make sure you get as much as you can out of this game. And Atanki moving forward ever so slowly. Last 2 first aids for himself. He does spot Avi. In fact, he might just go for the little finish after he uses his last first aid. And have a look at how Avi and Evo are lined up for him.
Oblivious about Atanki's presence, but Atanki surely does know. Avi goes down. Evo left stranded all by his lonesome. A chicken dinner could have been there for Team Enigma, and he makes it inside the circle just to get wiped off.
Hey man, that's all the trade is going to be about, because you win some, you lose some. Now, Enigma are the last people standing over here, of course one of the last teams, as he's going to have his work cut out. The smoke definitely giving its position away. But this is where Autobotz, they have to be careful because from the side, as expected, it's going to be INS who come in. They weren't really sure about their flanks, and well, it looks like they are going to have to pay a heavy, heavy price. Now, Hell, he's got an option. He's got a choice to make. Does he focus on the other team over here? Because looks like he is going to go to, because Billion was taken down by the Blue Zone. Again, I like that they're playing on the periphery because they don't have a lot of options, but the way they are going down, only Crazy Soul is the last man standing. Can this grenade get them a few extra points? Well, it does connect. However, it's going to be Evo who brings down Hell.
And Team Autobotz, Fox, the last player, resorting to a healing battle over here, as now it all comes down to Evo and Crazy Soul. Crazy Soul seems to have cooked up a grenade, lobs it at Evo's direction. Does it connect? Yes, it does, but from the backlines. It is going to be Fox, but the big question is, can he make it inside the circle?
Oh, he is done for, and there you have it. Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, in the map of Sanhok, are going to win. I do believe their second chicken dinner in the tournament so far. Winner chicken dinner does go their way, as we, of course, are going to have a look at the reactions. And finally, they are going to be a bit happy once again as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
I mean, I'm starting to wonder what that banter is about. Maybe are we just being a little annoyed by what Atanki did to him? But nonetheless, Enigma Gaming come out as the victors. Again, one of those Sanhok games where we're going to see some huge healing numbers. But a really good game again for Team Autobotz and INS specifically back-to-back. A beautiful start to today's evening.
It is indeed, and 15 plus 12 equals 27. Not a bad outing from their two games. Now, Autobotz again did decent, largely thanks to those position points. They did have everything in their favor. However, just because of that little mental psyche, right, that if the enemy has the high ground, they have an advantage, they almost negated it. But the fact for Enigma was they had those massive boulders to work around.
Oh yeah, I mean, even for Autobotz, I think they do have a little bit of a cushion for themselves, right? Considering how they've been playing, how they've been consistent right now, they've recovered. But this is where the worry for teams like ACBC, Esports Wala WSF really strikes in, because yesterday and the day before, I really felt Esports Wala WSF are finally packing the punch that they were kind of missing out on week 1 and 2, and now it all comes down to Tatters.
It does indeed, and I did like that they were going in for the fight early on, and had they maybe put all their fruits in one basket, it could have been a different situation. But for now, I do have an idea who it might be. Let's have a look and see who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP in the match of Sanhok, and I wonder if it's going to be someone from Enigma, because one man comes to mind, and that is Evo.
Could be someone from Global Esports as well. I mean, Joker, he did manage to rack up a lot of finishes to his name, but yes, Evo it shall be. 496 points of damage, those 4 finishes also coming into hand. But what I really felt stood out was his survival time. 25 minutes in Sanhok, clearly the chicken dinner player, and that is where he had an edge over players like Joker.
And I like that, at the end, it was a legit Mexican standoff, because there were 3 teams, but one man was standing from each one, and Crazy Soul had an idea, but he got shot at from elsewhere. And have a look at your top 5 leaders. Global Esports making quite an impact in this game.
Of course, but look at the damage numbers on Crazy Soul, and how instrumental has this player been for his squad success, right? Every single time, whenever all the other 3 players of Team INS lie down on their knees, he's the one who comes out with the clutches. And this match did not really reciprocate with a lot of finishes though, but the kind of an impact he had to get INS inside the circle was so crucial for their success.
It was indeed, and even Blind Coops is going to make a little appearance over here once again. But for now, let's have a look and see what those healing numbers are going to be. Not as high as we expected. Wait a second. We had a tremendous amount of first aids being used by all the players, and we haven't even crossed the 10k mark.
I really thought there were 6 or 7 teams trying to do that, but I felt it was AJ. He had still 10 to 12 first aids remaining, but the next moment what happens is that he goes after the players of Big Brothers, as a result of which he gets taken down. Leader did run out of his first aids, but could have taken down AJ as well. So many speculations here and there, but it did come down to the circle, how it panned out. Enigma Gaming getting that northern side to themselves, ensuring they had the chicken dinner in the bags.
I mean, even for the Autobots, it was a good situation. However, they didn't capitalize on their movement early enough. Now, the finish to damage graph is up on our screens, and looks like, barring a couple, although everybody did get a taste of blood, I like how IE did 213 damage and they have 2 finishes. I mean, as Arca would love saying, it was clinical.
It indeed was. But, again, we had majority of the fights sort of breaking out in the boot camp only, right? One prime location. It was walkouts, WSF all along. Could really barely pay attention to what was happening other than that outside. But Retribution RTR was pretty decent too, right? I mean, getting 6 finishes over here. I think considering the situation they are in, this is something that they're going to take with open arms.
Well, speaking of the overall standings, Enigma Gaming are going to be climbing up, largely thanks to that chicken dinner they just secured in this game. They are going to be in the 5th, which means Hydra officials are going to fall down to the 6th. And another switcheroo coming, Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. They've been playing around with each other for a little while.
All right, now, considering the fact that it's the first page, we're kind of least concerned, right? I am at least, because I want to see all that havoc in that for the top 16, but...
Okay.
Okay.
We thought we might have a little bit of a switcheroo coming over here, but again, they all pretty much had a similar game if you think about it. So no shuffle over here, but what's going to be interesting is what's going to happen on the other page. Now, we expected Team INS to probably, break it into the top 16 because they were in the 17th if you last remember. Keep one thing in mind, 277 for blind, and well, and the 3rd page is coming up, 272 for Team INS, and not a single thing has stirred on this page as well.
All right. I mean, I'm kind of taken aback a little bit because, of course, it's been an amazing day for Team INS, but we still have to consider the fact that Team ACBC, they've been losing ground, right? 2 games haven't really gone their way. Even the same can be said for Team Blind. Of course, they're winning fights, but when it matters about those position points, where it is so crucial, that is something that they've been denied from. And Esports, while WSF has sort of been a steep fall for them. GOG, surely this was one of those games in Sanhok where they could have focused just on one thing, that is go for that healing battle, at least secure a 4th or 5th position, and you are good to go.
Again, for those healing battles, you need to make sure that your backpack is full with at least 25 to 30 first aids. So, when you have 6 or 7, sure, you are going to get a couple of position points, but if you want to make it till the end, if you want those big position point numbers coming in, you got to pretty much stock up, and that is what we did see coming in from Global Esports. But the fact was that he did go in for the finish. All right, I'll give it a little trade-off, right? Yeah. Maybe he could have gotten another position point for himself. But had it been something around the top 3 or whatever, that is where those points really come in handy.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, had that happened, it could have been a whole different case. But a Sanhok game, which I was expecting to be something familiar, like teams going for the healing battle, that is all it was. But now things have really gotten heated up. I'm getting excited for what's coming next.
Speaking of things getting heated up, we do have to thank our sponsors, iQOO and Loco. And when things do get heated up in the game, well, there's something that is going to make sure everything is nice and cool.
Watch it, earn it.
Again, that big question on everyone's mind, especially you and me, what are all of you waiting for? All you have to do is get onto Loco and start your esports journey now.
Now, watch, stream, play, repeat. And I like to add the little earn over there, because if you're good at that, I'm pretty sure you're going to land some juicy deals and make money while you are enjoying yourself, displaying your creativity to the world. But coming back to this matchup of Sanhok we've had, it was pretty eventful one. But Team Enigma did come out as the victors. But what I'm going to take from here is Team INS being really consistent throughout. Even GOG, not a really bad game for them. but Global Esports did come out swinging.
They did, in fact. They took the fight to blind at the beginning itself, which, of course, we are going to relive those moments because the highlights are popping up on our screens now. And, well, action did kind of start a bit slower, but I liked that the first few bullets were at the boot camp.
Oh, yeah, of course. Now, this
memories.
brings back memories because every time you tend to go to Sanhok, it is always about that boot camp fights, usually loaded with up a lot of teams. But this smoke making so much difference in that entire fight. Esports Walla just come charging in. And that is where I believe Bajwa should have held on to his horses, right? Should not have been taken down because had he been alive in that situation, could have really made such a world of difference. But RTR Retribution just pushing in. No fears for these lads out here and got the job done.
Right over here as well. Vixie was going to go in for the finish over there, but the moment the enemy comes out, he hits the deck, reassesses his crosses over there, and gets the better of both of them, as does Coops over here, finally making a couple of finishes for himself. Now, Vixie was completely caught off guard. He thought his back was secure. Again, in the map of Sanhok, you always have to be looking around because out of the blue, someone is going to pull out a little bit of a Shroud moment.
Oh yeah, I mean that has been happening a lot of times, right? Especially when you tend to prolong the fights. That Walkouts and Esports Walla WSF fight we had it extended a little bit further. Team Enigma was anyways going to strike and eventually did come out as the victors, but it did come at a price, right? Tanki, imagine the situation. He was just a lonesome player and took his team to potentially top 4.
He did indeed, and even though he did do that, right, he was still out of the blue. He was such a thorn in the side of Enigma, and had he got a second knock over there, our victors from the last game could have been wiped out. But again, as soon as he hit the deck, Evo had an idea where he was. There you have it. He's like, all right, buddy, I see you. You went down over there. You took down my teammate. I'm going to end your misery here and now.
Evo was such an amazing player in this particular map, right? Really holding on to his horses, not really overextending in that particular situation. But Autobotz, I think they had one thing on their mind, you know, have Fox going for the healing battle, leave Hell all alone. I mean, had those two players been there, could have, you know, fought for the trades, could have been their chicken dinner game. But Team Enigma, the moment they took that higher ground, the moment the circle sort of shifted away from Autobotz, that is where they knew the second one was incoming.
I liked how Crazy Soul from INS was about ready to throw a grenade, but the Fox comes in and strikes from behind, and he must be just, you know, like, oh, why did this have to happen right now? Because every single point for these teams is, of course, going to matter. But all in all, it was a Sanhok that we expected. Now, Team INS, right at the end over there, they had the man advantage, right? They were still a 4-man squad. The fact that they stayed at the edge of the circle was one of the reasons that, A, they couldn't really make a lot of moves. Had they gone up on the hill like what Thunky did, you know, coming from the right flank, it could have been a different story. But all in all, you know, you got to keep one thing in mind. Even for all us casual players out there, always assume someone is behind you.
Always, you know, every possible direction that you can pay attention to, and that is where the numbers really help you, right? If you have all 4 of your members alive, you have that 360-degree coverage for yourselves. But now we're done with Sanhok. You know, we're done over the hard part, you know, a map that every player kind of is scared of playing. But we've seen those insurance policies coming in lately. Thankfully, did not have Team Exo and Soul. Otherwise, the healing numbers would have been off the roof. But coming up
I'm
next,
surprised though.
Yeah.
We didn't even cross 10,000 as far as heals go because 24 were coming in from Global Esports itself. Of course, 6 over here, 10 over there, 6 over here again. It just doesn't make sense, but of course, it means that, you know, when all the fights were taking place, as soon as people were getting knocked out, we didn't really see a lot of assists coming in as well. So, all in all, I was kind of just flabbergasted by that little thing. But again, Sanhok is done and dusted with. I'm pretty sure all the players are going to be having a sigh of relief right about now.
And this is where Erangel comes up next. We still have the same order, right? Teams from groups A and B, they're going to be partaking in that. And, again, C has to be sitting this one out. Such an important game, especially like we've been talking about for ACBC, Retribution, RTR. Now, we've seen both these teams drop down south. Now, this is where I would really love to see a fight breaking out between themselves. But I think they've made peace with each other. One heads Nova, one heads military base. But the timings to get inside the circle, and especially INS looking over the bridge, that is the moment that I'm really excited for.
However, INS, yes, they are, you know, they have that little watchful eye over the bridge. They haven't really taken any fights at this moment because even these teams, as they are heading up north, right, they expect someone to be there. Now, suppose if INS is a bit closer on the houses either to the left or that little house atop that little cliff over there, and they set up a crossfire. That is something I want to see, and maybe, just maybe, this next game is going to have exactly that. But, you know, as you mentioned, I do like how ACBC, even our Esports and RTR in this case, they respect each other's boundaries, right? They're like, listen, guys, I mean, do you really want to do this now? Let's go and fight it out later on. The white flag and all that stuff.
The olive branch being raised out. You know, we both know that we're in troublesome situations. That's the last thing that we're supposed to do is engage in any sort of fights. But again, we've sort of seen the big teams also coming in, getting those chicken dinners. But eyes will again be on teams like GOG, teams like MG, as to how they're supposed to perform.
Well, we're going to find that out sooner or later because we are going to be heading in for a quick little breather. Of course, Fixes and I will take a little sips of water because we do need that. So for now, you all go and refresh yourself, but as well, get yourself a few drinks because we'll see you in about 5 minutes.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game leader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant Zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know, even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Well, welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. We promised you the break is going to be a short one, and well, here we are. My name, of course, is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by XP, and with me is the son himself. You know him better as Arka. Arka, buddy, Sanok, again, you know, it's the same kind of story, you know, the circle is going to be the biggest game changer. The circle is the one that comes in and throws those curveballs, and everybody's plans are out the window. But Enigma finally getting another chicken dinner?
No, this is where I said, right, the teams who were not able to perform in the first two matches finally come out to perform over there. But one team which is actually standing out today for me is the side of Team INS, you know. Every single match they're trying to perform, make sure that they get an average, which is more important for them in every single game. So, yeah, you know, if I have to speak about one other team, probably it would be side of Blind, who get an opportunity all the time.
Well, we're going to talk about that later, as we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And once again, it is going to be Group A going up against Group B. Now, the interesting thing is, for now, it is going to be a little bit of a chance for Retribution for a few of these teams. But before we get into all the action, once again, you know that there was somebody special here in the studio. Of course, I consider him as one of the pioneers of esports in our country. I'm talking about none other than 8-Bit Thug, and of course I have the pleasure of having him in the studio with me. You're going to see him in just a few seconds. Thug, before I start anything, how are you doing today, bud?
Absolutely fine, actually. I mean, like, we are sharing the
it's been a
desk
long
after
time.
long time. I mean, like, last was, I think, 2 years ago, and it's always pleasure being with you.
It's a pleasure being with you as well. Now, of course, as I did mention, you know, you are one of the pioneers of this esports business. So you have an idea as to what all new teams, what all new players are going to be making a mark on the community. Now, I'll just throw a couple of names. BB Scream, for example, is one of those lads who shows a lot of potential.
Right.
How do you go around surveying what is going to be good for you?
I think, you know, definitely this stats numbers, BB Scream, I think it's top 6 fragger right now. At least he was until the end of the yesterday. It definitely, you know, this people come into spotlight for people like us or maybe our managers who are trying to scout players. To be honest, when we talk about newer players, until unless we are able to make a mark at such level, it does not really matter to the top tier 1 teams. I mean, like, it becomes very difficult to judge someone on one game performance that might happen in round 1, round 2 or round 3 or 4. I think these are very stressful leagues, and when you come out as a player for the longer duration, you know, playing for straight 20 days and trying to get those numbers and going against the best players from T1s, like the invited teams, I think these are the players who definitely teams should look out for, and they look out for them. I think that's the reason you see players getting swapped really fast to tier 1 teams from the newer teams.
They never really stick together. So basically what you're saying is, since everyone does have some gunplay and all that, you are looking at the mental aspect as well, whether they can do well under pressure, because, well, once you do pick them up, you know, they have a lot of pressure on themselves. So how do you guys go about that? Just make them play more often?
Yeah, I think it depends. Just like, you know, I think it's more of the job of the manager and the scout who really goes ahead and sees that are the, you know, getting frags is not one thing, but, you know, being able to gel up with the team, I think this is a prospect that majority of the teams are looking for. You know, I think players have become experienced enough to judge by the look of the play style that will the player be, you know, will he be able to accommodate with us or not. So I think it's not only about the frags. I think it's a lot of group discussion that actually leads to selecting a player here on.
Again, these little insights, everything that 8-Bit Thug is about. Once again, thank you so much for being over here. We're going to head over to a quick little promo video, How to Slay Your Dragon. You know, we always say one thing, that it is a team game. Of course,
Yeah.
you have your 4 players that are going to be going in and taking those fights. But behind all these players, you have all these teams of management, right? As the Thug rightfully said, you have your managers, you have your scouts, and it is pretty much their headache to see if one of the new up-and-coming professionals in this game can really make it to the big, because it's all about that pressure on your shoulders, which can either weigh you down or propel you to go even further.
No, at the same time, most of these players will be looking out for the big orgs to give them opportunities, right? Before we speak more about that, we're able to see that Zoro will be coming in for the place of Legend. And will he be living up to the mask of Zoro? Is going to be the next big question. Yeah, exactly. But yes, again, speaking of which, you know, there are big TOs which will be looking out for these players. And once they get in over there, the confidence boost will also be something which will be playing a part of how they're playing or the play style is in the game itself.
And speaking of a confidence boost, we have something special for you guys watching as well. Remember, check the link down below and make sure you predict which team is going to be coming out on top as far as points are concerned on their day. Make sure you also type a lot of hashtags, and you know, who knows, you might just be walking away with some BGMI merch. And speaking about giveaways, that is not all we're giving away. 10 iQOO Neo 6s are up for grabs, but how do we do that?
Guys, you have to head on to the BGMI Esports channel or Battlegrounds Mobile India Esports channel. Over there in the chat, there's got to be a pin, you know, link which is going to be running with the chat itself. Make sure you click on that. You'll be going to a specific page where it'll lead you to, you know, 1 subscribe and 1 follow to the socials of the specific esports channel. So once you complete that, you're going to be redirected back to the link itself, where you'll have to fill in your name and your address to make sure that we all know to send this beautiful device, whom to send this beautiful device to.
Of course, and as you said about socials, you know, do subscribe on YouTube and follow us on Instagram if you want to be in the know, because the winners are going to be announced on the last day. That is going to be the 12th of June. So you have to stick it till the end and keep trying every single day, because who knows, maybe Lady Luck might just be shining down on you. As of course, this gentleman over here just makes the studio a bit brighter every time you come in. But now, buddy, Erangel, Group A and B, what are we in for?
A lot of changes in the overall points table is what I would like to say, because just imagine they have 4 more games tomorrow and they're left out with just another 2 games, you know, to be specific, for one specific team, and 3 games for the other. So coming back over here, A is going to be coming back in, right? From here on, they're going to have continuous matches. So they want to build that momentum in such a way that an average of 10 in every single game, getting 20 points continuously, is going to help them a lot in the overall points table.
It is going to indeed, which means, well, it is time for us to go. And although Sunday is still a little far away, we are going to have a look at what's happening in the church here. Now, this was where we did see action break out yesterday.
Yep.
Team INS, they had every single thing in their favor. However, they let it slip through the cracks of their fingers.
Oh yes, ACBC, I mean, it's just that the zone did favor them. Just in case the zone had actually shifted towards the side of church, the story would have been so different. But at the same time, the Opal Fields of Ghatka has turned out to be one of the most important places for you to hold, right? Because one thing I believe, you know, Team Soul is able to dominate in the map of Erangel is because they know the terrain so well. They exactly know how to traverse through those haystacks, through those dunes, get into a hard cover and take the fight. In case the final circle, where I strongly believe this time is going to be heading on to, I believe the story is going to be way too different for the new teams.
Luckily, with all those hay bales lying around, the thing is, I do believe they have a little foundation of concrete, because no bullet is ever going to come through. However, grenades could be flung on the other side. But for now, the green, luscious fields of Erangel are going to be turning bloody red real soon. But before all the... I just love this line, I know I overdo it a bit, but before the death and destruction visitors, we are going to have a look. Now, this spot isn't ever hotly contested, because one of the big dogs always love dropping down. Either it's going to be Global Esports or it's going to be OR. But the thing is, Global are now going to be heading to Rozhok, because FS Esports are not going to be playing this time around. Well, all our speculations are going to be left aside, as once again, we are going to be flying high above the forests and all that beautiful greenery down below, and looks like we are kicking things off at Lipovka and ending things at Northern Georgia.
Now, this is where the flight path is almost going to the center of the map, right? Again, those teams will be choosing to choosing to go to the southern side of the map, towards the side of military base, will have a long journey up ahead of them. But whereas the circle, is it still going to betray everybody else and go into the southern side of the map?
do.
I just hope so. But at the same time, let's not forget Goblin, one of the top fraggers in this game. I know OR Aditya has come down to the second spot because Goblin tends to dominate with the least number of matches given to him, and that's why I believe he's on the top with the kind of damage he's been dished so far. But Aditya crossing the 50-pointer shows that he's not far away from hitting the 100 as well.
Just think about it. I mean, in game 1, Goblin had 5, where he hit the 100 mark.
Yep.
In game 2, he had 8. Maybe now he's going to go for those double-digit finishes because, of course, it is possible, and that is what Team Soul are going to try and do. They are just going to be on the prowl. Of course, this tournament is all about the pros being on the prowl, which means, well, Team Soul definitely fit that bill very nice. But the thing is, all right, where do you think the circle's going to form? Let's just call it out.
Quarry.
Quarry. All right, I'm going to pick something around prison or the mansion. Now, let's see who's going to be right. I guess we do have, well, you are out. I'm kind of right over here, but I like it. It's going to be a northern shift, and I want to see something around Severny this time.
Oh yeah, and it's high time we head on over there. But somewhere, I would want to see the dead epicenter of Stolber as well, right above the hill, where there are some domes, there are some broken walls behind which everybody can challenge one another. It's not going to be easy to toss grenades or go in for a frontal battle. But at the same time, let's not forget to see the map and show that shooting range, Severny and Stolber again abandoned, apart from the side of RTR trying to head in over there to pick up all those early loot.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case because, as is usual, like we said, us humans, we are creatures of habit. ACBC are going to try and pick up their vehicles and head down south towards the military base. Now, they do have a lot of time to come back in because they have a look at the circle as well, right? So they know teams like INS, maybe they're not going to be lying in wait for them when they do come in from the western bridge. The problem is, Milta always has a lot more teams as compared to the western side of this map. So this is the bridge that they least take, and again, it's going to be Bullet, who is going to be rattling off a few shots with that M4. However, all he's done is scare ACBC away, but the thing is, they were heading there anyway.
Now, one beautiful thing about the side of ACBC is this: no matter if the circle is going to stay in the main island or not, they still tend to go towards the side of military base because they know that they get the right kind of farming over there, right? To have the right kind of resources. Second thing, they know to traverse back. They know how to challenge off a bridge, bridge block. They know how to come back into the mainland in time is one thing which I love about them. The second thing is the side of GOG. Suddenly, all of a sudden, have you observed this one thing that Bullet is started to, take off that assaulter position, comes forward and tries to give that initial knocks?
I mean, he's got to live up to his name. He's got to do all the talking with his bullets, as is his name, like we just mentioned. But yeah, he is taking up that little role. But again, you got to keep one thing in mind, Arka.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to be able to take a fight every once in a while. So
yeah.
I like the fact that he is taking the initiative, as you said. But then again, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Blind Esports, Day 3, what are your thoughts?
This is the match which we'll have to look out for the side of Blind, because eventually Rage is literally going to be raged up at this point of time. The team is not able to perform with the best of their lineup, right? It's Deadpool, Williams, Rage and Shadow who have always come in and done wonders. But I do believe that, right now the position they're holding, it's just not pressurizing them to perform much better. But as, we all know, in the pressure comes the diamonds, and I just hope that Blind, who is already a diamond, shines on a little more brighter in that pressure.
Well, you mentioned it correctly. A lump of coal can either be a lump of coal, or if they come under pressure, again, that's what I was talking to Thug about as well, right? Because that is what these managers and that is what these scouts want to have a look at. Can they work under pressure? Because when you are making it to the big stages, as all these lads on our screens have, oh boy, I mean, it's not just the pressure from the organizations, it's not the pressure from their fans, it's the pressure to, basically achieve something and keep doing good every single time that comes from within. So as you said, either you can be left behind like a lump of coal, or you are going to be one of those big, beautiful diamonds. But for now, as is fashion in Erangel, nothing really opening up over here, but, sooner or later, teams are going to be congregating in on each other, and I'm sure shots are going to be fired. Now, we do have the minimap on display over here. Anything out of the ordinary here, Arka?
Now, since we can see that IE is gone towards the side of Georgia Pole, and we all know that WSF tend to go to the mountains as quickly as possible. ABCs, that's Autobotz rotation towards the western side of the map. How will they enter inside the circle? Will be one question which will be lingering in my mind. And also, let's not forget that nobody till now has chosen to go towards the northern island immediately as the circle has formed in. So early rotations, early rotation clashes is something I'll be looking out for.
But again, you know, the thing is, the fact is that this circle has been in play quite a long time, and even if it does tend to shift up north, a lot of teams have already kind of etched out their little paths as far as the migration is concerned. So, you know, a lot of teams are going to go over the fjord just west of Yasnaya, or they might even go straight from the Rozhok Bridge. Because, you know what, actually, I'm gonna take my words back. I want to see something happening in and around Rozhok this time around, because that area, especially, you know, we have that little river coming in. North, you have a few good points. South, you have a few good points. And OR Esports, well, they definitely have a few good points. Have a look at the damage, 50,510.
I mean, that shows the kind of aggression they're showing, right? And we all know the dominating map for them in this game itself is the map of Erangel. When you know that's the most number of match played is in the map of Erangel, that is where they want to come in and dominate. And I do believe that if they continue to play like this, they might be crowned champion. And let's not forget, there are other contenders who have suddenly started to wake up in the form of Blind, in the form of Global. So the finals, my goodness, is going to be a big, big kaboom.
Oh, it is going to be a big kaboom indeed. Enigma Galaxy up on your screens right now. 186 finishes for them. 43,209 points of damage. Now, they have a good time, right? They're going to be leaving the little haven of Lipovka and heading into the circle without anything pretty much in their way. Now, once again, we are going to see what's going to happen with the Autobotz, because chances are... No, so normally, Fixes and I were discussing this. I like the rotation. They'll go along the Western Highway. They might come where somewhere around Georgia Pole. But the thing is, since the circle is still, whoa, this is interesting. All right, I guess we're going to have to come back to that. Since the circle, again, still has the containers in, they probably have an idea that maybe IE are still going to be holding down the fort over there.
No, at the same time, I really did not put my attention as to how Joker got down. Probably it was the vehicle, or probably it's walkouts from far away. Look at that. Yes, it is walkouts coming in. Beard Baba from far away. This is where I believe walkouts have started to wake up from their slumber as the beasts are choosing to go in and take a fight. Eventually, retaliation is going to be coming in from the opposite side, as they don't know the team which they're taunting right now is Global themselves.
Well, it is a global esports team. They are global, and they are very well known locally over here as well. But again, see, Walkouts, if you want to make a name for yourself, Farka, you're going to have to grab the bull by the horns, and
exactly.
well, either you control it or you are taken down by it. So, speaking of a little squad face-off, are these other producers reading our minds right now? Because Global Esports and Walkouts are going up against one another, but elsewhere, it looks like finally, as predicted, INS this time around are going to be getting that aggression up a little higher. We did want them to, be a bit close to the bridge and basically set up a little bit of a blockade for whoever comes their way.
Now, ACBC on the other side eventually realizes that there's a retaliation coming in through the bridges, and that's why all the other three players are just going to wander off from there, come in from the other side, and that's going to be one of the most clever move and important for them. As we look at the instant replay as to see what happened so far, I know you would love to take this.
No, go ahead, because the thing is, I noticed something else. Of course, Capron is going to be taken down by his own device. However, OR Jelly is going to be taken down by Hydra Esports as well. And now the circle, as we had hoped for, kind of is going to be moving in and around the Severny Mountains. Now this is where all the teams, buddy, are going to be coming in, a kaleidoscope of color on your screens, and sooner or later, I want to see some drive-bys. I want to see some teams being run over. I want to see some vehicular manslaughter.
Now this is what I said, right? Late rotations where eventually you're going to be tagging out one another as you make it inside the circle. Everybody wants to be a part of that Severny. Everybody wants to be the king of the hill next to Severny itself, as Abrar at this point of time will be resorting to that small shelter area, underground area next to shooting range, where they would want to hold this ground for a really long time, because we have seen few teams who hold this spot over here as the circle is going to be shifting towards Severny tend to get more finishes because they have access of the view in front of them.
Well, of course, the bunker down below does have a lot of loot up for grabs as well. But the thing is, we've seen a few teams dig their own graves, and that is some nice driving skills over there. As I do believe Mr. Spray is going to be the one who's like, hey, boys, I got this. I'm going to be the one who takes it down, because the others aren't going to be in a position. I like what they're doing. They're making sure they reverse their cars in, because once they need to make a hasty retreat, boy oh boy, it's going to be like a scene out of a movie as 3 vehicles shoot out instantly, and well, whoever is going to be shooting at them is going to be in a bit of a predicament. Speaking of predicaments, we did kind of think that, you know, Autobotz are going to take that western highway, but he's got to heal himself.
Now, at the same time, you see the way he's driving. It looks like he loves car racing. You know, he's drifting his way through those turnings rather than going straight, and I love that, you know. But at the same time, they're coming in closer towards the side of IE as well, right? Autobots trying to take that highway yet again, not expecting the side of IE to be holding that ground. But let's not forget that BB is also pretty much holding the other bridge, which is later coming into the picture to the western side of shooting range. So those corners are the places which Autobots have to look out for, or IE right now making a lot of ruckus, giving out the information to the Mr. IGL of Autobots.
Now this is what homework is all about. Now Initiative Academy, again, we already know they're not going to be, they are going to be, they still have a massive chance, right? But they want to make sure they get a bit aggressive. They know from time in and time out that the Autobots are going to be coming this way. Now, DG, he does have 3 first aids on him. He still has another energy drink, which means the blue zone isn't really going to be that problematic at this moment. Have a look at the circle. As the remainder of Autobots are going to be coming up and assembling with their teammates, Blind is going to be on a massive rotation, in fact, coming just south of Stolber, and might catch teams like Nigma Galaxy or even GOG by surprise.
Now, this is where I would like to say the circle is going to pay the crucial point, right? We can see that the drop is happening right to the dead center of the map, where we can expect the circle to just shrink in towards itself. But let's not forget that the western side of the map, which is completely empty, has a lot of space for the teams to rotate around and take that position. But at the same time, GOG, I believe, is in the right corner of the map. You know, not expecting them to get a backstab from the side of Stolber will be something, and also having a little bit of hard cover to look out people in the front. Perfect location.
Look at the resilience of Initiative Academy. They know they still have something to fall back on, but the Autobots are being really, really careful about it as well. They are making sure that everything is going to be scouted out. Everything is going to be checked, as Blazy is going to be on his stomach. Oh, baby. Once the Autobot starts rolling in, chances are shots are going to be fired, and the question is when, because you don't want to start firing at the first vehicle, right? Because it gives your game plan away. They are going to get ready.
Oh, this is
IGL. He's going to be coming in, and they are going to let him go past. But now this is where the shots might be fired. There you have it. There is going to be a little bit of spam overhead, but unfortunately for them, they haven't got a single one yet, as he finally is taken down.
Now, eventually, this is what I say, good things come for those who wait, and IE were actually waiting it out. They were expecting for the opponents to actually make that mistake and eventually capitalize. And yeah, ambush will be the perfect word, as they capitalize on one finish for themselves, which is more than enough, right? Immediately get inside the circle, try to create the second ambush, try to strategize against the side of Autobots is what I would do if I was in the place of Initiative Academy.
Well, right now, the thing is, Global Esports' Joker is going to throw a massive grenade. Azar was almost taken down, but he does have a sliver of HP, but now Manya comes in from their side and is going to blow him to smithereens. This is going to be a bit of an oopsie, as we did expect these two big boys to lock horns. Now, OR Esports, they do have one man in the building. Elsewhere, looks like MG are taking a fight with GOG. But for now, one of our leaders as far as frags go has a lot of work cut out for himself. He is going to be shot at. In fact, he's going to be taken down because AJ was in the right position, but Ronnie just blew his teammate up.
Now, this is where, you know, OR is kind of very vulnerable, right? I know the last player wouldn't want to come in and take this fight, but rather tuck his tails and run away, and that's what's happening on the minimap. But let's not forget, BBs are the opportunists in this game. They want to come in and dominate when the time is right. Probably they heard all these commotions. They're just waiting for the side of GE to come out, and once they come out, I believe they're going to strike really hard against them.
Well, that is, of course, a good game plan, but they've got to be careful because the moment they'll let loose a few shots, well, the attention inadvertently is going to be turning in on them. Now, Atanki, once again, I think this has been almost 3 games in a row where he's been the last man standing for OR Esports, and I guess he's just going to keep his distance for now because, as you mentioned, you know, a lot of other teams might have the same idea as well. But for now, he's going to make sure he just gets as much information, and if they get in one vehicle, that is when this man is going to strike.
At the same time, somewhere when I saw the mini-map and he was trying to traverse around, I thought he was trying to fall back. But look at the guts. He's trying to, make sure that he does strike a fear in the hearts. There it is. A revenge being taken. At least one finish is what he's looking out for. But eventually falls back and tries to come in from a different angle. Try to finish that off. But 4 other people on the other side will be watching out for him. Again tries to space it down as eventually Joker is going to retaliate against him. And the perfect person to be standing over there because his crosshairs are hot.
The crosses are definitely hard, but now he knows exactly when to back off because Mania was getting just a bit too close for comfort. And you do not want to be in the range of those grenades. The circle, again, is still going to have a couple of seconds before we do implode in, but have a look at that. So IA, they're going to make it into the circle, but they're going to be hitting INS head on. And, well, the Autobotz, although they did lose one of their members, is going to be taken down. It looks like a fight is going to break out. INS against IE, as expected, as Loki is going to be brought down with some precision shooting coming in from Joker. That grenade looks good. However, Team INS reacted to it in the nick of time.
No, at the same time, Joker needs to stay alive, right? One of the key players where this is where I would want somebody like Billion to go forward, get that information perfectly. And eventually Joker is going to be like, I'm going to show you why I'm the assaulter. Eventually rushing in, finding the person in his crosshairs, but it's going to be Blazy on the other side thinking otherwise, falling flat on his belly.
Well, he is going to fall flat as Joker is going to hit the deck as well because looks like shots are going to be coming in. That was a massive, massive grenade, but somehow Blazy is still alive and kicking. The question is, can he survive this next one? It does look good. Might just be a bit too long, but it is going to be perfect because he couldn't patch himself up, and well, the shrapnel is going to do its damage. Grenades are going to be flung at every single possible direction, and this is where he gets in a vehicle. In fact, he might go for a massive levitation as that Scar Rail is going to be letting loose. They are going to be getting everything they have, and now INS are going to be on a little bit of a rampage. 3 finishes for himself already. And Phobic, well, he is living his nightmare right now. A little bit of a phobia for himself.
Obviously, I mean, the kind of push which comes in from the side of INS, and I love the carpet bombing as eventually they started to throw grenades and capitalized on it as well. WSF in a very, very bad position as Evo gets run over. It's going to be important for them to avoid everything else, but Rex also gets taken down. Again, Avi at this point of time have a lot of job to do as if he's going to be pushing in as the perfect angle, a little bit of a ridge to work around it as well. Let's see whether it's going to be lofting off a grenade. No, it's going to be a molly, the perfect one to put a fire trap, lure everybody out, and that is where he's going to be using his guns as well, as a lot of damage being dealt, and from far away, someone else puts him down.
Well, Jackson is going to put him in his place, and now Eggy is going to be the last man standing for Enigma Gaming. He does have a grenade in his hands. He has been spotted out. He might just throw it, but the thing is, they've got nothing to lose right now. But before he could do that, boom, and there you have it. He's going to be taken out elsewhere. INS are going to be taken down. Well, I like this. Hydra official knew that there was a fight going over there, and now a grenade is going to be flung. Luckily for WSF, they know they have to move, but now, look at the way they are coming in. Pav is going to take a tremendous amount of damage, which means he needs to patch himself up. Dynamite is going to be on one side. Jackson goes on the flank. Unfortunately, Basra is going to make sure he gets not one, but 2 of them down onto their knees. It is going to be a 2-on-1 situation over here. Basra and Curran up against Dynamite, but the question is, he's going to get shot at from elsewhere, and this has become a little bit of a house of death.
Now, at the same time, Curran knows the information, but somewhere far away, it's going to be blind striking them off. I think Hydra just got the taste of their own medicine, where they were trying to take down another team, come into the same position, eventually get taken off. Look at how much blessing amongst all these things WSF have faced. They've got 5 finishes for themselves, and they'll have 3 men standing. And I do believe from here on, it's all placement point for them, which they have to concentrate on.
But now, their victory is still short-lived because yet another team is going to be coming down to this haunted house. Can they pull off another miracle? Abrar is going to go on, but Curran's like, you know what? Nah, I've had enough of this. I am out of here. Leaving Bajwa all to his lonesome as he is going to be taken down. Possibly not the best decision. Maybe they could have stuck it out because from elsewhere, shots are going to be fired by the way of Team Blind. And there you have it. That is going to be it for Esports Walla WSF. Not a bad outing. 5 finishes for them. But boy, oh boy, the amount of bodies littered around this house, they might as well make it a cemetery.
Now, at the same time, Atanki, the last man surviving, will have to face a 1v2. We all know he's capable of doing it, but eventually makes a mistake of changing his gun rather and has to pay a hefty price. But you were right. That house has become the house of death, where a lot of teams have coming in and just giving up their lives. We all know Blind was already having their view, their scopes towards the side of the very house where Walkouts was standing as the circle shifts away from that place. A little bit of a breather for the side of WO to slowly make it inside the circle. But for now, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy versus INS.
Well, smoke screens are definitely going to be deployed, trying to obscure the vision of the enemy, because the problem over here is INS are inside the circle. I'm going to hold my thought because RTR is going to be taking on the wrath of Dionysus and his fellow members. Now, GE are going to be in a good spot as well. You can have a look at how they are spread out. Nothing out of the ordinary for now, but Chonu, his position is going to be a little oblivious to Path Killer, and I think he has an idea that someone could be coming in from this side. But the problem is, have a look at your minimap. So many teams are going to be right next to each other. I'm talking about Big Brothers, I'm talking about RTR, and of course, Team MG. The Lance on your screen now, but Don does spot something in the difference as Walkouts Mr. Spray is the only one so far who is trying to find a little bit of footing in this next zone.
Now, where we look at the right side of our screens, where we're able to see how many teams are absolutely alive at this point of time. Who are gone, WSF gone, Hydra gone, but we can see that WSF and Hydra have got at least 5 points for themselves. But let's not forget GOG with 0 finishes for themselves, have just one last man standing. Leader yet again is going to be that person. For now, Dottie is going to be cooking up a grenade. Beast has already got down with the first one. The second one, the follow-up one, is not connecting well, but the Molly will be doing a bit of a damage.
It does do some damage indeed, and it looks like Scream is having a few different ideas. He does have the Car 98 in his hands. His HP is going to be a bit too low as Duty. Oh boy. He's going to try and get as close to his prey as possible. RTR are looking good because they want to make sure they snuff the lights out as another grenade goes off, courtesy of Coops. And once again, Beas is going to be dropped down. Now Hellguard is going to try and get a little bit of a TP.
Oh, nice!
He spots him out, but Duty is going to make sure Scream goes down, but Duty is taken down instead. But here comes the cavalry. Coops is going to switch his weapons. It is going to be a 3-on-1.
Oh!
He gets taken down, but he is going to be burnt to a crisp.
Now look at who has put that, Molly over there. It's going to be the Beast, the last man standing. Wanted to do another one yet again, but way too late as RTR also gets wiped up, all thanks to the side of GE, who's been the opportunist every single time they've come in. They've dominated on the team which is holding a specific corner and picked up all those finishes for themselves. But eventually now they'll have to look back immediately to the other side of the map where Marcus Gaming versus the side of Blind is also taking place, and Nigma Galaxy versus INS. Look at that buggy, butts in the air, and it's still trying to get into the ground.
It is, but again, it is going to be a bit problematic over here for INS. And you're right, it's not Bias, it is Beast OP from BB, who was finally taken down, but now Dreams. Can he finally live up to his name? He does throw a grenade. Unfortunately, it isn't going to connect with Shane just yet. Now I do hear vehicles in the distance. There you have it. The cavalry is going to come in. One of them is going to go down. It's going to be MJ on the other hand, who is going to get the first knock between Shane. Last man standing for his team. He's got everybody coming in. He does spot them. The smoke isn't going to steal their vision. He tries to duck and weave and bob, but unfortunately, that is going to be it for the boys from Team INS.
Now, Nigma Galaxy on the other side have also started to be on the defensive side, right? So, Gusty will be looking out for Ronnie on the upper ground. We all know it's a very, very wrong idea to take an uphill battle, which is very hard to be won. But ultimately, Gusty without Uzi, still waiting for Ronnie to make one small mistake. But ultimately, the smoke is going to allow him to relocate from that location. But let's not forget, Global Esports not only spread out perfectly, also have a hard cover. But what they're forgetting right now is they're outside the circle.
They are outside the circle, and speaking of the circle, there you have it. You can have a proper idea as to where your teams are, as the Autobotz are going to be rolling in a bit hard. However, they are going to be in a valley of death situation because they're going to be fired upon from every single direction. And I do see a couple of DTs on the hands of Nigma Galaxy, and within the blink of an eye, like expected, the Autobotz, well, they did roll in. However, they were in a little bit set, but now it's the same thing for Team Nigma Galaxy as MJ is going to be taken down as Blind Esports. They are trying to give it everything that they have, but this is where Global Esports also from behind could be playing a little bit of spoil for Rage, raging away with his AK, but finally is taken down.
Now it's not going to be a problem for them, right? They have hard cover as well, but MG on the other side and GE is also coming into the fray. This is where Blind Esports has become the sausage in the hot dog from every look and corner. Shots are going to be connected towards them. Deadpool is still trying to survive amongst the smokes as Vexy comes in with that vehicle, puts him down as well, as Vexy could be the next man getting taken down with a sliver of HP. Well, survives that.
He does survive that for now. However, he's got to make sure he patches himself up before he even thinks of going in for the revives. But this is where Global Esports, they're going to be coming in a bit too hot to handle. But the problem for them is Team MG on the other side are going to make sure that Wixie gets that little bit of cover that he needs. But He is, of course, going to be hungry for those finishes. He is going to throw a few grenades. He's got to be wary that Blind Shadow is going to be nearby. In fact, his position is definitely being given away. This grenade is going to be a bit short as well, as, of course, Blind is still a bit behind that massive boulder over there.
Now, Manya on the other side has come back perfectly behind and making sure he tags off Shadow. There it is. A perfect scope coming in exactly to the position where the man was lying down. And eventually another finish for the side of Global. Could be the, I think this is the third or the fourth squad they're eliminating outside the game itself. But at the same time, 35% chances for them with the circle. They're not to their favor. What do you think? They can take this home?
Well, if you have a look, they have a massive mountain in the middle, right? And it is going to be a king of the hill situation. But for now, it is Wixie who is going to be in a good spot. But oh, Bed Baba has an idea. Someone could be behind him in the smoke. And well, when grenades go off close by, of course, that is going to be an affirmation. Now, Nigma Galaxy, they do have two members still alive and kicking. They are rather spread out just a little bit. As I mentioned, Wixie in the center and his teammate just a bit on the periphery. But again, it is going to come down between Team MG and Global Esports for now, who are slowly but steadily inching their way into the zone.
Dionysus, I mean, he's got the deadly AUG, right? We have spoken about this before. The fastest gun in the map of Erangel at this point of time will be looking out on every look and corner, trying to attain as much information as possible without high ground advantage. But on the other side, Wexie's presence is not being known by most of these players. I know that, Deadpool had given out the information to his teammate, but that was a complete other team altogether. But GE on the other side, we can see Ronnie and his teammate also trying to inch their way inside the circle. The team to spread around in this real estate obviously will be rewarded with that winner chicken dinner.
Now, what Global Esports have to keep in mind is, well, of course, they can go in for those knocks on the members of Max, and unfortunately, he is going to be finished to the Max as well, because, well, Global Esports, again, a four-man squad, all the numbers are going to count for. However, they've got to be careful. I was just going to bring this up. Their flanks are secure, as Dawn is going to be brought down, but now Ghosty is going to take the fight right to them. He does take one member down, but Joker is going to have the last laugh, as now Dionysus is going to be the last man standing, or rather, well, I like that. Get
Yeah,
to the bush,
exactly.
and then I'll pick you up. So again, there might just be a two-man squad. Global Esports looking to run away with this chicken dinner.
Now, I really love the efforts coming in from the side of Beard Barber, right? He's trying to survive from a corner, be as silent as possible. I don't think I detected a bag, on his backpack. And I do believe that, it's important for him to, go ahead and try to be as safe as possible. But on the other side, Dionysus is also going with the same kind of idea. Don't have a backpack and be visible to the enemy's crosshairs.
Well, right now, it is going to be a snake affair over here. Maybe you get your little snake charms out and play a nice little tune. Maybe they might just get up, or you let your bullets do all the talking, as Beard Barber's position could have been given away. But again, being careful, because you want to make sure the moment they fire those shots, that is where teams like Global Esports, who, by the way, right now are on a 2-2 split, and rightly so, they want to cover as much ground as they can, are going to be coming in from the south, pretty much trying to choke out Team MG, who still, yes, they are a two-man squad, but they've got to be careful, because position points is what a lot of these teams are going to be playing for.
Now, this is where I want to begin a phrase, right, which says, my enemy's enemy is my friend. And that is what teams would learn to do. Allow the other two to fight out, and when the time is right, come in and strike, as Nigma Galaxy is in the center of attraction for all these bullets to come in their way. But at the same time, Beard Baba will be one person who might come in behind Wexie and hold it off. And once Wexie loses his life, that is where he would like to come and hold off to the very rock which he is holding right now.
I like how he's making sure he deploys smoke to basically just kind of confuse Global Esports, but I wonder if he's going to look over his right shoulder, because if he does, there you have it. From one end, Dionysus is coming in, and Beard Barber, although he does have a couple of first aids, he's got to be quick about it, because the circle is going to go in. Unfortunately for him, his life is going to be snuffed out, which means 3 teams remain. And now Dionysus, he has an idea what the enemy is. His teammate MG Don has been brought down in the hail of bullets, and before he could do anything, he was spotted out, and Ronnie is going to make sure he pays him pay for that mistake. And now all 4 members are going to be hitting Wixie with everything they've got, and Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are going to be your winners here in Erangel. I wonder if somebody once again is going to be silencing all their enemies.
No, that's not going to be the case. But look at the enjoyment. He's literally taking that, camera and showing how much of pressure is not there inside that room. Because when you perform well, do the heavy lifting in the beginning itself, that is where it happens. What did you witness?
Oh, they just smacked their thigh, just letting them know that, hey, we're the boys over here, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment, powered by Loco, and, well, the points speak for themselves. Global Esports, of course, the chicken dinner was in their hands, but 13 finishes is going to be something that other teams are going to vie for.
Oh yes, and at the same time, let's not forget that Marcus Gaming, look at that 10 possession points yet again, going back to the old ways of only playing for possession points rather than playing for, finish points, eventually awarded with 12 points for themselves. Walkouts are going to be coming in, they're going to be playing for possession points, as well as one last person who was actually surviving over there, Beard Baba, was able to bring it 8 possession points, a total of 11 for them.
But now, this is going to be a bit tough. I kind of feel like it is going to be someone from Global, of course, so maybe Team INS, but someone is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And, well, let's have a look and see who it's in. It is going to be Manya from Global Esports. 4 finishes, 5 assists, buddy, and 755 points of damage.
Not clinical, but he's done the job for the team, right? It supported every other single player in the team. But at the same time, the top 5, I think, will be again dominated by the side of Blind Esports. At least 2 players over there, and one of at least Blind coming in, because they were striking from the top of the hill to every single team which was trying to go to that house of death.
Well, of course, let's see if that's going to be the case, but it is going to be Shadow who is going to join us as the top 5 leaders are popping up, and all but one member from Global Esports is going to be left behind. We have Manya, we have Joker, and we have Ronnie, because, well, AJ did his job. However, he just had 2 finishes to himself. Hydra Jackson also having a good time over there. Again, we talked about the House of Death, that haunted little house atop that hill. Oh boy, people are not going to be forgetting this match anytime soon, as of course now we're going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as the match summary is popping up on our screens.
Now 57 finishes for 56 knocks. And finally people are able to convert this, but 42 assists comes in over there, shows that most of them wanted their foeman standing inside the final circle. 2 vehicle finishes, one amongst which we did witness coming in from the side of Nigma, but just 2 grenades is something which I'm disappointed with.
2 grenades, of course, they let the bullets do all the talking, as we are going to be moving on to the FD graph. And speaking of letting bullets do all the talking, Team MG, although they just had 2 finishes, buddy, have a look at that. They have the second highest damage, 1383 points to be exact, and, well, Global, of course, are going to be leading the charge with 2,126.
Clinical is what I would like to call yet again for the side of Global, but on the other side, INS were even more clinical with just 977 damage for 8 finishes, making sure both the graphs are touching each other to the closest. But on the other side, Autobotz yet again, dishing a lot of damage, could only convert 1 finish for themselves. GOG on the other side, 0 damage with 0 finishes, but Leader did survive until the 6th position to get around 4 points for the team.
Well, now let's have a look and see what that does to the overall standings, because Global Esports are definitely going to be climbing a bit higher. They are now in the 5th position, and in fact, Enigma Gaming and Hydra are going to slip down 1. But again, this is all, we take this for granted, because these teams are definitely going to be making it to the top 16 in the finals. However, it gets interesting once we start having a look at page 2 and page 3.
Yep, absolutely. And this is where I want to compare this table to how it started off today, right? Because we all know there were several teams and it was a very, very close call from the 14th position itself. As we head on to the other side, let's look at the highest number of winner chicken dinner coming over here. OR Esports already come in over there. 250 points is what they've crossed when it comes to finish points itself. Shows that one of the dominating teams over here knows exactly where to place themselves in the map.
Absolutely, but now let's have a look and see what's going to happen over here, because there should be a little bit of a shuffle. There you have it. Blind Esports are going to be climbing to the 13th position with 288 for themselves, 1 point ahead of FS, who are going to be in the 14th, and Team INS, there you have it. We did expect, a couple of good games from them is something that is going to propel them to the top 16, and that little comeback was already something that we had kind of speculated and actually hoped for. But now, buddy, 280 is where ACBC is at. Now, as we go to the 3rd page, I wonder what the difference is going to be, and, well, they are going to share with the Team Kinetic, which means, again, I love the fact that, from the 13th till even now, well, the 22nd position, everything is still up for grabs.
Absolutely. GOG on the other side with 267, 3 points away from the side of Walkouts. Walkouts 10 points away from the side of Kinetics. So I do believe that, you know, that fight is gonna even get intense as the few maps are gonna be left out for the day. And MG on the other side, look at that, 256 out of nowhere. Just one good game coming back. Everybody have played 43 maps over here except for the side of Team Kinetic, 42, and there were several others above who have still not played their other maps. So that shows that they can again outnumber all of these teams and put the table like how it was from the beginning of the day itself.
Well, of course, they are going to give it them all because except 1 or 2 games today for the teams, you only have 4 more in store for you on day number 4. And after that, unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to 8 teams. And you want to make sure that you are not in that bottom 8 segment. But again, all in all, it was a lovely game of Erangel. But Global Esports, they definitely dominated, right? The positioning around the map was something that was a key moment, a key thing for me to witness. But for now, once again, a massive shout out to BGMI Crafton for making all of this possible. And of course, our lovely sponsors in the form of iQOO and Loco. And you know what time this is. We're going to have a look at the video, which of course is self-explanatory.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, what are you waiting for? I think I already know the answer because before they start their journey on Loco, they need to get themselves a couple of decent devices. And look no further because we have you covered because the iQOO Neo 6 is everything that you need. 90 FPS, buddy, in BGMI.
And also 80 watts charging, which you also need every time you're playing your device. As soon as it's full of juice, that is where you're going to be hitting the stream as well. But let's not forget that, you know, Loco is also there, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of the largest gaming platform in the country and in the south of Asia itself, you know, hands down. But at the same time, let's not forget that you can get some UC for yourself. What you have to do is get down to the link below in the description and you'll be hitting on to where you'll be going towards the side of Loco. A small quiz over there and you'll be getting some UCs for yourself from Loco themselves.
But now, let's have a look and see at what all happened in the last game of Erangel. If you missed it, well, if you missed it, you better be here on time. But finally, we kind of did anticipate that for once, INS needs to set up a blockade. Now, they didn't get the entire team of ACBC, but they did get that one unlucky man.
Oh yes, but this was the fight which actually stood out for me. That one angle held by AJ through the windows, you know, that knock could have done a lot of things, but Atanki on the other side could have converted that, but eventually he did the best of what he could. INS Joker on the other side, one of the deadliest players, proved why this is where everything went down. Most of the teams went down.
Crafton, if you guys are watching, let's have a little cemetery popping up in this map as well. We've seen one in Miramar because have a look at how many bodies are going to be littered over here after this carnage. After all the smoke dissipates, well, nothing is going to stir, and this is just the beginning. We are going to have another couple of teams coming in. Of course, this side is self-explanatory, right? Now, when Hydra is going to be dealt with, because keep in mind, Blind was shooting at them for the distance, and of course, at the other end, WO finally comes in as well, and well, since Bajo was left all by his lonesome, since Karan was like, you know what, I've had enough of this, I am out. Maybe he was having a few haunting nightmares.
Obviously, because so much of fights, the resources, they were not able to pick up those resources. Yeah, they were not able to pick up the resources as well. On the other side, Doddy was doing wonders until when, you know, Hell got unleashed himself over there. But let's not forget that valiant effort of Doddy as well, because Coops from behind came in exactly when required, and the whole teamwork went into drains as it was the side of RTR with a perfect molly and then retaliation with the gun.
I'm sure no one's going to forget any of this, especially this game over here, because it was so entertaining as well, the back and forth going in between the teams, and then Global Esports just coming in and making sure they position themselves well, because again, you got to make sure you're in the right place at the right time, and well, that is where Baird Baba wasn't, because a fraction of a second more, and maybe he could have got a couple of more points for his team. But now at the end over here, poor old Wixie in such a risky situation. Unfortunately, you know, when 4 juggernauts are heading your way and they have momentum behind them, well, either you're going to be sent flying or basically just going to explode.
Since you've named juggernauts over there, I'm just wondering who would be the perfect person. You can't have Wolverine. Obviously, he's going to get churned. There was a special other lady who could, you know, eventually go inside the ground. Or I keep forgetting her name, but yes.
We'll bring that back up.
Obviously.
Of course, I'm sure all of you know what we are talking about as well. One of the biggest franchises out there. But, you know, the best thing is Kitty, because she used to walk through walls.
Yes.
Anyways,
Yes,
the thing is, you know, it was an entertaining game. But what I did kind of see was no out of the blue rotations this time. What I did like, though, was that little ambush that Initiative Academy had set up for the Autobotz, and maybe had to let a couple of cars go by, but that is where Autobotz was smart as well.
Yeah.
Because, again, the way they were coming in, they were anticipating, hey, someone's going to be playing spoil sport as far as our entry in the top 16 is concerned.
No, we all know that, you know, everybody are doing their homeworks, right? And that is where you have to be vigilant of wherever you're traversing. And eventually, IE on the other side, they were reading this rotation coming in from them every single time. They were just waiting it out. It's the trigger discipline again. If they had to hold on for 2 more cars to come in front of them and then try to retaliate. But still, you know, they did survive for a little bit longer. INS again putting out 9 points for themselves. Somewhere when we all felt that, you know, INS might get suppressed, continuously they're putting up 8 to 9 points and making sure that an average of 30 to 40 points by the end of the day, which is going to help them a lot in the overall points table.
Oh, absolutely, and it's already on display for all of us to see, because they have made it back to the top 16. And now the thing is, with only 5 games, I believe, in hand for them, if I'm not wrong. Let me just make sure I have my stats right. And yeah, I think they only have another game today, and then 4 on the next day. But, you know, that's going to be a talk for later, because now we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, which means I'm going to say bye-bye, and, well, a veteran himself, Fixes, is going to be where I am.
Oh, this is where BNC again come back into the fray. A lot of teams over here needs that winner chicken dinner to make sure that they seal themselves. Walkouts over here, ACBC, Marcus Gaming, Kinetic are over here. RD Sports pretty much safe, but still I would like to take their name. But let's not forget the side of FS also coming in. Again, going into the map of Miramar where they have UP50 and...
you know, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I've had enough of that. But yeah, that is pretty much, you know, inevitable.
Yeah.
But for now, I think we've got a few more teams to touch upon, right? Since it's B and C, I think we've got to pay some heed to ACBC Esports. Now, they've been one of those teams that did really climb the ladders yesterday. But today, they're somewhere stuck in the midlines.
Now, before we step into the map of Miramar, in the map of Erangel, there was so much for us to, you know, see. There was so much rotation clashes. Was it because of the late rotation which these teams chose on for from the main island? Everybody took off at the same time. Previously, we had seen that few teams going for early rotation, few teams going for late rotation. Was it that, you know, everybody had to go in together, and that is why there was so much of chaos in the map?
You know, I think 13 teams over here are under pressure, right? Everyone knows that one slip up and they might be missing out on the grand final. So everybody is cautious. Everybody knows that we've got to play safe, because everyone who tries to take on the center, and after that we get that little bit of a hard shift, that is where it all goes astray. So everyone kind of decides to play around the edges. Everyone realized finally the curveball has hit. That is where they decide to go in together. Little did they know that the other
few players in this game which I want to speak about, but before that we need to thank our sponsors, right? It's going to be iQOO smartphones coming up with a beautiful device especially designed for gaming and grinding. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to go check them out on Amazon. But as of now, we're going to have a beautiful promo about this device. Go please check that out, and let's not forget to say how to slay your dragon. 80 watt charging, 90 FPS, sample rating to perfection. What else do you need? Like, is there any other point where they left out?
Cascade cooling
875G,
system.
yeah, cascade cooling. I mean, we are saying you right. This is a beast for gaming itself. So, guys, it's already hit the market. It's on Amazon. Please do go check out before it goes out of stock. And the best of the prices already available over there for you guys. So, coming back.
Substitute time, and
Yeah.
we do have some big names shuffling here and there. It's an interesting one. Punk
Yeah.
being replaced, right? Snacks comes in into the phrase. So after a long time, we're gonna witness Immortal and Snacks playing in the same team.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think more than that, you've been loving your teams, you've been showing your support, and we love you back. A little bit of a gesture, merch giveaway out for you guys on the BGMI official esports channel. Support your favorite team, hashtag your favorite names, and click on that link. Fill it up only on the official esports channel. But for that, even we have something else for you, right? Loco, India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. That is where you gotta watch BGMI, because we are giving away free UCs. All you've got to do is, well, participate in that quiz. And not just that, that's where the love does not stop. 10 iQOO smartphones are up for grabs, and well, you have the pinned comment out there. Just click on it, and you might be lucky. You might have one of these bad boys in your pockets.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to get into the map and see those beautiful shots of the map itself, because over here, for all those people watching, it might look beautiful, but for the players, they get to witness a different angle on those topography, which they can actually learn and, kind of use it at their advantage. But yes, coming back into this, two different groups, the most important groups. And the reason why I say this is, if the teams over here, the top teams over here keep performing, that gives an opportunity for the other groups to actually climb up the ladder. What do you have to say about that?
This is one of the games I really want someone struggling to get a chicken dinner, right? This is one of the games where maybe I would like ace teams like ACBC, or maybe teams like MG or Initiative Academy to come out with flying colors, and the same can be said maybe for Team Kinetic. These are the teams that I have my eyes especially gazed at, because they are the ones who are under the hammer, right?
Yep.
They're the ones who are struggling over here. Few had good games, few had tough times, but we know what's gonna happen once we head in. The flight paths out there, it's some battle breaking out in Picard. I seem to wonder if there are gonna be any few changes.
I would not want changes at this point of time, because once you get to know that this is where the circle is forming, you know your mistakes, so you're going to rectify those mistakes, come in and dominate in a different way, and that is where you start learning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird has hit the sky, and this is where the final two maps of the day is going to be played, and after which every single team will have just 4 maps left out to prove themselves. That's going to be tomorrow.
Oh yeah. And let that moment sink in for once, because well, it's been a long journey, a month-old journey, finally coming to an end, where we'll have our top 16. But for now, this flight path trajectory is going to be causing so many heart attacks to so many of these players, especially the ones heading out north. But a few of them, especially like teams like EXO, they're not going to have any issues. But OR Esports, one of those teams that has still not yet found their grounds in week number 3. They're going to be dropping off at Puerto Paraiso. But my eyes are set out at how teams like MG, they're going to play in this one out.
They need to perform, right? Because they've not had the best of the time over here. I know that they've got an average of 120 points in the map of Miramar, which shows that, they are capable of getting that winner chicken dinner, or probably an average of 12 to 13 points for themselves. And we all know that once they start to do that with that advantage of one map not being played by them, it's going to be a very different story. But one thing which catches my eye all of a sudden is GOG MJ coming into the fraggers list over there on the 3rd spot with 18 finishes for himself. I wonder how he's made it so far.
I mean, at this point, well, GOG's MJ, this has been their map, right? Miramar has always been their strong suit. If you remember, even yesterday, he came in swinging, right? He was one of those players that never really backs off. And GOG have been pretty much alert today as well, coming in the first game of Miramar, just getting that chicken for themselves, the exact booster that they needed. But for now, all right, so UP50 seem to have backed out a little bit. They've learned the lesson the hardest way possible. And Team Soul finally get a time to breathe around, and they're going to be having that smiles, right? Especially twice was the number of times it took UP50 to realize that Team Soul is one of those teams not to be messed with.
No, they're not pretty far away. They're pretty much close to the side of Team Soul. Somewhere I feel that, they're trying to play it smart. First get the right kind of resources and then head on towards the side of Team Soul.
Okay.
If that is going to be the strategy, that is what I would love to see. Try to see how they're going to lure out the side of Team Soul from their hiding and then try to take them down, because that was the key for success for the side of Team Soul. They used to wait for the opponents to make a mistake and then capitalize on that mistake.
I think if you talk about the past, right, UP50 has been pretty much the neighbors to Team Soul, right? And there comes a sudden realization where they realize that, I have got to go in, take the fight, I have nothing to lose, and, that is how things went astray for them. But for now, I mean, I'm still going to be wondering if Team UP50 decides to just engulf the players of Team Soul, but that also comes up with a lot of risk, right? You've got 7C coming in from your backlines, you've got a few teams right on towards your eastern side, but this is one of those games that's also very important for teams like Blind. For a moment, I really felt that yes, Blind is back, yes, they're doing well, but it is just those first few fights that they win, and then they eventually fall.
The circle where we have only one team pretty much far away. That's going to be the side of ACBC. They'll have a long rotation towards the side of Miltar or probably Al Azhar, and then making it inside the circle towards the side of Junkyard will be the right way for them to traverse around. It looks like that is what they're looking out for. And let's not forget, they also need a very good pointer game in this map itself. But let's not forget to see that, there are several teams like Team EXO who have been the wounded lion, who've not tasted that winner chicken dinner in a really long time, and they have not got Snacks back into this game. One of the key players, I would say, with the experience he's got. I know that you know much that about the player Snacks. One thing which stands out for you from this player?
I think he's one of those players that is really a good assaulter, right? That comes in handy. That is known to everybody. But when it comes to a team game, it all comes about how much you're contributing to the squad, which is where I really feel that Immortal sort of steps out. Now, of course, I get it what Sensei is trying to do with the squad. He wants everyone to have a little bit of an action, right, before the finals, because you need to have all your pieces ready. You just cannot keep Snacks at bay, have him watch from the sidelines, and eventually there comes a time when you need this player to perform, and that is the exact reason why Team EXO are giving him some action over here.
Agreed on the point, but at the same time, look at the squad face-off coming in. 192 finishes for the side of Team EXO in comparison of 170. Shows that EXO is always on the front foot when it comes to damaging and picking those finishes. But one thing is, both of them have the same kind of damage, hardly 200 difference, which shows the conversion rate from the side of Team EXO is much better than that of BB's. But with survival time, with something which stands out for me, right? That 1 minute can actually give them 3 to 4 points when it comes to position points.
Even more than that sometimes. But I think if you bring comparisons between teams like EXO and Big Brother Esports, well, the first week was all about them. Big Brother, they were dominating. Second week, it was all Team EXO. 17 to the third spot. They've jumped leaps and bounds. And but for now, I think for the first time ever, Team EXO, after their notorious ways, or maybe it's just about them trying to loot around, and maybe Scream can pull off something magical, try to get Sensei knocked out. Look at them, everybody just Superman jumping around, trying to not give away any of their positions, those footsteps not being audible. But yeah, I mean, we were sort of expecting maybe a UP50 Soul fight. Wasn't the case, but I would love myself an EXO and a BB fight here.
Agreed. But at the same time, let's not forget that BB are pretty much far away from one another. On the other side, UP50 right now pushing in towards the side of FSS. Sarkar has given out the information that there is a team traversing in front of us. You guys can come in and dominate if you have the right angle. But eventually, FS is pretty far away. And Explicit has always been that person who always gets tagged off. Is it because he's the lurker for the team? Or is it because, he tends to be a little overconfident to farm a little far away?
It comes down to their splits, right? we've always seen FS kind of stays aloof. It's all about getting those early loot for yourself, and that is something that Team FS need to address, right? All the time, if you kind of staying around, staying away from each other, that's where teams do realize that, right? They do read the minimap feed after the end of the day, and they figure out. Now, this is one of those areas where we can hit and strike, but Dawn suddenly to an abrupt halt, and I'm starting to wonder why. But regardless, whatever it is, Team MG, they've started off this day, and they are really climbing up the ladder.
It's an important game for them. They're not allowing the pressure to build up too much as well, right? They're keeping themselves composed, trying to take the fights when necessary, and also if they want one person to be surviving until the end, they have the right person. But also, let's not forget to see the Hyderabad Hydras rotation coming in from the western side of the map, you know, all the way down to Valley de Mar, and then making it inside towards the side of Minas, where nobody's going to be stopping them.
I think this is the second time that Hyderabad Hydras is pulling off rotation from Valdemar. The first time they did that, they did come out as the victors. So, you know, I have my fingers crossed. And, well, this is again one of those teams that has never shied away from experimenting, because first 2 weeks they did not have Manti in. Second week he comes in and plays such a crucial role in HH getting that chicken. If you remember that one fight against, I think Nigma Galaxy's max, right?
Yeah.
But for now, you know, this circle has a little bit of a tendency to shift a little towards northeastern side, exactly where the players of our Esports and Blind are positioned.
Now, somewhere I feel it's going to be going towards the side of Lamb Vendetta rather than too much of, you know, on the eastern side. I know that you've been telling the same spot, but again, Los Leones is where I would want to see some of these actions to prove, because so many teams in the final circle, one thing is going to be hard to wrap around with all those finishes around the finish field.
Oh yeah, it's going to be also chaotic. Look, everyone seems to be congregating around the center area, and yeah, I mean, there you go. A little bit towards that eastern side, Blind does have the center of the circle. Team Soul right beside the players of Team Kinetic. Now this is going to be such a crucial fight. If Soul, as we know them, they are never going to back out, and here you go, those shots are already led. Now inside this little crater, it's so difficult to get out, and I feel Bio is now going to get stuck.
Now, somewhere I feel Bio knows this rotation very well. He knows that, you know, this is where I would like to go around from the corners, not come into the crosshairs, but ultimately does, as shots are going to be fired in from the side of Omega. And have you observed one thing lately from the side of Team Soul? Every time Omega gets tagged out, Soul is going to go around with no information for themselves. As of now, 47 is as information about UP50 right in front of them. Amongst the dunes, somewhere far away, is UP50 KSR in the radius of a grenade.
Oh god, but Team OR seem to be under trouble. Aru somehow saving the day over there, gets that retaliation fire, not just on Mr. Spray, but also Kirito as Abrar goes down, and suddenly in a blink of an eye, Team Walkout, they're just reduced to a single member.
Now, this is what happens when you not stick together in a terrain like this. Miramar, no matter how far you are, how close you are, you're still far away, and that is where things are going to be different, as Beard Baba on the other side doesn't realize whom to go with, but eventually picked up one finish, if I'm not wrong. No, he couldn't finish. Ow. He couldn't just take any finishes for himself, because ultimately the retaliation was so perfect from the side of Aru.
Look at him. Aru, 4 finishes, every single body of Walkout going to his name, but Team Blind. Very important game for them. ACBC right beside them. They're making the move. We've got UP50 and FS, a little bit of a flirting going on between these two teams. This time, however, K47 finally falls down. UP50, we know they're the loose cannons. They have nothing to lose. No matter how much they try, they are not going to be making it to the top 16. Their hopes, everything has been shattered, but they want to walk home with their heads held high.
Now, this is where the phrase comes in, right? No matter what you buy in this world, you can't buy experience, and that is what UP50 is trying to play around over here, trying to do some experiments and playing a little bit of a prize. Is going to be Sarkar, who got taken down. I know it's going to be easy for them to pick him up until and unless there's another squad which might be coming in from behind, as nobody's going to be there. FS is going to get inside the circle, find that high ground, and then try to retaliate against the side of UP50.
There you go, KSR up with the spray. Everybody, oh, clutch. Trying to provide that cover fire, so instrumental for his squads, but that is not going to deter him from taking explicit down of the equation. But
again,
right now, Team FS making those same little mistakes. Clutch maybe did not have the best of the weaponry to provide the cover with, as to pay a hefty price.
Now, there are two things which we have to witness over here. One is Aru not going away, standing out for the team when required. You know, he's not the punching bag anymore, but he's got 4 finishes for himself. You did say a big wow for that. At the same time, on the other side, it's going to be FS losing the first player again, but it's going to be Hector with the grenade going in against the side of Loki. Loki has an idea, but whose location is going to be compromised? It's going to be the next big question, as Loki's next grenade is going to be connecting towards the side of Hector, but on the other side, the same chip damage has been done by both the sides.
Oh yeah, now it's round number 2 between the brawl that Hector and Loki are up to, and Loki comes on the winning side as he just marches in. He knows he's caught a big fish in the ocean. Hector goes falling down. Nothing so new for Team Soul. They are acquainted. You know, this is something that they can live with. But at the same time, Akshat wants some revenge. Well, taps a few shots, gives his position away as Loki gets cover.
Now, this is where Loki would want his teammates to immediately come close to him. You know, they have the circle under their control, probably rotate around, go to a hard spot or a good cover for themselves. But let's see whether that's going to be the case. On the other side, we have ACBC kind of making it inside the circle. Hyderabad Hydras still traversing around as Los Leones has a large area of hard cover within themselves to be taken.
Oh, look at this. Look at the 1v4 entirely, right? Took down the entire squad. And there you have it. The reflex is coming out of this man. The confidence. He knew his IGL was taken down. No buggings. Little bit of a help coming in at the end, but still, it was all Aru doing the work. But for now, Team OR, they have work cut out for themselves. Deadpool, in a whole world of trouble, still comes out on top. Manages to take the danger man Aru out of the equation. But Jelly, the IGL, has to clutch it out for his teams. Just bobbing and weaving all the bullets. Jay keeping the enemy guessing as Deadpool shifting onto his arm again. Will shift onto his M4. Try and get a few knocks secured as Blind. They are doing it.
At the same time, I don't know how Blind. I did see somebody jumped off from the vehicle and got taken down, if I'm right. But we'll be looking at that back in the instant replay. But for now, Jelly is going to be tagged off from far away as well. It's going to be hard for him to pull this off. The very situation was someone else where they put off their body first. Let's see and learn from Jelly himself.
It's hard times. Jelly knows. Of course, not a huge pressure. But for Blind, it is a monumental task. They need to keep their players alive. Shadow needs to find some cover, needs to get those meds up. Jelly has read it all. He knows that he's gone into the building right next to him. Finally, is going to be tossing a grenade. Not at the right flow though, but is it going to be enough as EXO strike from behind. Jelly getting in and gets taken out eventually as Team EXO, they have snuffed out their enemies. They know there's someone hiding and they might come in to take this fight.
Now, obviously, right, because Foreman standing a 4v2 situation where Sensei is actually leading with the right kind of, you know, artillery. It's going to be the grenade going in towards the side of Deadpool. Perfectly placed. Does a lot of damage at this point of time. Sensei doesn't realize that, you know, it's a very place. The follow-up grenade kind of goes into the perfection, but eventually the splash was more than enough to bring down Deadpool. The follow-up grenade for the finish will be coming in.
Oh yeah, now Shadow, he's got to make a run for his life. Not the best player that ideally Team Blind would want to have alive in this particular situation. 4 finishes is what Blind Esports have, and now they need to tuck their tails and run. As the circle has shifted a little bit northern side towards Los Leones, where we've got our big brothers in a very prime position. You've got the players of Team EXO. They've got a lot of room to play, but the next circle shift. Now this is where Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to make some movements, right? They were on the peripheries of the northern side of Los Leones. This is where they would want a vantage point for themselves. But Team Soul and 7C also might lock horns.
Now this is where I would want to see how, you know, which person's, you know, recoil is going to be much better, because we have been seeing this Savitar on one side, we have Spray God on the other side, from the same team. On the other side we have Omega as well as Akshat, who's done wonders when it comes to controlling those recoils. But eventually Goblin sprays down Spray God himself, and the follow-up is going to be coming in so perfectly. Is it an off angle which he was holding to perfection that he got down the side of 7Cs? It's going to be 2 players off, and the other 2 is going to be running around.
Yeah. A little bit bruised, a little bit injured as they look to remedy the hemorrhage. 7C had an amazing day yesterday, but suddenly today it doesn't look that sunny for them. Haven't really been the best of the squads, but UP50 also have a work cut out for themselves. Could get that chicken dinner, the second probably in this particular tournament. But for now, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, like I suggested, do want that central position to themselves as 7C breathe fire and dish out some damage on Goblin.
Now, this is where I would like to see whether Kinetic will be dominating this fight, right? And also 7Cs from behind can strike when necessary. I know that, they have a vague idea of who's in front of them and how to take them down, as Akshat kind of in the hard covers will be giving out information as well. But one other thing which I want to see in the map right now to grab your attention is going to be the placement of Ace Black, pretty far away from his teammate. But Savitas Sprig is going to be taking down Goblin at the nick of the moment is where he's going to be laying down and making sure he has a little bit of a cover for himself behind the haystack. But is he knocked out is the question.
That's not the end of troubles for Goblin, right? Because it is also Team Kinetic who might provide some pressure.
Oh.
But Akshat, look at him. How on earth did he get over there? I mean, has taken classes maybe in some parkour as KU completely oblivious of Akshat's positioning as Bigger Discipline finally breaks out as KU goes down and finally realizes that he's got someone right beside him. But Akshat, we know, he is one of those players that can pull off some miracles. He can also get the 4K out of Team Kinetic, and he's certainly on the paths of it.
I really wanted to know who got that finish, but from far away, Omega has also been putting a player down, and because of this vantage point, Akshat can convert this into a finish, but eventually the last player standing will have a lot of job to do at this point of time. Akshat is going to be pushing in against him. That's going to be God. Can he clutch this out and get at least one finish against the side of Team Soul?
I mean, look at him. Look at him. The best player from Team Soul, undoubtedly, without any questions, goes in for the grenades. They're going to be exchanged rather lobs to his resorts, rather to his weaponry. Gets traded off, but Omega, that pristine cover fire from behind, that is all it takes to take Kinetic out of the equation. Not a good game by any standards for these lads as they were caught off guard with their pants down right in the open. As UP50, their next target right now has to be Sarang.
No, Sarang, the last man standing for the side of 7Cs, again will have to play for placement points. Obviously, they have nothing to lose. They've already made it into the next round. But still, let's see how safe, sound can he be in this game. But Akshat on the other side is again knocked out outside the zone. Probably will get finished off as well, as Omega has got to deal with the side of FS pretty much close to them. Hyderabad Hydras, after placing themselves to perfection at this point of time, have a little bit of a high ground to work out with. One flanker far away will be trying to regroup with his team. Let's see how much can they take from this game.
Of course. I mean, I think it is going to be another HH chicken dinner nonetheless. But for now, Sarang, he knows about the positionings of the players of UP50. All he's going to do is hold on to his horses, right? He's got to buy time. He needs to stop that aggression. Considering the fact that both of these teams are outside the circle, Sarang has to anticipate that KSR is not present at where he is. Finally spots him out though, and look at the reflexes on this guy. Manages to get the knock, will instantly patch up the first aid, and I think he wants to go for some greedy points.
Now, this is where I feel that, Sarang, this is what I said. I don't know whether he's going to be experimenting over here, eventually going in for finishes or trying to play for placement points. And eventually, Sarang is going to be telling, like, I'm a bit of an assaulter myself. So why don't I go and get some finishes? And there's going to be the second one falling down. And eventually, retaliation from far away as Sarkar will be landing the final bullet in his skull. And goodbye, says 7Cs. And the position is 11 with 4 finishes for themselves.
But Sarang definitely did cripple the players of UP50. Yep. Big brother, I did not know that little jump from the cliff with that vehicle, but Sensei is spotting out the entire horde of Nigma Galaxy as he's going to be rattling everybody down with those bullets as Immortal now waits as the grenades are going to come in. Any single moment has spotted out exactly all those movements made by Max. Is it going to be enough to take him down as Fierce comes in from the sidelines, gets that knock as Exo have taken command over this fight.
Now, one last man standing. Wixie is going in for grenades yet again, will be making the biggest mistake of his life. And that's the end of the story for one other squad. That's got to be Nigma Galaxy saying goodbye at the 9th position with just 3 finishes for themselves.
Oh, Team Exo, I think this is what they needed. But right now, UP50, Aditya and Soul Omega. A love story nonetheless as Aditya goes out swinging. Eventually the final player alive, but still make sure that he puts an end to Team Soul as Hyderabad Hydras enjoying that little bit of a cover, little bit of a high ground, are unleashing hell from above as Clutch is going to face their wrath.
Now, we have to watch out for BBs coming in from the eastern side of Hyderabad Hydras. They have to look out for those 4 players who can be and who can play an instrumental role over here as Manti gets shot. It's going to be Beast OP coming in from the other side as Scream has pushed in to take down Hitman and get that finish for himself. And we always seen that in this corner, this guy is amazing with the grenades.
Look at the circle shift, but for more than that, you know, FS. Oh, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Hitman has nowhere to run and hide. Scream going in with the charge in. Knows that the players of Hyderabad Hydras could cause trouble. I believe Maxi may have sniffed him out. He knows where he is located. Does get some boosters finally getting shot. This is where I was kind of concerned. But where is the cover fire coming in from Hellgod? Seems like it's not going to come as he's just going to get pickled down.
Oh,
and there
nice.
you go. Oh, Scream. Definitely has to hurt him, but for now, Hellgod still. I was anticipating when is that cover fire going to come from his side, and seems like it won't, as Ace Black will put an end to him.
Now this could be the beginning of the end for the side of BBs, right? Because eventually one mistake they did on losing Scream and eventually not able to capitalize on coming back for the revival is something which is going to be paying an hefty price, as Manti has information about the last man standing Beast OP. It's not going to be easy for him, as Circle is going to be eating up on one side and it's going to be the scopes of HH coming in from the other.
Beast OP clearly out of options, has to resort to the healing battle. He knows that Manti, he is holding the door. No place on earth can he really come out of that alive. But for now, Hyderabad Hydra still in prime position. The only competitors that can dethrone them over here, I really feel, are Team EXO.
Now this is where Team EXO will play a very crucial point for all these teams, right? It's going to be Marcus Gaming yet again trying to survive with old foreman standing as Gusty gets taken down as we speak. It's going to be Carry charging it out. Dionysus is still alive. No retaliation coming in from his side. Is this the moment where they're going to be playing for placement points and not showing off the head for the opponents?
Maybe, could be, as there you go. Beast finally being put down, an end to his miseries, but Carry does carry on that onslaught of bullets. The barrage is going in as Pao Kilo call Anso come under the radar as Dionysus still lying prone in. The moment he steps out, the moment he wakes up, that is where he's going to have his skull cracked open.
Now this is one drop which I kind of came into a safe spot for the side of MG, right? But let's not forget Hyderabad Hydras are looking the strongest with 7 finishes for themselves, and they have to meet their match. That's going to be the side of Team EXO are slowly coming in, right? They do not want to address anybody as they make it inside the circle to be as safe as possible, as silent as possible, and they'll know exactly when to strike, because Hyderabad Hydras are kind of split around in the map, and that is what EXO will be wanting to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting final circle fight, right? But for Team MG, we could clearly see what their intentions are. Always try to make it to the top 4, top 5. But right now, Hyderabad Hydras, they do realize that the elephant in the room is going to be pushing at their direction. And there you go, Snacks finally falling down. Courtesy to Maxi Pierce, not at the base of HP. As Ace Black from above goes striking in. As Sensei, the last lonesome survivor out from Team EXO. What can he do?
I mean, let's not forget that, Fierce is also going in for a heal battle. He has a very, very good off angle. He's almost come closer to the teammates of HH, where he can strike and instill fear in their heart, and which could be a little bit of a difference for the side of Dionysus. One way, Manti is getting shot from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Can Dionysus do the damage? Yes, he does. And this is where Team EXO can capitalize on the top, as well as FS. Hitman from far away is still alive and playing for placement points.
There you go, Fierce, making all the difference in the world. A big grenade goes kaboom. But now, somehow down the line, HH, well, I mean, they've got to resort to reviving Maxi. Carry is carrying the mantle of their team as Fierce is charging in as Carry, and his arm doing all the wonders as Team MG and FS have made it to top 3.
Now, Uzi was the best gun at that point of time, right? I know the ump would have been the broken gun, but eventually it was the Uzi which did the talking. Dionysus on the other side actually knows the information. He's cooking up the grenade to perfection is what I would like to say. If it connects, there's going to be 2 bodies falling down. Caddy does fall down. Now, Maxi is looking out for who is this person who's doing so much of damage. Eventually, we'll have a little bit of an information, but who has survived so long and comes in at the right time is going to be Hitman from the side of FS, where he's going to be cooking up the grenade exactly where Maxi is standing.
Oh, has the coverage of the circle also. Maxi, he's got his work cut out. not at the best of HP, needs to administer that first hit. But Hitman, he knows where his opponent is. He's just looking out for his prey. His next target looks to assassinate, and there he goes with his Tommy gun. More than the bless of HPs, and there you have it. Maxi somehow just pulling it off as Hyderabad Hydras get the second chicken dinner in Miramar in this particular week, ladies and gentlemen, as we head in to the post-match segment powered by Loco. As Hyderabad Hydras, I think it was all about that rotation that came in, that decided that they're going to be running out as victors, and I think Carry came out at the top of it all.
Now there was a moment where I really thought that, Hitman can clutch it out, right? I know that he was kind of, in a duck position where he was trying to take those fights, but ultimately we'll discuss more about it with Hyderabad Hydras 27 points with 12 finishes and 15 position points, and the rest of the teams, I'm very, very happy to see that most of these teams have done the hard work with the gun, right? OR Esports with 5 finishes, Blind, 7Cs, Team Soul, UP50, everybody 5 finishes for themselves. Team MG again sticking on to their old ways of playing for placement points and getting 3 finishes with that, with 13 points for themselves. FS had to perform and lived up. That's going to be one man carrying the team for 12 points for itself.
I think FS again has been one of those teams that has the safe side to themselves. But the iQOO MVP, the man with some swagger, Team Exo's fierce. Now, very crucial roles in all those major fights, right? Look at the damage numbers. It speaks for itself in volumes. 4 finishes to his name at a point where it felt like, the entire fight went out in Hyderabad Hydra's favor. He was the one who did not give up. He put the fight up. Let's take a look at the top 5 players. And it is majorly going to be the teams that made it to top 4. This time, again, EXO, Hyderabad Hydras, and Dionysus from Team MG has been one of their best players so far. And the sensei himself.
Now, this is where I was waiting to see the face of Dionysus with that deadly name. What kind of a face would he carry? And it looks, oh my god, he has a stare, that smirky smile as well. But let's not forget to see the match summary where we'll get to know more about how the game has turned out to be. 5,000 healings, the least I've seen so far in the map of Miramar. 18 assists, the least I've seen in the map of Miramar. 3 grenade finishes, not the least, but we can consider it as one of those.
Oh yeah, and I think we're going to witness more of this, right? Especially when teams are finally understanding the fact that, the top echelon, they know they've qualified. So they've got a little bit of a freedom. As we take a look at the FD craft, Hyderabad, Hydras at the top of it all came under the fact that it came under the behest of Ace Black giving the orders, right? Go in, take that little bit of a split. You were talking about you bought it up. Now, it was so important because it was, again, an insurance policy. If the circle went a little bit south, it would have been Ace Black. But it went a little bit north, and that is how they sort of reunited and got themselves this chicken dinner. Team Soul, whatsoever, despite all odds, still did have some decent amount of points to their names. Team EXO, though, really stepped out, finally waking up from their sleep.
That is where, the experienced man came in. The right substitution is what we would like to say, just because they had a good game. But this is where our eyes are going to be coming in yet again to see where the overall points standing lies, as few teams have performed really well. FS Esports' position is something which I would like to see whether they've cemented themselves or they're still in the fight to make it into the top 16. But let's not forget that Marcus Gaming did try to survive as much as possible. 13 points is what they got. They've climbed up, right, from 23rd position. They've almost come up to the 15th or the 14th position with another 10 points. Where do they stand?
Team MG is what I'm looking out for. FS, I mean, I still consider they do have a little bit of that cushion, but slowly but surely that's kind of getting lifted away. But if you take a look at Blind Esports, same old problems. They win a fight, instantly they get third-partied, and they cannot really survive that, right? But for teams like ACBC, just at the precipice of being thrown off the cliff of the top 16 as we head in to the final page, the page in danger in red, and INS somewhere around that 17th spot. But look at Team NG, making, just leapfrogging their way from the 23rd spot now to the 18th.
Now, 270 points, right? They just need another 10 to 12 more points to make it into the top 16. But FS Esports on the other side added the 300 marker, and they have the highest number of position points. So, in case they come to the 16th position by the end of tomorrow, or even the position of 16 and 17 where there's a tie, they're going to be on the top because they have more position points than any of these teams from the bottom till then.
Oh yeah, I mean for FSE Sports, it has been a single old plan, right? It is just to go for positions. They do not engage in fights that they think they really can't win. And as long as it works out, I'm no one to complain, right? FSE Sports still comfortable. I haven't really gotten them into the mix of things. But today's day has all been about Team INS playing, Team MG getting themselves into the mix. It's getting so very exciting now.
Yeah, walkouts as well. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to thank the sponsors, and it's going to be iQOO smartphones coming up with an amazing device that's going to be Neo 6. I know you guys are excited to see this promo, so we'll allow you to enjoy this.
Watch it, earn it.
I'm in silence at this point of time, like literally, because I'm just thinking about what is going to be happening in the final map, because the storm which is going to hit over there is going to be so hard that we won't know who will be standing on their feet and who's going to get flown away.
I mean, it's the storm, the hurricane, whatever you may call it. And so is this phone that has taken the world by storm, right? The iQOO Neo 6 is what I'm talking about. And we're giving away 10 of them for you guys. All you've got to do is check out that pinned comment in the chat section. Click on that link and fill it up. And if you're lucky, well, you never know. You could have one of these bad boys in your pocket. But now, taking a look at the highlights. Now, this had to be one of the important moments of this game, right? OR's Aru. Despite the fact that he had all of his players alive, he was just Shelly knocked out. Look at that sheer determination, right? The cojones on him just to go in with the push. Usually getting a 4K, but for me, it was a 1v4.
No, a good one is what we would like to say, but eventually this is the point you were pointing out, right, where it's going to be blind always after that, not able to survive a little more longer. But 7Cs on the other side, they were not bothered if they were getting slaughtered, right? They wanted those fights, they took those fights even before getting taken down Sarang at the last moment. But how did Akshat make it on top of that building? I really want to know.
I have no clue, right? The moment I saw Akshat, how do you get there? How do you climb? Maybe something has to do with those vehicles, you know, try
jumping,
to get over those windows. You know, the players have been up to a lot of shenanigans. But regardless, I think props to Sarang again. This is where I think Team X just crippled the entire squad of Nigma. The moment one of their players got taken down, it was done and dusted for them.
Yep, absolutely. UP Aditya on the other side. UP 50 Aditya has always tried to do his best for the team, try to get either finish points or try to survive as much as possible. But ultimately, it was all Hyderabad Hydras written in this map, right? There was a point where we thought that, you know, Team EXO could put an end for them, especially with this clutch which is coming in from the side of Fierce. Look at that. One in the front, one in the back, and then a conversion of one to a finish, and then he goes in for a grenade. But eventually, he did get a little bit of support from Dionysus from the outside to get another player down. But Gary, with that, just in case he did not have that Uzi in his hand, we know what the story would have been.
It certainly could have been. It was a very close situation, right? And for me, I think my personal MVP would be Dionysus, considering the situation they were in, especially the entire atmosphere, right? You talk about Team MG, 23rd position is where they were on, right? I'm kind of ruling out UP50 because they were not in the equation. And ever since, in the penultimate day where it all matters, they're finally living up up, right? Not making those mistakes. It's just not been about the good Miramar games. It's also been about Erangel, where they are being consistent.
Now, the second person for me for the side of MVP is going to be Hitman, right? There was a point where Scream was coming in. You had the side of Team EXO on the top. We have so many teams, still alive, but still he hid himself, did not make any kind of move, prayed that the zone is going to be falling in towards him. It did fall towards him where he could have clutched it out in the final moments. It's just that I don't know why he did not choose to, stand up while ducking and spraying over there, due to which he couldn't come in over there. I know you're going to be feeling like I'm a broken record. This is where I say crosshair placed in the right spot is the most important thing for a player.
It was just that one angle that he could come in from, right? And Fierce was clearly out of options. All Hyderabad Hydras had to do was get that revive up fast, because again, one of them could act as a shield. The moment he gets knocked out, could go for a trade, but it did not resort to that, because of course did have the Uzi coming into play. It was a very chaotic situation, an important game for Team EXO. Well, especially considering the fact that you have the grand finals beginning in the next couple of days, and Team EXO would want to go in there with a little bit of a momentum on their backs. But today's day, now the final game remains, right? It is B, the games are done, it's all over, right? ACBC expected a little out of them, they could not perform, but MG did go out swinging. They were really happy, but Initiative Academy, somewhere down the line, I'm kind of a little bit put off.
It's okay. They have one more game to go, one more day to go. They are capable of doing wonders in the final day itself. But as soon as you said the grand finals, I started getting butterflies, and I was like, if this is the case for me, just imagine what's going to be the case for those teams who have fought their way from day one of BMOC and then come until here and they are getting selected into the top 16. The pride, the butterflies in their stomach to perform well, and if they just make it into the top 3, their lives are going to change drastically, and that's the best part about esports.
I mean, it's somewhere down the line it already has, right? What awaits them after this tournament. But yes, it's not about BMOC or maybe BMPS, right? It's about the grind. I mean, ever since BGMI released, and they've been trying to make strides, they've been trying to make their presence felt, and I believe they've done it so far. Now, like we've said, everyone cannot be winners. They're going to be there will be learners over here. You take that experience, you come back striking hard. But I think it is time right now. Well, we've got a bid adieu to Arca, as we do have the pre-match segment ready for you guys, as now it is powered by Loco, and well, I have got a special guest with me who shares the same birth year, but is on his path to make it to the Forbes 30 under 30. Well, you've guessed it right, of course, 8-bit Thug, and he's all excited, always has got that energy coming in, and it has been ages since we finally shared a desk, and he's been watching all the games, Group A and Group C. Thug. It's been an important affair. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, like, today has been an exciting day. Fixes what I believe that it's been actually a day of comebacks. It's been a very chaotic week. I was taking these words from Ocean actually, because what I saw that there's been a real desperation among the teams that are just beyond 16, and I believe that this is gonna kick in really well tomorrow. So I'm a little scared about how these teams are gonna play their game tomorrow, because it's just 4 more games left, including 5 for some teams if we count this one. So I believe that we are moving towards some heartbreaks and some real strong comebacks tomorrow, because the competition has just closed in with some chicken dinners that we have seen today.
You're one of the old guards, Thug, right? You've been in the competitive scenario yourself. Now, how do you deal with pressure, especially if your team like Initiative or maybe Team MG?
I believe that to deal with pressure, I don't think there's any thumb rule. It's all about what's going on within the team. For us sitting here, it's very difficult to understand what those 4 players are thinking right now, what's the situation with them. But I would say you just need to realize the positive part, that if you make it, you are gonna be playing the biggest ever tournament for BGMI. So I think it's all about the positive mindset that you guys need to have out there. Because even if you don't, they're still gonna make that chance. But the last 4-5 games that you guys have, that the teams have, they just need to go out and play for that spot and nothing else. I think it's just about not looking at towards your back.
Of course. Now look, forget what's happened in the past. Look at what lies for you guys. But they've always been aspirants, right? Esports enthusiasts who always have, we need that one opportunity, that one chance. And this is where you guys come into picture, right? You've been one of the patrons, have been always supporting the underdogs. Now, how does 8-bit do its scouting, right? How do you pick up players? What are the parameters start.
I think right now, for any T1 team, any teams that are investing a lot on their players, it's very important for them to ensure that the players that they're scouting is not a one-day hero or a two-day hero. These league formats, that the long league that we have had, we are into week 3 with 12 days of games. I think it's these are the leagues that give us the correct players. Our approach is simple. We are looking for a long game player, not a one-day success.
It's about the long day, players. It's about the long game, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking about a phone. It's iQOO Neo 6. And our sponsors have a word for you guys just about now. The 90 FPS in BGMI coming soon, and well, I'm all stoked up for that because come on, I've been playing on the iQOO Neo 6. It's already smooth as butter, but what could be even better? A 90 FPS.
Smooth as butter. In fact, it almost just slipped out of my hand right now. Of course, you need that 90 FPS to make sure you have an advantage over your opponents. And come to think of it, when we started playing back in the day, I mean, we were lucky if we got 20 at once upon a time, if you remember, right? I know, Fixes. I don't want to bring up bad memories.
It's Copium, right?
But
I mean, had we had this device, XP, I think we could be the ones on the other side.
Of course, and you all can grab one for yourselves as well. Just head over to your favorite websites, and well, the iQOO Neo 6 is going to be out, but be quick because it might run out of stock. And speaking of stock, something we have plenty of over here is a lot of BGMI merch to dish out to all you lovely viewers. All you have to do is check the link down below and predict correctly which team is going to be on top in the day. This is important, right?
Yes.
In the day, as far as points go, and hashtag in the chat. And let's see if you're going to get that nice little T-shirt and that bottle to beat the heat. But speaking about heat, Erangel, the last game coming up. We were just talking, backstage just now that all the teams are now in their groove.
Oh, they certainly are. Everyone's sort of in the mood right now. Few of them aren't, but we're talking about iQOO Neo 6, right? We just discussed about it, and we're giving 10 of them away, right? All in your chat, you can find that pinned comment. All the Gen Z guys, I'm pretty much sure you do know about it. If you're a boomer like XP, right? Well, it's one of those pinned comments just below your top chat or live chat. It's that comment just said. There's a link. You've got to press that, and after that, you fill it up. And if you're lucky, XP, you can have one of this slid into your pockets.
You can now pin comments in the chat as well?
Yes.
You know, actually, there is a true story. About a few days ago, I kind of finally realized that my phone has a front-facing flash. Now, I thought it's going to be a proper flash thing, but the whole screen lights up. Whatever, what can I say? I'm old. But anyway, I still have the heart of a young one. But now, this is going to be interesting because it is going to be the last match. And for a lot of these teams, we are seeing that they're finally coming out of their little shells that they were in. They are going to try and spoil a few games for other teams here and there. We've kind of seen that as well. But now, before the last game is going to be commencing, we're going to say bye-bye from the studio. And, well, we're going to have a look at Erangel once again.
Of course. Now, this is where teams from Group A and C come in. Now, I think for teams from Group C, it's not a cause of concern for me. Because apart from Team Kinetic, everyone seems to have qualified. We're not putting UP50 into the picture because I think their journey is pretty much over.
Oh, yeah.
But what I'm really looking forward to is the teams from Group A, right? So many teams in contention. You're talking about INS, you're talking about Retribution RTR, you're talking about GOG, and Esports Wala WSF. Now here onwards, we've had GOG on a little bit of a rise, right? They've been consistent, MJ leader, everyone sort of performing. But what's wrong with Esports Wala WSF?
I don't know, man. I think because they are coming to the end game right now, I think the pressure is kind of mounting up because we did see, I'll give you an example, the map of Sanon, right? They did engage with the enemy. They were still being a bit hesitant because if you remember, although they were going up against the team, they were just, honed in one particular location. And of course, they did deploy those smokes. They came in, they had a nice move. But even after that, when it was a 2v2 situation against Walkouts, they basically were just biding the time and letting the other teams do all the thinking because, you want to keep the enemy guessing. And I feel if you're the one who's going to be on the little more aggressive side in a fight, you are going to have an upper hand because the enemy, he might adjust to whatever you do, but he won't see things coming. So that is something I want them to do again. Just go out for those fights. Last game of the day today.
Well, the path for Esports Wala WSF is definitely arduous, right?
Oh,
Considering their journey entirely, and it all pans down to this one game. If they can have a good one in this one, maybe they have a fighting chance tomorrow as we take it up to the skies. And this time, it is going to be all the way from Primos to with Starbucks sort of dissecting the map into two halves. But we finally got to see a certain military circle. This time, Saya, what do you desire?
Ah, I like that. Although, I don't know, for some reason, I'm kind of geeking out on the fact that, have a look at that. It's like a perfect 45-degree angle if you have the graph over there, just to showcase that for you. But again, all the teams are going to be dropping down, and what I desire is a little bit of drama. Now, we've seen the Sasnavka military base coming, so, I'm kind of over that. We've seen Gatka too many times. In fact, shooting range, Severny, I'm kind of getting a bit iffy. I want to see either something at Zarki or maybe something around the Milta power plant.
I think we could take Milta power plant because that is something that can happen because Zaki, I've been yearning, I've been kind of crying, forgive me, that's so never
Oh, it's
been
going to happen
blessed.
this time.
This time? You say so?
I think so.
Let's hope. Hope is a pretty dangerous word.
It is, of course, the one little thing that came out of Pandora's box, all the evil and that little glimmer of hope. But for now, as the teams are going to be dropping down from the heavens above, the question is, where are we going?
Oh, it's not inside, and I think I'm gonna take it a little bit of a hybrid circle. Has that little stream running. Now that is where the masala really kicks in, right? If the circle is somewhere around Rozok. Now between the two islands, you can have that little bit of a tiny little spot, right? If the circle goes over there, I think Team Kinetic might come out swinging.
In fact, I do believe in the previous tournament of BGMI, we did kind of see something end up on that little island over there in the river itself, which again was interesting. But now, Team Kinetic, they're going to be heading to the ruins. They might even go all the way to Georgia Paul, making sure they get their vehicles and get out of there. But as far as our esports is concerned, hold on to your horses because 7C Esports' Sarang has spotted some commotion in the distance and looks like they are going to be giving just a little bit of chase. Now, they know that the enemies ahead of them aren't going to have any weapons just yet, but since they're the first ones to make it to the buildings, they're going to back off and, of course, loot to the heart's content.
I think we've seen this from day one, right? 7C, Team EXO, they've been neighbors. We've been in this situation. There have been moments where they kind of tend to catch each other off guard, right? Sometimes it is 7C that comes up top. EXO has always been the team who kind of tries to avoid fights, but Fierce, he's making some quick rotations over here.
He is indeed, and of course, as we are going to have a look at Sarang, let him go, something interesting is happening up on the map. Now, if we could have it, there you have it. This was I was going to bring up. Now, Global Esports are going to be chasing down FS Hitman. Shots are going to be fired, and the PP Bison is almost going to do the job. Unfortunately, cover is going to come in the form of Clutch, making sure that his team is secure. Now, this is the interesting bit. Now, normally, you'd expect Global Esports to head a bit down south, but this time around, even though OR Esports aren't in this game, they're going to try and capitalize on the zone, making sure that they have a nice little hill to themselves as they did in the Erangel previously.
It's in sort of an involuntary reflex for Global Esports. Have you ever noticed, right? Every single time we have circles like this, they tend to go on, take over all those junction areas, right? At the intersecting points where people might meet each other, but next moment, they decide to come over towards Volcano, take over control over that L building. I think Global Esports, this game, wants to play it a lot around the center.
They do indeed, and speaking of blockades, I wonder if INS are going to do something like they did in the last game. Now, that was, of course, against ACBC, where they only managed to get the better of Capron, but this time around, we do have RTR down in the military base, and again, I want to see a little bit more aggression. And speaking of aggression, Global Esports, well, they are going to be taking the fight straight to the enemy's doorsteps, and looks like FS Esports, this K47, did have the right idea, but now he is going to be in a bit of a pickle. They have seen him go down. In fact, his feet are still going to be visible, and Manda, all he has to do is put one bullet in his body.
Oh, FS. Not really the game that they were hoping for, but look at Global Esports, Ronnie. There's no one to stop over there just with that one finish. Right now, FS, they need to somehow get themselves out of this situation, and Clutch could be the one making all the difference, but it seems like he's far away from his teammates.
I will say though, Hitman had the right idea right now. He did get out with his buggy, and well, Clutch is going to be realizing that, buddy, this is not going to work out. We've lost one man, and Global Esports for some reason are hungry. They want to come behind us, and again, for this team as well, points are going to be of the essence. But the problem is, they are going to be heading in the direction of the ruins, just south of the ruins to be precise, probably towards those 6 houses that are going to be coming in your line of sight now. And Team Kinetic, although they can see all this movement in the distance, well, they're going to hold on to their shots for now.
Team Kinetic, for them it's a pretty important game right now, especially when they have the luxury of the circle. I'm really keen to see what they have to offer in this game. Now, it was always Bio or God that did stand up for them, but I think in the first game of Erangel, it was Onyx who kind of carried them and got them that top 2 position. Point could have been a chicken dinner, nothing nonetheless, because there was a point where one of those players of MG was down in that first game, but still he was kind of reluctant, and that is where a little more attention towards the finish feed could have earned them a few extra points.
Also, in that situation, he had no idea where the enemy is going to come from, because he was looking in a totally different direction. And well, although it was a 2-on-1 situation, you know, it was spotted out, and within a few seconds, well, he was out of the game. But again, those position points, 12 coming in with along with, I do believe, 3 finishes, meant that, you know, they still had a decent game. And I liked how he kept making so much of noise from that attic that even teams like our Esports, who again were a full man squad, they didn't dare push in on his position.
Of course, I mean, considering the fact, I think the teams were into guessing, right? They felt that it might be a whole squad, maybe 2 or 3 players, because it was one of those prime positions. Certainly, a few of the teams, had they had that information, it's just one lonesome player out there. They could have pushed, you know, one Molly could have flushed him out of his attic out there, and then he could have been taken down. But Hydra official, now, what do you have to say about this team, right? Because week number 1, they were like, eh. Week number 2, wow. And week number 3, back to eh. So, what are you expecting from them in the grand finals?
Well, look, I mean, before the day started, they did end it with 358 points, and they were in the 5th position. So for them, even if they play like it is still going to be not a big deal. However, if the other teams do something phenomenal, right, only then would the position be contested. But for now, again, like we saw Team Seoul, you know, take a little bit of a chill pill in week 2. Like we're seeing OR Esports take it a little easy right now. You know what? I believe they can afford to do so right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, how long can they do that? Because, of course, tomorrow is going to be the final day. You just have 4 more games remaining. But Team Enigma, surely making some quick maneuvers, right? We have seen them taking over these apartments now. Hydra, completely unaware of all these movements being made over here, finally realized that someone is looking at their direction.
And of course, they thought that, you know, Yasnaya is going to be all for themselves, but it looks like Enigma Gaming, and again, you know, anticipating maybe that the circle might have a little bit of a northeastern shift, are going to be calling it home. And of course, you want to be high up in these buildings, so you have a good 360 vigil, and well, you can see enemies come from far or near. But for now, he is going to batch himself up, as Zorro is going to deploy some smoke screens, and well, he is out of there. Unfortunately, he went the wrong side, and now Eggy could be laying down some lead. And that was just a little bit of a U-turn over there, because maybe he wanted Jackson to do what he's doing right now, but Eggy does spot him in the distance.
Had he had a 3 times or maybe a 4 times, I'm pretty sure Jackson's skulls could have been cracked open. But for now, Team Hydra, they're in a precarious spot, right? They have nowhere to run at this point. They have to play from the edges over here. Somehow need to rescue Zorro. He's making a very bold move and does manage to get him out of the cover. But we're back.
Well, as expected. UP50 up against Team Seoul, and this time Akshat's like, you know what, kids, you guys stay over here. I'm going to try and get a massive flank because, well, Goblin and Omega are going to be on the side. And speaking of the flank, Akshat is going to come in from high above the ground, and well, Rage God is going to be just a little bit ticked off.
But Akshat needs to understand that if he is not careful, could get shot from elsewhere, and Sarkar eventually takes the trade, and instantly Akshat has been thwarted out of the lobby as Sarkar, doing what Team Seoul love to do, try to immobilize their opponent's vehicles, but still has kept himself alive. Now the flank out of Team Seoul has cut out. Now they have to resort to some other means.
Now, I would normally say do it for the vine, but I'm going to say do it for the Insta Reels, because that's something you brought up earlier. But I think Omega's position could be a bit tricky. He realizes that, and before that grenade is going to explode, he's going to means he's going to deploy some smoke, and now Sarkar is going to have to be on the defensive because elsewhere his teammates are falling over one after the other, and through the distance. Wait a second, I do believe that was Hyderabad Hydras who were shooting down, as KSR is going to be in a fight of his own. Ace Black is going to be shot at, however, for now, he is still going to get away, but this again, the trade. Soul now stabbing him in the back.
Oh, what's going on? The trifecta of death clearly hitting, but Ace Black is not one of the players to run away, right? He is going to come back in, but look at Omega to his atrocious ways. The way he went out of the smoke, he kept the other player into thinking. Now he's back at the visitor. He's going to take the top of it, and he's just going to wait for Sarkar to come out of covers. Now, I do not think that's going to happen anytime soon, considering how Hyderabad Hydras are looking at them.
Well, they are going to be looking at them with the team watchful eye, and shots are going to be fired. There you have it. It is going to be KSR who's going to be brought down, but...
What?
Baby, wait a second. Wait a second. Was that the same team or was that an opponent? I think that was the same team.
I was scared for a moment. Thank goodness we don't have any friendly fire.
Oh my god.
We would have seen, Ace Black raging out at this point. But for Hyderabad Hydras, now I'm pretty sure they're on a whole different high right now. This is not going to stop them from going in for a lot of fights in engaging, because this is one of those teams that knows that we have made it to the next round. What they want to do is get a few finish points, which they eventually are.
Well, they eventually are going to get those finish points, as Hitman, although he did lose a teammate earlier, is going to try and go out of the blue and make sure they come somewhere even north of the shooting range. It is going to be all theirs for the taking, but boy oh boy, Team Soul are going to give UP50 a taste of their own medicine. Cometh at the king, well, you better not miss, and that is exactly what they are saying. But again, Hyderabad Hydras, I think they want a bit of glory as well. Elsewhere, we do have a fight breaking out. It is going to be GOG up against Esports, while a WSF as grenades are going to go off. MJ already down on his bloody knees. But now this is the big question. Are they going to be confident with their move? Because grenades are coming in. Oh my goodness, leader OP screen must have been shaking left, right, and center, and now they are on the back foot.
GOG clearly out of options, right? Losing out on one of their primary assaulters. This is a cause of concern. Now, Esports Wala Bajwa, look at him. He's going to make those big boy moves, right? If he can find a little bit of a flank, a little bit of an angle, maybe on Nick or Bullet, it could all change. But indeed, Invader has done the unthinkable as he manages to get a knock, but Nate clearly missing out.
Well, Bajwa is one lucky man, but now I think he is going to be infused with some confidence. They know that two of them are going to be down on their knees. One has been wiped out, and now this is what I wanted to see from this team, right? They have to go in for the fights, as they are going to be going in. Again, Nick OP is going to be blown to smithereens, as Tango is going to go against the enemy. He knows the enemy is a Charlie. He does get the better of him, and I do believe now he knows someone is outside the wall over here. He picks out his M4, he shoots, he connects, and there you have it. 4 finishes coming in for WSF, as GOG are going to bid us adieu.
Now, this is where Esports Wala WSF really tend to thrive, right? Those initial fights, they really
check out the circle!
Are you kidding me? Who's at the center, XP? Is it our Esports, or is it EXO, or is it somebody else?
It's a lot of teams. It's our Esports. It is Team EXO, and now everyone is going to be going towards the cliffs, and, well, let's see what's going to happen. But still, ladies and gentlemen, UP50 up against Seoul is a story that, of course, we all have been waiting for, and now the wheel comes in. Goblin, of course, our highest fragger over here, is going to go up against the Lonesome Member. I wonder what is going to happen, because I'm going to keep a keen eye. And, at this point, Soul don't really care, because before he could take him out, the play zone did the rest. Now, of course, we did have a look at the map just moments ago. You noticed something. AB Autobotz again coming in from the north, and, well, they might just find themselves with a little bit of a blockade.
They're even late today. Is this time rotating at the third circle? And this has sort of been working out for Autobotz every single time. It's all been about the position, but for this team in front of our screens, it has been the best day so far. The way they've been playing, INS, Crazy Soul, clearly one of the prospects, but Hydra and RE are a little bit of a kerfuffle.
Of course, it's a three-way going on over here, because RE first took out a member of Global Esports, then Hydra come in, and Joker, oh my goodness, you are lucky, and you are lucky that, it just stays in one location, because there is some grass. Looks like it is going to be a bit wet elsewhere. Of course, another fight is taking place, but I like the way that they are taking advantage of that third-person perspective. Now, we would expect a few teams to go to the city of Severny itself, but of course, we know these boys, they love battling it out in the open, as Bajwa from behind wants to get a few more for his team.
I really like Team FS's position just around the shorelines, but Esports Wala WSF. They have been aggressive. I think this is what they feel is the key to success right now. They need those points, and of course they know that a lot of teams survive to tend to survive towards those late games if they can have those finish points, and if they can get maybe a top 5, then that is all that they need to close the day.
Right now, all that our esports don't need is Hyderabad Hydras coming in from behind, who are going to have the southern part of that little quaint town all for themselves. But that's the thing, right? Because they might be caught in a bit of a sandwich situation, it could be quite tricky. But for now, Global Esports, they've lost one member. They had another one down on his knees. They've managed to get the revive in, but they don't have a lot of options, because if they go north, they have Hydra. If they go to the west, they have our esports. If they go to the east or the south, EW are going to be there, and looks like a lot of teams are coming in from the east as well. 7C Esports about to collide with Enigma and RTR.
Indeed, an important game for RTR, nevertheless. But Savita, he's got his eyes gazed upon them. Spots out Coops maybe, takes the shots, does not really connect, but still, he wants to, of course, blow up the vehicles, wants to apply some decent amount of damage. Does he succeed in his endeavors as a Latin comes in from the other side as INS? They're going to be pushing at Autobotz as Orva. He has to defend with all his lives, and so he does that as somehow he gets traded, comes down to Fox, being pushed over from multiple directions, eventually goes out.
I mean, this is what we expected from the last game of Team INS. 6 finishes to their name already. Another squad wipe coming in, and well, looks like they are going to be hold on to your horses, because someone got knocked outside, and TWSF are going to be coming in. There you have it. Tango is going to come in from the right, from our perspective, as Bajwa is going to be on the left, and now Bajwa shoots. He does connect. Joker goes down, and INS's victory is going to be short-lived. Only one man stands. Shane up against an entire army, and he is going to put up a fight, but unfortunately, finally, is going to be taken down by that little Molotov that was burning at his feet.
I love what Esports while WSF are doing, capitalizing on the situation. This is where the new team INS were crippled, and that was the perfect time to strike. But for now, 7C and Enigma might lock horns as Spray God has to administer that first aid, as Evo might go in for a few grenades.
He might go in for a few grenades, and oh my goodness, I'm so glad we changed perspective, because I was almost taken aback right now as Rex is going to see a member coming up. He does spot up, he does shoot, he does connect, and there you have it. One of them is going to be brought down on his bloody knees. This means this is going to give them enough time to A, go in for that revive, and B, for Evo to patch himself up. Now Spray God giving away a lot of sound cues. It's not going to be in the blast radius just yet, but looks like Evo wants to run him over. This time it was a little bit of a miss, and now Spray God is going to make him pay dearly.
Oh God, Spray God, does not even open up his ADS, still manages to get the job done as Team Enigma. Well, they have to make a run for their lives. Little bit of a respite for the players of RTR, but is that enough to have them getting inside the circle? That's the big question, and the answer is no. Their vehicles, they do not have that luxury, and now they are left stranded.
Oh, they are left stranded, of course. Like a drowning man needs a straw. They don't even have the straw right now, because nothing is going to change that, and it looks like 7C, again, a team that has nothing to lose, might just hit them hard, because, well, that is where this next zone is. Oh, buddy. Of course, opponents are going to be going past one another, but they're like, you know what, hey, what's up? How you doing? How are you doing? And that is going to be it for now. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, the problem for them is they only have one man standing. So, again, as I said that, I do believe he just got taken out.
Oh, yeah?
There you go.
A
little bit of redemption for Retribution.
Of course. A few points, they're going to take it with open arms. Whatever they get, they are going to be snatching it. But for now...
Hey, okay. Interesting.
What's going on? How did they get this far into the waters? Do we have some special facilities? But Hector doing the right job, just getting onto the pilot seat and gets the better out of Avi as he puts an end to him. But Team EXO, they're pretty chill, right? They're enjoying themselves. They have that summer house. They know it's someone on the coastline, and I think they know exactly who it is.
Let me tell you one thing. When you have such a fast car as a McLaren 570S, so of course you can take it even further, but for now we are going to be focusing on Global Esports once again, still in that little pickle situation. Now at the other end we have WSF, right? They have to deal with, I do believe, a couple of members from 7C Esports. At the circle is going to finally kind of shift a bit further inland, which means Hector's little plan of action is going to go out the window as 7C are finally going to be taken out by Team XO.
Retribution RTR, despite all odds, despite how many teams were surrounding them, have still made it to the top 9. But this is where the important climb comes, right? They have to get that hilly situation to themselves. They have to find that perfect cover. Now this is the right time when none of these teams are making the move, because if they delay it any further, Esports Walla WSF will have the prime position and they are going to be left looking.
Oh, they are going to be left looking, and they aren't going to see anything in the distance, because I like what WSF did right now. They realized, wait a second, all these compounds are taken. Let's not deal with Hydra just yet. They are going to back off just a little bit. They might, in fact, go and hit the lead for now. Who is going to be hit is going to be God from Kinetic as the vehicle goes boom, and Zorro is going to make his mark. But now, here comes the other team. One of them is going to be taken down by WSF from the distance, and Onyx is going to be taken down. Looks like Veo is going to be under fire. No, it's going to be KU, which means now there is just one man standing. He goes out, he shoots, he connects, and Hydra are going to make sure they make quick work of Team Kinetic. But wait a second, their victory could be short-lived, because in comes Esports. Shots are going to be fired. Rockstar gets the better of Parp. Canary with his weapon is going to make better of Zorro, and that is it. That is all she wrote. Like I said, that's a short-lived victory, as our Esports are now where Hydra was.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this. This is what we expected. This is what we wanted from the final day. Team Kinetic resorting to just position did not work out. That one objective fight they had to take, it all goes in tatters. But for now, Esports Walla WSF going after the players of RTR. Look at the movement being made by Tango, but Hero, he's not the one to back off. RE definitely have a little bit of a cushion. They know they've made it. They've made those points. But for now, Jonu lies in hiding, and he's being shot from multiple directions.
You know something interesting? Well, I'm going to hold my thought right now, because Bajma, he has set up that flank. We did kind of anticipate that the Global Esports and WSF fight is going to be breaking loose. The Molotov is going to go in, and grenades are going to be coming this way, but looks like from the distance, Manya is going to make quick work of him, and with that, looks like WSF, they are going to bid us adieu. Not a bad outing for them. A 7th position finish with 9 finishes for themselves. Essentially something interesting. Hector, go for it.
It took 3 teams to take down Esports Walla WSF, but Hector, by all means, is still surviving.
He found another vehicle in the water.
That's preposterous, XP. And FS, now this is how they've been playing all along, right? Always consistent, focus for the positioning, do not take any undue risks as Global Esports get the better out of RTR. Now I'm starting to wonder how many finishes did they have? 7. Should be enough, should be at least what, is, it says, of course, the silver lining finally being denied from his buggy, as he now is getting surrounded.
Well, he is being surrounded, and sometimes it can be shots, but once he gets back in, he might see the enemies just go by. He's patching himself up, and wait for it. He's going to make sure he does whatever he can. Explicit is going to be sitting in the driver's seat. He might just try and turn his weapon in that direction, but no, it's going to be Hitman, who does hit the ground. Again, that was a communication coming in that, hey, buddy, just shoot a few paces behind me, and you might get someone. But FS Esports, oh, buddy, this is going to be Normandy all over again. They have to make that beat, but the question is, do they have enough smokes?
Well, it's going to be interesting, though, because considering EXO did, have the vantage point, they have the areas being scouted along. But Hero could make some difference. Marching inside the circle, a lonesome warrior will also take a dip in the ocean as FS lie in wait for them as Clutch. Had no idea that Immortal could strike, but somehow he's still alive, and so are the players of Team FS.
Well, they just have 2 finishes, and it looks like Hitman has been spotted out. He does sort of slink his way back on his belly, but Immortal's UMP is going to be just a bit too quick for that movement. I do hear a vehicle coming in, and it looks like our Esports could be coming to party as well, because Canary is going to try and make some moves, and now Snacks is like, you know what, I've had enough of this. Let's just go and get the job done. We know that they are pinched in, and now this is where grenades are going to be flung, and with one big bang, Clutch could be in trouble. Unfortunately, the grenades are falling just a little bit too short.
Little shy from hitting the marker. Could be this one. Clutch. Boom. He goes. And Explicit, the only survivor. Immortal, of course, relaying all that information. But from the backlines, we do have the players of RE also getting themselves into the fight. Of course, it was Immortal that put the final nail in the coffin, as Canary is going to be singing the tunes of death as Fizz goes falling down. No retaliation whatsoever.
No retaliation, but it is going to be a 2-on-3 situation for these two teams right now. But keep in mind, we still have one member from Global Esports somewhere outside in the circle, as AJ is probably just having a good time batching himself up for all those position points. There you have it. The last first aid comes in. He's going to make a run for the blue zone. Or actually, he's like, you know what? Oh, I think he found some more.
He definitely does, but look at Canary.
That's it.
That's it?
That's
That's
it.
it, you say?
Oh, that vehicle is going to help them. And unfortunately, the aim was not over there, but this is where Snacks is going to be snacking on his opponents.
Oh, indeed he did. Right at the moment when it all mattered as Rockstar. He's taking quite some damage from the blue, and I think he knows what fate awaits him. And of course, you know, making to the top 3, a very valiant effort from RV. But look at AJ
baby.
from out of nowhere manages to get the better out of him as his Rockstar. One other player still resorting to the heals.
Well, of course, he has done his job, and now if he sees something in the distance, he is going to spot Snacks, but we know it is going to be inevitable as Team XO are going to be your winners. Their last game of the bracket on day 3, week stage 3. And again, I like it. You know, I like what they did over there. They kind of got impatient at the end. They were like, hey guys, we really don't have those angles. Snacks, why don't you go in? And of course, they are going to be a happy bunch on your screens as we are going to be moving into the post-match segment powered by Loco.
I mean, for the first time, I mean, it kind of feels like the good old days. You win a game and then suddenly that steely demeanor. I'm not happy with our performance. We could do better. Always wanting for more. But I guess this game has been really impressive for teams like Esports Wala WSF. I love what they did. Just 2 position points, but those 9 finishes still ensuring that they are in run for the top 16. And quite a contrasting story with Retribution RTR.
Looks like they are listening to us, because we did say that, you know, they need to take the fight to the enemy, and they were like, hold on, you guys. I mean, you thought that we were being a bit hesitant in Sanok. We're going to show you right now, as squad after squad, they came, they saw, and of course, they conquered before they were finally taken down in an instant. But now it is going to be a bit tricky to find out who is going to be the iQOO MVP, and looks like it is going to be Canary singing that sweet song of death. 4 finishes, 844 points of damage.
Of course. They dealt that MK14, from what I remember, right?
It, yep.
The moment he just pushed in, realized that, you know, Hydra, well, they're done for at this point, had few of their players taken down, just goes bushing in and gets all the job done for his team. And towards the end also, did manage to dish out some maximum amount of damage as we head into the top 5 leaders. Well, it's a lot of WSF, few RE, 1 Fizz, and then there is the leader, Manya himself.
Manya over there with 4 finishes for himself. Again, a nice amount of damage done by all these teams, because you could tell that, you know, they were taking fights at multiple angles. And WSF, boy oh boy, this is the kind of day that they need to have tomorrow if they want to make it to the top 16. And now we've had a look at the top players. Let's have a look at what's going to happen over here. A lot of healing this time around, something I had expected in Sanhok.
Of course, now I'm kind of surprised where did that come from, because we had Rockstar, one of those players, and maybe AJ. The 2 of them were resorting to that healing battle, but so many fights did occur, right? Especially the one cluster on the eastern side. 7C was there, we had Team Enigma, Retribution RTR, Esports Wala WSF come out of nowhere, just barging in, and just when they think that they've got the better of things, GE strike from behind. And it was such an interesting game of Erangel in the midst of it all. Hector.
I think he was just having fun in the water, to be honest with you. But now, let's have a look and see who all had fun as far as dishing out damage goes, because of course, if you have the highest frags in the game, chances are you will also have the highest damage.
Of course. Now, Esports Wala, WSF, they had one thing in their mind. That is to engage in as much fights as possible, play at the areas where they're really strong. The first fight began with Team GOG, right? It was a very important moment for the latter as well, because they also were searching for points. They started off the day on a big note, but could not say the same about how they ended things.
I mean, again, you know, they had a good time, and then they kind of did slump through a little bit. But now let's have a look and see what it does to their standings, because the overall standings are coming up, and looks like we might have a little bit of an upside down, because Team XO are going to edge past Seoul by just 1 point.
Now, this is where Team Seoul, I mean, they reached those benchmarks, did create records, got Goblin to 100 finishes, the first player to ever do so, now has his name etched in the history of BGMI, of of course. Now, talking about Hydra official, they did prioritize a little bit on positioning this time around. Clearly worked out, considering how they were in a situation against Team Enigma in the very beginning, right? They were caught in a very precarious spot. After that, they went up to that gas station, did, survive for a little bit of moments, took down the players of Kinetic, but that is all they did.
I liked that they were messing around with Soul and UP50 as well.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, even we want to be part of your Insta reel. But on the second page over here, FS Esports climbing up to the 12th spot with 310 to their name, edging past Autobotz by that 1 point. Now, Team INS finally coming back in the top 16 once again, 287 for them.
Look at the position points on FS Esports, right? We've always been harping about consistency being the key, and same goes for our esports, right? Just on doing that, they've been doing so well. But INS did make it back to the top 16, something that we were talking about. But look at Retribution RTR. Boy, oh boy, what a climb.
I mean, even though, they were in such a pickle over there, getting shot at from 7C, from high above, and of course losing their vehicles, they still managed to get those much-needed position points, and as a result of that, they are going to be inching closer to the top 16. Now, GOG, they needed a big game. However, they are still in contention because, mind you, buddy, we have 4 games still on the line right now, and I do believe up until even Esports, Walla, WSF, they all still have a chance in the next 4 games.
Oh, of course, and even if Initiative Academy have the day of their lives tomorrow, anything could possibly happen, and we've been privy to such moments, right? But today's day was all about INS making their way back, right? Especially that little bit of a slippery place that they had at the start of week number 3. They finally woke up to their senses, and this is where Crazy Soul, he's been making all that difference, and not just him. I think there were a few other teams that were quite consistent. I think Team MG has to be one of them.
Of course, they did have a decent day. Again, they focused on what they did earlier, right? That's what Arca keeps mentioning. They played for those position points. And of course, if you aren't going to be confident in your fights, that is the step you need to take. But quickly coming back to Team INS, of course, we all were outside yesterday after the show. We made a friendly wager, just a friendly wager, as to what Team INS would do. One man is going to be really happy because I think all of us kind of just, kind of wrote them off. He's like, you guys just wait and watch. They're going to come back a bit strong, and well, that is exactly what they did, which means, again, one last day. Oh my God, it's going to be amazing.
It's still not decided, right? It's still pretty much out in the open. I think 8 or 9 teams are still competing for that top 16 spot. It all comes down to how you are going to handle pressure. Now, this was one of those, I think, conversations we had with Thug when he did say there's no certain thumb rule, right? It's all about, considering the fact that how you've worked hard in the past. It is that one day that all matters, right? Just treat it as your life depends upon it. And if you've done the job, if you've done your homework, I mean, you can have a sunny day.
Of course, we did do that in the past as well, because I remember Mom always saying that if you do your homework, you can go out and still enjoy the sun. So, this is what these guys are doing, but anything is still possible. And of course, it is going to be an exciting day tomorrow. But the thing is, like you mentioned, all that pressure mounts up, and there's no hard and fast rule, and you have to basically do whatever you are comfortable with. Maybe someone might want to go and punch a wall, maybe someone might just, do a little bit of yoga or meditation. But again, it's all about the mental aspect, right? Because that is something that is overlooked in this environment. Because yes, a lot of kids, like India is a country of untapped potential, right?
Of course.
A lot of kids, they have all the skills, but when even in the scrims or whatever, when that pressure comes in, when a big name pops up, that is when people start crumbling and trembling just a little bit.
Now, this is the biggest stage, XP, right? We've seen players in scrims, all these big teams, and a lot of third-party tournaments. It never really mattered to them because there was, all right, you've got so many big tournaments with big prize pool also coming into the picture. That's a good thing about the ecosystem. But when it comes about being the best, having the bragging rights to call yourself as the best team, of course, Skylights Gaming did have that up until, iQOO BMPS round 4, where we had to bid them adieu because this time we're going to have a new king on the throne.
And that is exactly what it's all about, because, sometimes you can only reign for so long, and sometimes it's short-lived, or sometimes you're going to come in and, like I say, Veni, Vidi, Vici, we came, we saw, we conquered. But for now, none of this would have been possible, again, without BGMI Craft, and thank you so much for giving us this amazing game, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So for one last time in the day, let's have a look at how to slay your dragons.
it, earn it.
That's what everybody needs to do.
Yes.
All the teams need to calm down right now.
Yeah.
Take
Zen
a chill
mode.
pill. Go into your Zen mode or whatever you guys like. But of course, you out there can be a bit lucky as well because, well, the iQOO Neo 6, the baddest boy out in the market right now, is available. So go and get your grubby little hands over here. And if you aren't lucky with that, well, we've got some giveaways headed your way, and once again, it's going to be 25 people who are going to be walking away with some, let's just flex a bit, you know, just loosen up, because we're going to be rambling off a lot of names. So first of all, to kick things off, congratulations to Shiv, Suresh Kumar, and Shivhari Gupta.
Of course, we do have a few more. That's just 3. Now we have Joydeep Roy, pretty sure from Calcutta, Shakibur Rahman, Priyan Jain, and a few more. Take it up.
I had a friend back in the day, Joy, and his name was Joy. He wasn't a Roy, but anyway, congratulations also to Bhavya Talwar, Venom, Pankaj, Balaso, Kambale?
From Maharashtra.
From
No
Maharashtra.
doubts, no doubts from there. But a few more, of course, for you guys, Rana OP. So you've got a name OP also
already
coming in.
overpowered,
He is
man.
already. Then we've got Harshit Thakur. We've also got Sandeep Sirvi, someone from down south, it seems.
And of course, we also have Ahan, Kaushik, Haldar, and Amit Kumar, who are going to be walking away with the merch. And since I'm already saying it, maybe let me try this. No, you're going to take it over.
Of course, now we've got Nayan, and we've got Piyush Kesa, and Ayush Pandita. And well, one of them, of course, resembles one of the founders of Loco over here. But regardless, you know, we have to move on, and let's find out the few more names. XP, take it over.
Alrighty, it's going to be Satyam Kumar, it's going to be Srimanta Ghoshal, and Meet Gondalia.
Of course, Srimanta Ghoshal, another one from West Bengal, I'm pretty sure. As we do have the final 2, right? It's going to be Yugal and Papai.
I like that you are just, going to make sure you go for the first names and not butcher anything. But of course, we still have a few more coming in, because why not? It is going to be Jayesh Rajesh Singh and Shaban Ul Huda Sheikh. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. You are going to be getting some amazing t-shirts and bottles headed your way, and wear that out in public with pride.
And don't forget to tag us, right? Of course, we did help you out, right, with all the analytics to find out who the favorite team was, who the best team was. But I think it's been a wholesome day. One of the days of comebacks that we've been talking about. I think the entire week has been about comebacks. This is the hunger, the drive for all these teams that they've made it. But it all comes down to that one final day.
Now, of course, we're going to be just calm, but it is going to be one of the biggest days as far as the iQOO BMPS is concerned, because this is when teams need to either make it or break it. And, well, a couple of teams are going to say bye-bye to us. Let's not beat around the bush. 8 teams are going to say bye. 16 are going to go forth, and that is where the drama will begin. Once again, it'll be a clean slate for everyone, and, well, everyone is going to be on a level playing field. But for now, Fixes, I do believe we are going to bid you lovely viewers adieu. Thank you so much for sticking around. From Fixes, Arca, and I, and everybody over here at BJ Mycrofton, we wish you a very good night, but make sure you come back here tomorrow. Bye.